stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
With the door now shut on the teams that we have left behind, ladies and gentlemen, two paths have presented itself in front of us. One leading through straight to the semi-finals and the other to decide who gets to fight their way through the wildcard stages. Welcome to another exciting day of BGIS 2024. This is round 4, day number 3. I'm going to be your host, presenter and commentator, Super Johnny, and joining me on the panel is none other than Fixes. Fixes, we have an exciting day ahead of us today, but before we begin our journey, let's go down a trip down the memory lane and have a recap of the first 2 days of round 4.
Of course, in the course of the first 2 days that we've got to witness, it was a trial by fire for all the teams coming in from the grind into this round number 4. And guess what, Johnny? None of them have so far made it through.
Exactly, and that has been quite interesting to witness how the matches have gone by, how the teams have picked up the pace stepping into round 4. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, there is a safety cushion available to the teams that are playing their matches in round 4, and that is called the wildcard stages, because no one here is getting eliminated.
Indeed. And you know, when you talk about the wildcards, yes, it's going to be a longer journey. There have been so many of those setbacks. At the same time, we have been elated. We have been surprised by the kind of action that we're getting to see from all these new underdogs coming in. But again, some big names, they've already faltered out, whilst the others have really stood it through. And now, when you talk about teams like FS, Kevin Esports, what a day in the office for them it was, man.
Of course, yesterday was quite phenomenal. The fight for the top of the leaderboard between FS and Kevin Esports, and of course, the last game, the fight for survival, in which finally towards the end we saw Inspiration Esports step things up, and of course Magnet Esports, who barely managed to qualify.
Indeed, and we were really impressed with them, especially Inspiration and Magnet Esports right from the very get-go. They had the momentum rolling. Magnet, they were in there. And you talk about Sarvar, he was amazing. But even when you talk about Inspiration, they had been consistent throughout. Starboy, one of those players, in fact, I feel like one of the finds of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, his journey was quite impressive, but that was all in the past. We are going to talk about our journey ahead today, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, let's have a look at the prize pool, because the fight right now continues for the prize pool of 2 crore rupees, which will be distributed once we eventually reach that grand finale, ladies and gentlemen, where the champions walk away with 60 lakhs in the bag.
Yeah, the bragging rights to be the best team in the country goes on along with it. The second position getting 30 lakhs, third getting 20 lakhs respectively. But we have also been talking about those individual accolades. We've been talking about the MVP getting the 2.5 lakhs rupees and having that bragging rights to be the best player in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are going to keep our eyes pinned on the individual performances as well as our journey unfolds. And along with that, one thing I really like is as long as you make it to the stage of that grand finale, you don't walk away empty-handed. Even if you are one of those underdog teams that have struggled but still persevered through your journey, you still walk away with 2.5 lakh rupees if you are on that 16th position. And it's not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen, getting that far in this journey. You have to be consistent throughout. This is the point structure that has been followed from day one, and it's going to continue on throughout our entire journey, throughout the year, in fact, where you get 10 points for the chicken dinner. Finishing second only grants you 6 points, finishing third 5 points. And of course, this is a massive drop from what we used to have in the past. But one thing that has not changed, and it has been the game-changing factor right now, is that 1 point for each finish inside of the game.
Exactly, and it has completely changed the dynamics of how you really approach the game. But today is going to be another stacked up day, right? So many big hitters. We've got some defending champions. We've got some older names also making a comeback. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about Team Entity, the winners of BGIS 2021. They were under a different banner, howsoever, but the players still there. We're talking about Carnival Gaming, Insane Esports, our Team Xpark. We've had Glitch X Reborn, one of the only teams that came in from the grind in round number 3 to have broken the curse.
Yeah, and Glitch Reborn definitely quite impressive considering that this year was the year of a massive rebuild for them. But towards the end fixes is where we have the 4 teams that have qualified directly from round 4 for round 4 from the grind itself. We have Hyderabad Hydras, we have ESC and Esports, we have Jux Esports, and of course K9 Squad as well. Let's have a look at the schedule now. It is going to remain the same. We kick things off on the map of Erangel. Game number 2 will be Miramar. Game number 3, the map of Sanhok, followed by Wakindi, Miramar, and then Erangel towards the end. And of course, that Wakindi, we have observed, it's quite a big game changer now in this circuit.
It certainly has been. We've seen so many of those tables being flipped yesterday itself. Infected Mushrooms carrying on that consistency, getting that second position over there. They also had a chance to prove their stake to qualify into the next round. But then again, Sanhok and Vikendi, both of these maps coming in conjunction to each other, makes things a lot more spicier. But it is always the start that we have been talking about. You need that good start in Erangel.
Yes.
You need that chicken dinner, or at least 12 to 13 points to make sure that you have a really good momentum rolling.
As long as you have an above average game number 1, I think it becomes a little bit easier to balance things out. Even if you drop the ball on that next game of Miramar, recovery can be made to fruition in Sanhok or Wakindi that follow up. But let's start talking about the teams now, because as you said, the group today, it is pretty stacked. We have Team Insane, we have Carnival Gaming Entity you have brought into the discussion, and it's very difficult to figure out as to who has the most chances of moving forward from here on out.
Oh, it certainly is. But you know what, Johnny? We're going to talk about all of these teams, but we need to have everything jotted down. In the meanwhile, we do that. You take a look at this very amazing promo.
And of course, that's an amazing companion to have alongside with you inside of the game. Imagine running around with a lion right next to you. Everyone's going to be afraid. But we have some lions inside of this lobby as well, and people are definitely going to be afraid of them. A lot of big names. We spoke about Entity before we went to that promo. We had Carnival Gaming in discussion, but can't ignore X-Park.
Certainly can't, especially with how they've been qualifying so far. They've been beaten, they've been bruised, but somehow they managed to make it. Round number 2 was a complete revelation. That is where we saw even Spray God going all out, Saran getting his form back, Ninja has been consistent as ever, but there still have been those openings, there's still been those cracks in their armor where we can see that they're struggling with trying to get good position points.
And I think today in a lobby like this is when they face their true test. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at how things are going to unfold when the matches are eventually there in front of us, and it will be exciting to see what X-Park do in this game number 1 as well, because you went back to that journey and how things began for them in round 2. It was an impressive and an explosive start for them, and they made sure that they were able to continue the momentum throughout the day. But today there are a lot of hurdles standing in their way. I mean, we keep going back to the big names, but we can't really ignore the other teams as well. Guso Esports, this was one of those undergod teams that was very impressive, and they have been very impressive in their journey so far.
Indeed, and we even witnessed Guso during the weeks of grind. They were pretty decent. We loved them, and they could certainly be one of those teams like Inspiration or maybe even Team Limra. But then again, when we were talking about Team X-Park being pretty much aggressive, there's another team that goes head-to-head in that aggression, but they have amped it a little bit better. They get those position points as well.
Exactly. We're talking about Entity Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, led by the Iceman Somraj himself, and it is going to be interesting to see how this matchup happens. And if, in fact, I'm hoping for some fights between these two.
Oh, we certainly are. Because this is where I wanted to draw this comparison, right? They've got those big hitters, but Team Entity gets that slight edge in terms of how consistent they are throughout those games. Even not getting a single chicken dinner in their round number 3, they still managed to accrue 26 position points. And that is big when you're talking about 6 matches in play. Now for Team Entity, and especially for Somraj, Kamla Boy, and even for Pukar. Now let's not even forget that Pukar was their IGL in Team X Park when BGIS they lifted the 3rd position. So that is also a storyline that goes running through it. But then again, that setback after BGIS 2021, and for Somraj, imagine, you know, being one of the defending champions and then sitting in the audience. I think that is where he learned his lesson, and now he's back to claim his throne.
I mean, a fire ignited that day that's been burning the competition that steps in front of them. And it will be interesting to see how this fight actually fares up, as you pointed out, like a former IGL now moving on to join his brothers on the other side. And I think even Pukar has gotten a little too comfortable now with Entity because, as I said, I mean, they have had a history, him and Somraj as well in the past, and that leads to the kind of consistency that the team has within itself. But going back to what you said about Entity being a little bit more consistent in terms of their placement, in this lobby what we noticed would we have a lot of frag heavy teams, the teams that do like to secure a lot of eliminations. And yesterday I think this was a perfect example laid out by the performance by PL Dominators and Blind that aggression alone won't help you qualify.
Again, this lobby is a complete mixed bag, right? We are talking about having big heavy hitters. Along with that, we've got the likes of Carnival Gaming, we've got the likes of Team Insane, who kind of primarily dominate in terms of having really good positions and then going in for the finishes. And let's not forget Hyderabad Hydras, man. This is one of those teams that you cannot really miss out on.
And especially after the rebuild, they have been getting better and better. I mean, of course, the start was a little bit slow in their journey, but now, this late in round 4, I think I have a lot of expectations from Hyderabad Hydras today. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, do they deliver on those expectations in game number 1 itself, or do we have to wait till the end of the day to see them in the top 4? All of this and more, ladies and gentlemen, it is about to begin game number 1 itself on the map of Erangel. Of course, in a few seconds, we are going to have that big bird in the sky, and of course, the flight path as well, which I think can be a big deciding factor in this game. And of course it is going to be quite big because it starts from Lipovka and it's going to head towards that military island. So a flight path leading, and in fact leading to the southern side of the map and sticking extremely to the southeastern edge of the map.
Again, those chances of having those early vehicular collisions. Yesterday also, the way we started things off, the first game of Erangel, that is where VST, they had to go through so much of those challenges, trying to take the vehicles, eventually having picked off. I really hope that is not the case today.
Yeah, I mean, you can hope for a lot more in this matchup because with a flight path like this, one discussion that instantly starts to brew up is early drop clashes. I mean, you have a lot of options available, especially from the teams that like to play from that northwestern quadrant. They have no option. They're going to have to drop for those vehicles, and that can result in an early demise or an early fight. We see that exit from Glitch Reborn as well. X-Pac also heading towards that Yasnaya Poliana City, which is their home ground. But are they going to be challenged there today?
Look at GlitchX Reborn. That is a spread and a half. 2 players around Kameshki, 2 players around Lipovka. I get the idea. They want to rotate pretty early on, get their loot, get abundance of it.
Yeah.
But then again, my eyes are looking out for those drop clashes. And seems like the southern side might be a little bit stacked up because we've got A6 and maybe even K9 kind of following the orangutan split. And quite understandably so, because you've got Believe, one of the former players of OG, he knows how strong this drop is. Because again, gets you accessibility of that southern island and even your rotation path towards maybe even the Gatka circle, or even if it's a shelter circle, becomes much easier.
I can actually imagine Ash sitting in the back and being like, hey, that's mine. But let's see if, I mean, they can execute it as perfectly as OG, because they have pretty much mastered this drop, this early start of theirs. In the meanwhile, though, ESCN, we saw them drop towards School, and Jux as well aren't too far away from them. A few players were spotted out while hitting the ground. Now it's down to ESCN, because they have the compounds, they have the weapons. Do they choose to engage in this fight? Jux, I think they've dropped out into the open. They are going to have those small houses to work with, but those houses do not provide you with enough loot to actually sustain in a fight, especially for an entire team.
When you talk about Team Jux, again, amazing. One of the players to really watch out for. He was quite stellar in the first week of grind.
Yeah.
But heading on the second week of play, I think he was sort of missing. That is where his remainder of the teammates really picked up the pace. But Gujarat Tigers, man, we completely forgot about them. And this is one of those teams that has what it takes. Lately, we have been seeing they've been going through a little bit of that troubles. But now they're on the chase. LOC, they're in a whole world of trouble. Is grind. He needs to make an escape. But the big question is, when you've got an entire gang following you up, what do? This is exactly what happens. You fall.
Hey man, this was an assassination. This was a mafia hit squad out for LOC grind, and Gujarat Tigers 1 point secured in the early stages of the game. They wanted to go for more. They spotted out a few more players from the side of LOC, but now I think realizing, alright, this is an easy frag, they prioritize that, and off to an early start, heading towards the western part of the map, I think rotating along the northern lines.
Oh, indeed. And, you know, for Gujarat Tigers, they kind of go towards that Georgie area. That is where they get majority of their loot drawn. And, yeah, it has to come down to Shadow, right? He's been pretty much there ever since his TSM days. So, one of those things, this team is quite a mixed bag. They've got some really heavy hitters. They've also got Wixky, who has been lately one of the best players because quite reliable in terms of what he puts on the board. But then again, you also have the likes of Carnival. Now, we've got a slight idea of how the circle has really panned across. You did say ESCN. They were in the center. And this is, again, one of those teams that has always surprised us. Yeah. You remember, they have come in from the grind. They've made it to the top 16. They have that special X factor that we look out for.
Yeah, they did quite well for themselves in the grind itself, securing 3 chicken dinners in the 6 matches that they got to play. So 50% win rate. That is quite a lot. But, of course, it was just 6 matches. Now, again, is the true test for ESCN, but you did speak about Carnival Gaming a few moments ago, and we have them on our screens. Not really deterring from their game plan on Wrangle. They've dropped towards Gatka. They have a nice little spread to work with, and since we had a flight path that was leaning towards the eastern and the southern parts of the map, Carnival Gaming have full control of Gatka right now. They can loot early, take control of Everest. We have a circle towards the central northern part of the map, so that Everest position does give them advantage for anyone playing from the western half.
I don't think they're going to go towards Everest, or maybe they might, because you know, that has pretty much been their first rotation, right? They go there, they get that information, but their circle looks a lot like maybe even a ruin circle, also having those tendencies to take that northern shift. But then again, we've got Team X Park in front of us, and the problems have always been there, Johnny. When you talk about this team, yes, as a whole unit, the synergy has been there. It has been visible. But again, the rotations, that has been a big question mark.
Yeah, I mean, they have struggled mid-game, and late-game rotations have been very excruciating for them. But I think this game, this is a dream start for X-Pac, because this hardly happens, right? That they drop in Yasna Apollyon and there's no one to contest them early. So they have to utilize this breathing room that has been given to them to the best of their abilities, and especially considering entire northern half, northern line from Yasna till Severny is empty. There's just 2 players from the side of Glitch Reborn that are holding that Stalber Hill, but it will be a 2v4 fight if it breaks out against X-Pac, so X-Pac have an upper hand. I think there's a lot of freedom and a lot of playmaking possibilities available to X-Pac right now inside of the game, and we will have to see which options they choose and what the impact of those choices will be eventually in the future. The game has just begun. We've just had 1 casualty so far. That was 1 early pick by Gujarat Tigers from the side of LOC. Apart from that, we are at a standstill again.
Again at a standstill. And this is quite understandable, Johnny, because when you look at the players, we've seen them before. Even in the third-party tournaments, we've seen all these teams participating, barring a couple few. Yeah. So now we've got a lot of constants in the equation, not a lot of variables. So now even for Team Entity, they know how Hyderabad Hydra likes to play. They know what Carnival Gaming is going to do. They know what Team X-Pac are up to. So considering you kind of know the lay of the land, so it makes things much easier, considering if you compare with day number 1 and day number 2. But then again, if we can kind of get the conversation back to Team Insane. Now, this is one of those teams has been such an interesting prospect, right? Yeah. They've been a much more notched down version of Carnival Gaming, if I'm not wrong, because they always have a good position inside a circle. Their fights have always been an issue. But lately, if you can look at the stats that they've been putting on the board in round number 3, they managed to get 57 finish points and 36 position points. So things definitely have been looking better. We've seen them. They've been sticking on to each other. We've seen them in Obey. We've seen them in Kemin. So a good team. Let's see what they can put on the table.
Exactly. I mean, it's all laid out in front of them right now, and it's theirs for the taking. Can they build up the momentum in this game number 1 itself, or will it be on Miramar, on Sanhok? By the time we reach Weekendy and Insane hasn't stepped up, then it can be a little too late. Because this lobby right now, it will be very difficult to initiate those comebacks. And I think that is one of the reasons for this early silence in this game, that everyone is, well, they are respectful to the competition, but they are also scared of running into fights because they know what the opposing side is also going to be capable of. That was an interesting interaction right there. Carnival Gaming just passing by Nico from Jux. I'm pretty sure they spotted out these smokes. But choosing not to fight early.
Yeah, indeed. And that's the smart way. Because right now, Jux, they do not have all their players together, right? Amazing and Vardhan a little bit aloof from the back. And Carnival Gaming, we've seen recently, Neo has been in a sublime form.
Yeah.
I think he's been quite exceptional. Takes you back to those Sanhok games where they kind of both the players. I think it was Akshat and Neo, who single-handedly got 8 finishes in Carnival Gaming. They were in a very, very bad position and somehow rescued them. But Goblin, he's been pretty decent so far. Omega's Igering has been on point. I think on pen and paper, Carnival Gaming looks very sturdy. But at the same time, when you look at the other teams inside of this lobby, I think that is where the fears, the doubts still come alive. Do they have that extra spark to make it to the next round?
I mean, especially for a team like Carnival, it's going to need more than an extra spark, because the biggest threat for them is X-Spark in this lobby. And of course, a team like Entity Gaming as well is not going to shy away from that fight. But this time we have Puka. He spotted out the players of K9 squad in front of them, choosing not to fight since he is isolated, waiting for his teammates to show up, not too far away. The remaining players from the side of Entity. And this is an open position. It is going to be an intense fight. They need to find that first knock, otherwise if Picard goes down, that will be a difficult position for Entity to recover from, because look at the map now.
Yeah.
While they have information about K9 squad, look at how close the players from Heroes Gaming are right behind them.
Oh, can't really forget Heroes, right? And especially Robin.
Oh, yeah.
That game of Miramar was absolutely mental. Second game of Miramar, clutched his team to victory, the Northern Shiv this time. This was quite anticipated. But then again, when you look at a team like K9, again, a bunch of misfits put in together. And in such short span of time, Johnny, they've managed to accomplish so much more.
Yeah.
Now imagine, Belief's former squad, Orangutan, where are they? He's still there in the mix. He's still there in round number 4. The way he played Grind, and in fact the other players also, when you've got Zap and Noob also coming into the mix, I think they have been such an interesting prospect to watch out for.
Oh, but look at this. Chaos is about to be unleashed in this lobby. We see that wave of teams just running up north, trying to take control of the hills on the other side of the river. It's not going to be easy. ESCN, Kakarot, he's quite close to Hyderabad Hydra's Entity up north. Who chooses to go into that building? That is going to be interesting. He's armed with the DBS, so anyone who faces him instantly goes down. And Mox right now, I think, is a little bit more worried about Entity, because Hyderabad Hydras, I don't think they have information about Kakarot hiding in the corner.
Indeed. Kind of oblivious of the fact that Kakarot might just turn into a Super Saiyan any given moment. And that is going to be a huge, huge debacle for Hyderabad Hydras. We have seen these lads, formerly Gen X FM, they've always managed to make it through. And pretty much, I think, they still have that Cinderella story running.
Yeah.
And now it's gotten a little bit better, finding a stable log. But look at this, Insidious not having the best of HPs, as now he is in a fight along with the players of ESCN. Opens up the doors, tries to take those shots, but misses.
Well, the entirety of ESCN, they show up as backup, and it's going to be Goku now who helps his teammate. Sham actually secures that finish. Goku helps secure that knock. But this advantage away, I believe, has been taken by Entity in its truest essence, because they are still holding on to the high ground advantage on the other end. Kakarot still isolated with 3 individuals from the side of Hyderabad Hydras just running amok all around him. And he's just waiting. Moksh has entered the building, but he's not run into that corner room. How's this gate open and Kakarot still standing behind it?
Oh, this is where I'm really getting scared. Heartbeat increasing for Kakarot. Crypto, any given moment, if he just takes a slight gander, could maybe spot him out. Mokes, the IGL of Hyderabad Hydras.
What's that?
Quite clueless.
Oh, he's still not gone there. He's gone just in the room right above him. Talk about standing on top of someone's head.
Indeed. And now Madrek, he also has no idea. They're so fixated at Team Entity that Kakarot has gone completely unchecked. And there you have it, Carnival Gaming opening things up against the players of Gujarat Tigers. Apollo, I believe another player has been dealt with. And GT, their numbers are starting to crumble. And Clutchgod, he's got to make that hasty escape. But seems like he is also going to fall down. And GT, they're just down to their last man.
Yeah, big fight breaking out, Carnival Gaming. They've wiped out 3 players from the side of Gujarat Tigers, and the Tigers have been left bleeding now. It's just Whiskey who's the last player running around, and he's going to be playing for survival.
Oh,
That's
nasty.
an awkward clash. Who gets that frag?
Yeah, it's Akshat. He's like, it's mine. Let me devour him. But again, Gujarat Tigers, a rough start to the day, and this is exactly what we did not want.
Yeah.
If you are, again, a Gujarat Tigers fan, you would expect them to kind of try and get that little bit of a consistency. But this fight, again, happened as they were both trying to rotate in. And this should not have. I think Gujarat Tigers should have anticipated that Carnival Gaming is usually just beside them. They've been their neighbors, and it's not for the first time that's happening. So clearly, they need to get back to their drawing board and need to get this fixed ASAP.
I mean, it should have been Gujarat Tigers who should have had the upper hand in that fight. They
Exactly.
usually like to start from that northern Georgia city, as you mentioned, and that hill is always an early control point inside of this game. You see everyone crossing that bridge. It's quite easy takedowns that you get to take. But Carnival Gaming, that quick rotation, leaving Gutka early, and as you mentioned, not taking control of Everest. They just crossed the river, and they waited for anyone to show up. Unfortunately, it was the Tigers that ended up getting going extinct, almost extinct over there. But X-Park chosen to play safe this time. I think they've sensed a lot of threat, I think, especially in the form of
I like this.
Insane that is right behind them. Jux crossing the Georgia Pole Bridge, heading towards northern Georgia City. I think this is a good rotation. Works out quite nicely for them. They avoid any conflict.
Certainly does. I mean, for Jux, the idea is quite clear. They want to come in through the edges and try and get their way in, inject it through. But then again, I kind of like where Team X-Park are positioned, right? The biggest question marks on X-Park have been on their IGLing, on how Shadow is leading the pack, on how he's been not really getting those good position points to hold, right? Yeah. And yeah, finally he does have it. And Team X-Park, I think they're kind of banking upon the fact that the circle takes a northern shift. In just a couple of moments, there you go. Bang on. Team X-Park, they've got all the pieces together. All they need to do right now is unleash themselves. And they've got all the players who have the capability to do that. It's all about Spray God opening things up. And Ninja and Sarang, just do your thing.
And right now, I think one of the teams that has the prime spot inside of this game is Inferno Squad. You see them, that straight line, 4 players lined up from shooting range down to the hill where X-Park were. And X-Park have been pushed out of that position. Look at the scramble that is happening on the center of the circle. You have X-Park, you have Inferno Squad, LOC taking control of shooting range. They will avoid conflict because there is a hill that divides that position from the shooting range area. And of course, Insane also looking to push up to take control of the center. Glitch Reborn, you see them on that right-hand side. Has Wixky been spotted out? I think he has.
Yeah.
But they just don't know if there's going to be a follow-up, so they let him be. But Entity, they found Mokes from Hyderabad Hydras, still manages to escape.
Finally, the stalemate gets broken, right? They've always been trying to lock horns, at least around from that Rozok area. Finally, Entity having a chance, and they wanted to get the job done, at least open one of the players, maybe soften him up a little bit. But Glitch X Reborn, a team that you cannot ignore. They have been such a special one. In fact, the one to have broken the curse in round number 3 when none of the teams could make it from the grind.
Yeah.
They're still standing here, still fighting. But again, it has always been those final games, and they know how to handle the pressure. We love that about them. But look at this. You've got Alpha 6 right beside the players of Heroes Gaming, and they might be on the chase. And where on earth is Robin?
I mean, as soon as you stop those cars now, you are going to get taken out. This was a bad call from Alpha 6, and they might just get punished. But Kek, he's been pinned down. So one option taken out of the hands of Heroes Gaming. some form of cover available to the players of Alpha 6. The two lads do manage to escape and they need to regroup, need to heal up. Kick on the other side. A smoke laid out in front of him to block the vision for Fish, but doesn't matter. Master, he overextends and it was a big mistake. He gets taken out. A finish, free finish given to the players of Alpha 6 in this fight.
Again, not a good start for Heroes Gaming. We've seen them making that comeback towards that second half of the tournament. Even in round number 3, that is what they did. And now for Alpha 6, this is the first time we get to see them in the broadcast phases, and a decent start for them. But still, a lot of job needs to be done. They still need a way to get inside the circle. And for Heroes Gaming, having lost out on Master, that is going to be a huge denture in their endeavors of having a good start into today's evening.
I don't think that's going to connect. It's too far.
Well, the idea is that the moment the vehicle moves, you gotta place your cross a little ahead of it. What he did not expect was them to turn right, so that is where things went a little awry.
I mean, they were going to get away eventually. They were heading away from them.
Indeed.
The distance already quite a lot, so I think it's 100 and...
I think it was 200 plus, easy.
Yeah. After 150 meters, you have to account for the drop as well. But... anyways, I mean, they lost a player. Alpha 6 got the advantage and they move forward. They're going to cross from that Yasnaya bridge. We see them on the radar. It's not going to be an easy crossing, especially with Entity blocking their way. Oh, this is about to be painful. It's going to get painful to watch, Fixes.
It certainly will be. But I'm really concerned for how do Hyderabad Hydras carve their way in. I think they've got a decent holding spot, a little bit of a ridge to work out. But they're waiting for that next circle shift. So staying on the edges kind of gives you that luxury, right? You can disengage, maybe go for that longer rotation. But even for the likes of K9 squad, a decent start into today's games. Believe he's been leading the pack. He's been the IGL, and this is the shift that we were waiting for. Again, a shift towards the eastern side. Team Entity, they do have those small compounds to play along with. But Glitchx Reborn, I really love their positioning. They've got those tiny hills around to play. They've got those ridges to work with. But now, this is where you've got 7Rs, you've got even Guso, you've got the Inferno squad, you've got TX. Everybody will migrate inside the circle. And this is where the chaos begins.
But talking about chaos, look at Hyderabad Hydras in a matter of seconds. They have been wiped out. Across the river is where the shots came from. ESCN, they finished things off in a matter of seconds. And the shoreline has been cleared up for anyone to take, but it's just going to be a bait. ESCN, they still have a safer position. They've sent one man across to take that spot where Hyderabad Hydras, where Honey is the player who's went to the other side. There he is. Now the question is, can ESCN provide him with enough cover for him to stay alive? And another development, ladies and gentlemen, was Jux and K9 squad. This is what I wanted to talk about. Because Jux, the way they were moving, they were already headed towards conflict. But K9 squad were close enough to sense their presence and follow them along the same path. But now both the teams, they've fallen into a trap where they've fallen into a mix of 4 different squads. LOC versus K9 breaking out right now. Believe and Zap, they're going to be zapped out of existence. Dreams, not any HP to work with. And as soon as Pro shows up, he gets kicked out by a veteran. 4 eliminations secured in a blink by this team.
2 of the returning teams of the grind already out in the first game. And for now, 7Rs being the annihilators. Voldemort will have no issue getting himself back up. But then again, for K9 squad, that was a huge fallout. And look at Carnival Gaming and Sarang, too close to the players. The grenades being logged over. He's going to try his hands as it has been tossed and maybe could find that little string of success. Omega already down on his knees. Goblin trying to get that res back up, but there you have it. Spray God having a different angle and gets both of them.
Brilliant. Look at the setup on the radar. They have their backlines completely compromised, and there's one more man moving from up top the hill. So Carnival Gaming, they are pinned out in this position. We see them escape in those vehicles. Neo and Akshat, they're trying to run away, and that's the only option left. And X-Pac, what a clean execution, isolating the players, utility usage perfect. And of course, the setup itself was what gave them the advantage when the fight began. But going back a few moments ago, we saw that conflict. Jux, they ran into K9. There was one more team in the mix. And then all of a sudden, I think it was Guso Esports right here is where Jux were. Now, Jux abandoned this fight. K9 just kept pushing and they ran into 7Rs. LOC, they got stuck because of this. Sketch knocked out. And Jux, they fall back. They
look at
want this fight again.
They certainly do. And look at the amount of teams that are on that northwestern side, right?
Yeah.
Goso, few of the players already down on their knees. And Fragger, he wants to breach in through, just running over the vehicle. And Goso Esports, they've been dealt with. But LOC is still not out of the woods yet because Team X Park right on top of them. And once Team X Park throws their hat into the ring, they do not shy away from a fight. LOC, they're being hunted down. And Ninja, Jord, there you have. Again, lights Fragger up. One more player down. And Fuzzy seems like the final player to be standing.
I think he just turned around to check up on his teammate, and Ninja Jord, he was checking him out basically outside of the game. Even Jux taking a massive hit against the players of X-Park. Now this is the team X-Park that we witnessed in round 2, ladies and gentlemen. And it seems like they have showed up with vengeance in their eyes. 7 hours might be their next target. 7 hours again, they were also playing that northern edge of the circle and they heard all of this commotion. One of the players did come here to check what was happening. I think the information was given out of 3 teams fighting it out amongst themselves, but it is Entity on our screens now, taking on the players of Alpha 6. An Entity, they have the upper hand in this fight. Puka pushes forward, needs to find this frag, and he does. Quite comfortable in securing that knock. One last man remaining from the side of Alpha 6.
Saves them from the Hammerage. Pokar, a beautiful knock and a half, and there you have it. Big Fish also having been dealt with. Alpha 6, they bite the dust. And again, coming back towards Team X-Park, I really feel like they have been conditioned, Johnny. They have been making it through the IG qualifiers, then through round 1, round 2, round 3. They know the taste of the lobby. They know how they're supposed to weather the storm, and they've done it perfectly. We've been really impressed with ESC and also, and look at this, Vixky. So much responsibility on this nimble shoulder because right now you've got Team Insane and you also have ESN right beside you.
And he started to run around a lot, so he's given a lot of information to the contenders that are standing right next to him. Such a difficult position for them to be in, as you mentioned. The question is, who pushes first? Will it be ESCN or will it be Insane? ESCN, though, they've taken a hit. I think Glitch Reborn is the team right next to them. We see them on the radar in that maroon. They found the opening. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect for Whiskey. He just needs to take a few shots and he can get both those frags. 2 more points secured by Gujarat Tigers. He's turning out to be the miracle worker for his team right now.
I did tell you.
Lob the nade. Do it.
Yeah, he's always been that guardian angel. He's always been that savior. Lately, the best player so far. A support, getting so much done, getting those finishes extra. 3 already in the bag. And now they've got 4 finishes. What could have been a huge, huge debacle. Vixky has saved them from that, but GlitchX Reborn have finally arrived, and Vixky, he finally falls. But then again, Team Insane, look at them prepared for the players of GlitchX Reborn, but seems like Sekiro does not want to go back without a fight.
I think they were assuming that the players hiding inside that small house were all from the same team, but Glitch Reborn, they've shown up as a wild card in this fight. Nox traded out, backlines of Insane compromised as Spy was the lad who went down. Evil does not have a lot of HP to work with, but Glitch themselves, their setup has been compromised. Their frontline Assaulter picked off, one man in the middle knocked out as well, although he's not been finished, and Zord was playing the flank. So he could not really get involved in this fight, but switching focus again to the players of Entity who are down to their last surviving player, Gamla Boy. And he's trying to fight for his life against the last survivor from Jux.
Still 6 finishes for Team Entity. A decent start to today's games, and from here onwards, whatever position points, whatever points he can accrue for his team would be a luxury. As Neo, still keeping things afloat for his team, has managed to get 1 out of the players of 7H, Voldemort. The Dark Lord soon arising. And there you have it, the grenade at Neo, flung over, gets the job done. 7 hours. They're also having such a ball this game. 7 finishes already, 2 players still surviving. But Team X-Park, they have been asserting dominance, Johnny. And this is where they start to rumble.
Team X-Park, they're running amok in this lobby. Just running around, taking fights everywhere they please. And I think 7 hours with all of these smokes laid out might have just lit up the signal as to where X-Park need to place their crosshairs. Voldemort is looking to move in. A lot of damage taken from the blue already. Although his teammate, Aku, has done a brilliant job of holding the front line. But this is a mistake. He steps out in the gap of the smoke. And a nice little spray from Sarang helps them secure that knock. Aku also getting finished off, all thanks to the blue zone. 5 eliminations secured by X-Park so far in this game. And now we have 5 teams, 15 players alive.
Oh, they certainly are. Spray God, look at him. It's been silent so far. Just one of those finishes. Team X's Sparks. Ninja leading the pack. This time they're going to take a fight against Inferno Squad, as now they're going to be incinerated with all those Molotovs being flung over them. As X-Pac, look at them. They've got everything set up for them. They've got the right usage of mollies. They've got some nice holding grounds. They know what they're doing inside the lobby. Anything short for a victory should not be something that Team X-Pac can live with.
Oh, of course. I mean, this is their game to win, but also theirs to lose. In the meanwhile, Inferno Squad under threat from Insane. Spies just running around in that buggy, hoping to find anyone inside of that smoke. And Glitz Reborn, quite impressive that they've survived all this time. They were stuck in such a chaotic spot along that shoreline. And of course, that fight that we saw against Team Insane themselves a few moments ago. But Glitch down to their last man. Zord, he's trying to see if he can take that duel against Evil, but it's not going to work out. He gets finished off, and now there are just 3 teams left. 4 from the side of X-Pac remain, 4 from the side of Insane as well, and there's just 1 man remaining from the side of Inferno Squad, that is Omega.
It's a fight for the control of the circle, Johnny. Both of these teams are trying to edge their way in through. Team X-Pac have that little bit of that higher ground, have that spread going on. And for Omega, he could be that thorn, at least for Team X-Pac, or maybe even the players for Team Insane. Shadow, he's going to try his luck. He's going to lob that grenade over. Omega already being dealt with by the IGL himself. And now it is down to the final 2 teams remaining.
Well, let there be light, because there are 2 shadows in this fight.
Wow.
And one's hiding behind a tree, trying to get the frontline information. Sarang in the backlines on that flank has taken a lot of damage. And he's going to get knocked out. So finally, a catalyst that can break this fight apart. Insane. Some freedom gained now to move up ahead and challenge the players of X-Pac. But Shadow, that frontline assaulted right behind that tree. If he gets unnoticed, or if he goes unnoticed, in fact, then he can be the game breaker. But no, a nade lobbed right on his feet from Afu. He's going to get knocked down. X-Pac, they're down to their last 2 players. Now the question is, do Insane have those vehicles to make those bait plays? I think they do, but they are going to have to be careful. There's a Lamborghini right there, and as soon as they go for that vehicle, Ninja Jord gets spotted out as well. He's down to a pixel of HP, looking for that first aid, but a little too late. Gets knocked out, down to Spray God. A 1v4 after that revive from Insane has been brought to fruition. It is an impossible task, it is an impossible ask, but I think it is fair to say that Insane, they have pretty much secured this win.
Certainly have, as Spray God finally opens himself up, makes himself visible, eventually just to get run over. And this game, who's gonna tell this is just round number 4? Felt like we were in the grand finals itself, as Team Insane come in, take that central spot, defend it with their entire lives, and get that first delicious winner chicken dinner.
I mean, what an amazing conclusion to an amazing match as well. I mean, what a brilliant way to kick things off from all of these teams. And it's not just the big names that have done well for themselves. Jux did also survive into the top 5, the top 6. Glitz Reborn was there as well. And Inferno Squad, they just played along with their survival instincts. And they just played for survival, made it to the top 3.
Oh, indeed. And this is something we did not see coming, right?
Yeah.
And every single day, we have been thrown off. We come up with certain teams in our mind, and somebody out of the box kind of steps in and impresses us. But this game was all about Team Insane kind of holding down to the position. They were holding down the fort. They dealt with a lot of those bigger names. They dealt with the likes of, I think, one of the players of GT. Eventually, even the players of Glitch X Reborn did come in. They did get a couple of finishes here and there. But Team X-Pac, man, they started their journey against Carnival Gaming, and they did not stop at anything at all.
Yeah, that was an intense fight as well. And talk about Carnival, that was the team that ruined the day for Gujarat Tigers right off the bat. First big fight of the game. But talking about the undergods, I think one more impressive team was 7Rs. They had 7 eliminations, 7 or 8 eliminations by the time they took an exit, and they were running towards fight, absolutely not afraid from anyone. But let's have a recap of that winning moment. And I think the combination of utility that was lobbed to pick off Shadow, that was what actually broke this fight and gave all control to Insane.
I think usually whenever it comes to BGMI, we do say that high ground always gives you an
Look at this
advantage. But this time, it kind of acted as an Achilles heels for X-Pac. Because now, looking at the players of Team Insane, right?
Yeah.
They did have that lower ground, but they knew exactly where the players of Team X-Pac were positioned. Because Sarang, he was pinned down. He had to come inside the circle. Shadow's position compromised. The moment they got the knock on two of those players, yes, Ninja did get that trade. But towards the end, for Spray God, I think the ask was just too high.
It was too high, but to be fair, he was set up for that hero play, and he tried to go for it. That first knock on that black vehicle, impressive. I think the idea was he wanted to get into that car. That is why he was running towards the door. But by the time he got there, that Lamborghini just blew him out of position. But I guess that was what has happened now. You can't really go back in time and change the result of the match. But what we can do, ladies and gentlemen, is move forward and have a look at the stats. See how many points these individuals secured, and of course, what the total tally looks like for the teams. We start things off with the MVP of the game, which will be Sayan from ESCN Esports. 5 eliminations secured, 560 damage dished out with a 22-minute, 43-second survival time.
Really felt like they played their grind matches just yesterday, because Tailcam continuing with their momentum, another one of those teams coming in from grind, and Cheyenne, he also was brilliant then, he's also brilliant now. In a span of that 1 month, nothing has really changed for him. But then again, when we take a look at few other big names, you can look at Rebirth, he was also amazing, even for 7 hours. Aku played a very instrumental role, especially in that wipe against the players of K9 squad. And then we have Shadow, we've seen him in the past, he's done so much of those big works, but Sarang always keeping Team X-Pac up there.
Of course, and he has been a key player for the team as well. In round 2 as well, there were moments where, I mean, everyone expected Ninja Jod to be that star player, but it was Sarang and Spray God in 2 important matches where Ninja Jod got picked off, and these 2 individuals stepped up and kept the team in check. But let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to check out the standings for this game and see what the total points tally looks like for everyone, basically. Where we have Insane, of course, the Chicken Dinner, and the 9 eliminations, keeping them on that first position in the leaderboard. X-Pac on that second with 12. We have Jux Esports, Survival Instincts kicking in at the right time, and they secured 10 points. Double digits achieved. Then we have 7 hours on that 4th position. Again, the aggressive start does pay off for them. It pays off for Carnival Gaming and Entity with 7 hours, 9 points secured. Carnival 8 and Entity 7 points secured. Glitch Reborn, this was a wonderful match, but for Glitch, I think this is a team that we can say, alright, they need to start picking those fights.
Things are so tight, Johnny. If you look at how the points have been distributed, right? It's, I think the difference is basically quite minuscule. ESCN, did not get a lot of position points, but again, those 6 points being so crucial. But then again, as we move on ahead, this is where also there are points. Inferno Squad having 5. Coach Rat Tigers, I think Wixky has to be the hero. Those 4 points really giving them that lifeline. I'm really excited to see what lies ahead for them.
I mean, it's not a lot, but at least it's not 0, right? Because that would have been worse. We see Hyderabad Hydras over there, and that was the big moment for ESCN where they picked off Hyderabad Hydras, because that was just perfection. You punished an entire team for lack of map awareness, right?
Yeah.
And that was just a display of what ESCN are capable of, because that is one thing we have noticed them when we were seeing them in the grind as well. They know how to position themselves properly where they need to put in the least amount of effort in order to secure those frags. This is another team that has very strong survival instincts, so they try to make their fights as easy as possible.
Yeah, for Hyderabad Hydras, it's been kind of a rough start, right? Like you said, that lack of information there really hurting them out. Entity on one side, ESN from the backlines, they kind of went completely unchecked. And we did have that little bit of that moment, right? Kakarot, he was just in the corners. Everybody from Hyderabad Hydras just moving around, still having no clue as to where he really was. But this was again one of those games that kind of does not really lead us anywhere. Yes, Insane has had a really good start, but they still need to have that good games, kind of keep the ball rolling, right?
Exactly.
For X-Pac, yes, they've been conditioned to the surroundings. They know how to really approach. But Carnival Gaming, starting things off, 2-3 of the players of GT being dealt with, but Neo and Akshat, again, always constantly keeping their teams up there. And from here onwards, kind of really excited to see what happens in Miramar.
But I think this first game has given us an idea of what the teams are looking forward to. I mean, Carnival Gaming, as you mentioned, I mean, I think they are going to be fighting a lot. and taking a lot of fights moving forward into the next map and into the game of Sanhok as well. X-Park, I think intentions are clear. They could not be any clearer than this. They are looking for fights. I think that aggression, and it can definitely help them qualify as well, but they will have to be careful because the other teams are just about to step things up. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more to discuss, and we are going to do that, but after this very short promo. Amazing matches can be made more amazing with amazing cosmetics, ladies and gentlemen. So do go ahead, check it out inside of BGMI. First spin of the day, of course, at 10 UC. But let's talk about what's on the line in the next game. Resets have happened before as well. We noticed in day 1, day 2 of round 4, game number 1 and game number 2 are quite a contrast to each other.
They certainly are, and such a stark reality for all the teams, especially for the likes of Hyderabad, Hydras and K9 coming in from the grind. They really need to pick their pace up, right? For K9 squad, especially I pointed out because their Miramar games are really strong. And Hyderabad Hydras really need to have a big one in this one to still be in contention, because now the competition is so tight.
And I mean, we were quite critical of the teams when we saw them on the leaderboard, but to be fair, the situations they were laid out in that previous game of Erangel were kind of unlucky as well. Because K9 squad, I mean, they ran first, they tried to avoid one cluster of teams. They ran towards a compound thinking it was going to be safe, but then they just run into 7Rs. And 7Rs, they had a beautiful trap laid out, so they were able to get that squad wipe. And Hyderabad Hydras, well, for some reason, they just completely ignore ESCN the entire time in the game. That's the only mistake they made.
Watch your surroundings, be careful, and always anticipate that you're being watched over. But hey, Hyderabad Hydras know that, right? Even in the previous tournaments, in the previous officials coming in from Gen X FM, we've seen them making it to the LAN. We've seen them having that longer storyline. So they do understand at what is at stake right now. So they really need to act upon it. But again, for the other big teams, Entity really has those good Miramar games. Maybe they could redeem themselves, or who knows, X-Park could get one for themselves as well.
I mean, you never know what's going to happen, and I think this next game will be an important one for all of these big names. But again, the teams on the second page of the ranking, they are going to be the ones looking to bounce back. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward, have a look at the schedule of the day. We have map number 2 on our screens in a few short moments. It will be the map of Miramar, of course, and we will get to witness. Do we actually get to see the comebacks like we hope, or are we going to see a team just, again, dominate the entire lobby and stay at the top throughout the day? That is what the intention was from Kemin and FS yesterday as well, but they had their own little thing going between the first and the second position at the top of the leaderboard. Insane already off to a good start today. The chase is there from X-Park right behind them, and of course the Undergods as well. They are also eyeing that qualification spot. We can't forget about the new players. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a new face that's going to be joining me on the panel right now. In fact, not a new face. Necro, how you been doing? Did you enjoy game number 1?
Of course I enjoyed, man. Team X-Park, once again, always a delight to watch these guys. But then how can you forget about Afu? Such a potent player in that lineup, right? Just straight up utilizing the utilities that late inside of the game. But this just showcases the utility management on that team's incredible.
Yeah, because they had a lot of things left for that final fight. The nade molly combo that took out Shadow, that was just perfect. And of course, I think Fixes also pointed this out. Sarang in the backlines was compromised because of the blue zone closing in. But then again, had it been the other way around with X-Park securing that opening knock against Insane, the fight would have gone in their favor because they had the high ground. But looking at that first game, what do you expect? Which teams do you expect to bounce back in this game number 2?
I mean, I really think so. Entity's going to be there as well in the final few moments. Even CG's going to definitely try to bring in that change in the playstyle, because looking at CG's playstyle in the previous game, they were going aggressive, and I like that, right? Something new on the board. And CG, considering the fact that they know they're not going to be eliminated from the tournament, so they're taking that risk, which is understandable. But focusing on the previous game a little bit more, right? Now, the spread from the side of X-Park was incredible, nothing taken away from that. But still, the utility management from the side of Kemen Esports was also pretty good. X-Park thought that spreading out might just give them the advantage, but at the same time, they moved in way too close to the point where they were easily nadeable, and that's what Apu took the advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow closing in, as soon as we saw that move, it was a little bit of a concern because the flanks available to the side of Insane did give them the line of fire for Shadow and Ninja Jord. But anyways, it's all done and dusted, right? As I said, you can't go back in time and change what was already done, the decisions that were already made. At least in the upcoming game, they will have an opportunity to get their revenge. But as you were talking about Carnival Gaming, now this is, again, as you mentioned, yes, we saw them get a little bit aggressive, but it's the same struggle, man. If they can't get the center, then the match completely falls out of their hands.
That is true. I mean, CG has been one of those teams that loves to play that defensive play style.
Yeah.
But the fact that they switched on up to the aggression, I love that. Nothing taken away from that. But still, CG, it's better to go back to the roots, right? Because that's what the comfort zone is for that squad. And they like to use that analytical data as well to their own favor. So I'm not sure what CG tried to do in that first game. Maybe just try and test the waters.
Exactly. I mean, we have seen them secure that hat-trick chicken dinner.
Yeah,
the only team to do that in round 2 as well. And that was very impressive. And I think from that to round 3 is when they started bringing the aggression into play. Maybe getting a little bit of practice in before they hopefully reach, everyone hopes to reach the grand final stage.
Yeah,
and Carnival Gaming has the same hopes as well. But let's see, can they turn things around in this upcoming map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen? Game number 2, it is about to begin. And of course, Necro, the big bird, is it in the sky?
Yes, it is, my friend. And the Big Bird's plane flight path this time is going to be all the way from La Trilera towards Campo Militar. Now, this plane flight path, once again, is quite decent. Unless if you want to move in towards Puerto Paraiso, then it's going to be a tough stretch. But until then, I still feel like a lot of these major cities are going to be in reach. No issues on the board so far. Looking at NTD, though. The previous game, of course, a little bit of a letdown from that side, right? You expect a team like Entity to be there, at least in the top 5, but that was not the case. So many teams were not there in general, man. A lot of these known names missed out on that first game.
Yeah, I mean, one more big name that could have just slipped up quite massively was Gujarat Tigers, but luckily they have Whiskey in their lineup, who was able to secure those 3 extra frags, and of course, not really letting his team end with a 0 on that leaderboard.
I mean, as soon as we saw that collision happen between CG and GT, it just felt like GT was in shambles.
Yeah.
GT didn't know how to react. Yeah, they just did not know how to react in that fight. And that's why we saw the players slowly and steadily just dropping down. And the same thing just happened with the likes of CG as well. When they collided against X-Park, even CG did not know what exactly to do. We saw so many of those hitbacks and the pullbacks inside of that fight, and that sort of put them in that big trouble. But you know what? As you mentioned, the past is the past. Let's focus on the future. They've still got 5 more games in the hand, from which one of those is being played.
Yeah, and one of those interesting starts, of course, is going to be X-Park. We see them take control of Hacienda del Patron with CG right behind them. Well, not too far away in Picado, but there is a drop clash for Carnival Gaming right now, as Alpha 6 have dropped in a little bit early. They've taken control of those buildings, and now the question is, have they found those weapons? Have they found the guns to take the fight?
This early inside of the game, I mean, at least they should have been able to get that basic loadout, right?
Yeah.
So, should be a decent start.
I
and looking in towards Picado, as you mentioned, there's also drop collision. Once again, GT starting things off on a bad note. Usually it's Shadow.
Yeah.
It's the same thing going on for the past years, right? It's always Shadow to get knocked out first.
This time it's going to get finished, though. LOC quite happy with this first frag that they've been able to secure in this game. But Gujarat Tigers, now how do they recover from this? Again, a big disadvantage right at the very start. And of course, the pathways, the escape options for the other lads are also very limited. They're surrounded by a cluster of teams. There's 7 Rs in this mix as well. They have ESCN blocking their east. And there it is, 7 Rs. They find the second frag from the side of Gujarat Tigers. Whiskey knocked out and finished. He won't be able to do anything for his team this time.
I'm not sure what exactly is going on with the likes of GT, but they just seem completely unsettled. It's not like they've got a proper playing structure inside of the game. The game plan just seems in shambles. So yeah, for GT, they need to do something on the fly as quick as possible. Adaptability is something you need to be good at if you're a professional player, and that's what GT needs to realize. But let's talk about the positive points about GT, right? We know it's a heavy-hitting team. Every single player, it's got the firepower, and also it's got the experience to back it up as well. So GT, even though they're taken down to a 2-man squad, there's a high chance this 2-man squad as well can put a big dent in the lobby.
Of course, I mean, for Gujarat Tigers, I think you talk about the firepower, I talk about the fact that you have Shadow, OG, and Clutch got both in the same team. So, again, as you mentioned, that experience on these 2 individuals, it can definitely help them find their way out from even the worst possible scenario inside of this game. But let's see, I mean, we can always expect a lot to go right, but that is not eventually how things turn out.
Yep.
In the meanwhile, I was worried about that northeastern cluster as well. You have Heroes Gaming, you have Jux, you have Inferno Squad present over there. One in Torre Amuda, one in Campo Militar, and one in Tierra Bronca. But luckily for all three squads, they haven't really clashed against each other. But look at this. The fight for the control of Picardo. Alpha 6 against Carnival Gaming.
Important fight for CG. They need to assert their dominance. This is their drop location. If they do lose out in this fight, there's going to be a lot of fingers being pointed at CG. Because they have been dropping on the same spot for a long time. If the Alphas do manage to take down the players of CG, though, it will be a stark statement against CG. That's for sure. And CG, recovering from that big mental barrier will be tough.
I think they need to win this first fight to at least have that early momentum in this game of Miramar as well. And it's not like this is something new for them. This has happened in the past as well. We've seen Carnival Gaming get challenged for the control of Picardo, and every single time the competitors, the challengers, make the same move. They take control of the big red. 7 hours. They're moving in for the finish of Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah, the man moves out in the open inside of the vehicle. Is taking a lot of shots. Luckily enough, it's going to be alive for now, but as soon as I say that, he gets dropped dead, knocked out. Phoenix is going to be the man to secure that knockout for now, but still the elimination point will be tough to latch up on. And Clutch got from the far freight, trying his best to provide that cover fire, but Phoenix, he has slipped past through. And that's where Phoenix can instantly get the confirmation as well. But Clutch got still, he's doing some decent damage.
There's a third party on this fight. We just saw K9 Squad secure that knock against the players of 7 hours, so there is an opportunity for Clutch God to actually recover something. In fact, if he can bait the players of K9 Squad into pushing in this direction, there's an escape option that has just been opened up. He needs to avoid getting spotted out from the back lines. Look at Zap. This is still out of a Hollywood movie. Just lying out on top of that cliff. Just watching the players of 7 hours in the distance.
Yep. Just sniping them down. Yeah, look at Zap. Unfortunately, just shooting the ground. K9 Squad is one of those teams that is known for their consistency moving in from the past stages. But the first game, that push that they made out in the open towards the compound was not too great. They got flawlessly wiped out. Look at the Alphas now, looking forward to make the push. This might just not pan out that well for them, considering the two players inside of the building. They're doing a fantastic job holding that crossfire, but even CG did lose out on that crucial squad mate, which was Goblin. Will be a tough blow to recover from, that's for sure. But for CG, they've got the better spread inside of the fight. One man from the side of the Alpha 6. He's been quite low. Utilities being tossed out. They're not going to be able to find anything. I guess the communication isn't really that fluid from the side of CG, considering he's tossing in the nades or the smokes at the wrong direction. I'm not really sure what the game plan is.
I think they want to commit for the fight indoors, but they are a little bit worried about anyone just still lurking right on top of their heads. But this is Krax's position, and now he's spotted Omega closing in on that big red. And Alpha 6, with how they are positioned, if they stick towards Krax's line of fire, I think there will be an opportunity for them to recover as well. They can just bait the entirety of Carnival Gaming to step into those balconies.
Yeah. Alpha 6. We also did see Carrillo at the top. CG somewhere down line, of course, being a little bit desperate to try and put an end to the story of the opponents. But CG, just while doing so, just make sure you're not really overstepping a lot of those boundaries. That can put an end to your own story.
I mean, so far they've done quite well to avoid any conflict.
Yeah, I mean, Goblin lost out though, man. A potent player, not inside of the game anymore.
Still, the trade did come in, so it's still a 3v3. And I think even in the previous stage, even how the game began today, it's Akshat and Neo that have been bearing the brunt for the team, leading the charge as well in terms of getting those frags, survival instinct, surviving till the late stages as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Is that? Yeah, Sarang in the distance, we see him all the way back.
Yeah, he wants to be part of the fight. He wants that piece of the pie as well, but Sarang's not going to get anything done. All he's getting is that intel.
I mean, I don't think even he sees cracks. He's just seeing those buildings.
The funny part is these guys are quite good friends, right? Of course, CG and Sarang, of course, the OG players. And now Siren, considering he knows CG's being contested towards that drop location, Siren's going to have that smirk on his face.
I mean, he's... so, since no shots have been fired, he is not getting any information from this fight as well. And he's a little too far away to actually... if he has scopes, maybe he sees them running around through the windows. Because if they fight towards the balcony side of things, of the big red, then he sees nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he's just waiting for someone to peek out of that window, right?
Yeah.
A small little mispeek.
And all right, now it's about to get bad for the side of Carnival Gaming. They're jumping into the balcony on the ground floor, and the damage has been dished out from Cracks, but he hasn't secured a knock.
Yeah, it's not a lot, though. Easily recoverable. He can't patch himself up without any problems. CG, 3 players, they have breached in that building. I'm not sure how good of a feeling I do have about this entire fight that will be erupting. But Cracks on the opposite side is definitely trying his best to provide that backup fire. It just keeps on getting even tougher, man. CG knows it's not their playstyle. They like to prioritize the zone, but considering the players of Alpha 6, they're holding them. CG can't do anything. But luckily enough for the likes of CG as well, the circle is shifting on top of them. So it's good.
Yeah, no incentive to move out as of now. And again, after that little bit of distraction from Cracks, Alpha 6, they are looking to reposition. Look at that. They've fallen back, and in a perfect manner as well. Look at the radar. Cracks has run all the way back. Now he's going to try and cover the position from Carnival Gaming, provide some cover fire while his teammates also exit the big red, and they start to fall back as well.
I mean,
they've literally gone ahead and swapped positions now, Carnival and Alpha 6. This is just brilliant from both sides.
It's just getting awkward the longer it keeps in moving up.
Oh, no.
Cracks on the verge of being knocked out. It's not an issue, though. It's fine. Cracks is okay, but maybe now it can be knocked out. Cracks still moves away. He's good. Barely survives on that sliver of HP, but there we go. This is what Team X Park was waiting for. That one single glimmer, and the player unfortunately missteps.
My goodness, what a moment over there for X-Pac. Out of nowhere, they just see a lad in a car and just a few shots to take care of him, take him out of the picture. But this is not looking good for Alpha 6 now. It was a 3v3 now, forced into a 3 versus 2 situation. So the numbers disadvantage will... Well, it can kick in unless Omega decides to stay back while Neo and Akshat push forward.
Yeah. It's just funny how Team X Park just scooped that under the rug. They're like, yeah, fine. That's a free point given to us.
All right, so they're moving out quite a lot. The players from Carnival Gaming and Alpha 6 up top with that M249 Necro. If they just run amok, if they just commit for that push towards that 3rd floor.
Still the DBS, though. That first shot is all it takes. And if that's missed, then that's where the real problems do start to hit. Neo. He is pushing up close and personal slowly and steadily. But once again, this is what's happening. What is going on? These two teams are just swapping positions. CG, they need to leave at least one player on the opposite building. That's what they need to do now.
That is true. Alpha 6 is just playing cat and mouse with them at that point. As soon as CG show up towards the left, they move right. And when CG is right, they're like, all right, we're on the other side now. They're just wasting time. And of course, why not? You are sitting close to the center of the circle. There is no incentive to fight. Carnival Gaming are, of course, team that do prioritize those frags. They are looking for those finishes just like game number 1. So they're looking for that fight. Alpha 6, they realize they have a lot more to lose over there.
At this point in time, this fight's not even coming through. I've given up my hopes.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, both these teams, they're making some rookie mistakes. But yeah.
We spent a good 6 to 7 minutes just watching those two.
From the start of the game, that's what's been happening. But yeah, let's move on with the conversation, right? Let's talk about the teams qualified in from the grind. And so far, we've witnessed 8 teams in the past, and those 8 teams, they haven't been able to move on or crack open in that top 4. It just makes me even more concerned for Hyderabad Hydras, ESCN, Jux Esports, and K9 Squad because, man, there's an active curse going on.
I mean, yeah, there is a curse going on for the teams on the grind, but Jux, I think they are off to a decent start, so there is still hope that is alive for Jux, but we're going to come back to that in a bit. X-Pac, it seems like they've spotted out Glitch Reborn in the back lines and are going to try and be the gatekeepers for the side of Glitch. Alright. Yeah, now it's empty.
Yep. 95 bullets left over. The man's firing a lot of shots. And finally, CG does what I suggest, right? They leave one of the players in the other building, and now the two players they're looking for to breach in. But this is exactly what Alpha 6 is looking for, right? And CG, they have made that happen. Now it's going to be 2v2 inside of that one single building, which will be isolated. And for the man of A6,
Oh, that's a knock.
there's a lot of utilities being tossed upon his face as well. Eventually, Omega is able to find the first one, but then the DBS clicks it, and it's completely fine. CG, they still recover.
That nade securing that opening knock just breaks Alpha 6 apart, and as soon as CG commit for the push up top, the DBS, had he not taken damage, had he been there with 50 HP as well, I think he would have still taken that second fight, but
Pretty much.
he just had a few pixels left, and with the spread from the pellets of the shotgun, anything connected to his body would have resulted in him going down.
Yeah. That was a massive sigh of relief right there for CG.
Yeah, of course.
Finally, the fight comes to an end. Looking on the screen, Hyderabad Hydras. The players they have been playing from the past. We have seen the same players in a different lineup. I mean, so far they have been able to put up a lot of good numbers on the board, but the first game was a little bit shaky. And you talk about the important player for this entire squad, has to be Maverick. Even Insidious is of course there, but Maverick's always been the man who puts up those insane numbers on the board for this team.
Yeah, Madrak has been quite impressive in his journey. Even Moksh in that previous game, just looking to see if he could take on the players of Entity, because he was constantly checking that hill. Unfortunately, though, ESCN was the reason for the early demise of Hyderabad Hydras. While the distraction was there from the side of Entity, they just completely forgot that, alright, there could be one more squad close to us. Next circle shift, where does it take us? Back towards Los Leones and La Benedita. Quite a nice shift if you think it from the perspective of ESCN and Insane. Insane, all they have to do is fall back to the city of Los Leones. And ESCN, well, they are already there.
You gotta love it. And now see the players of Insane as well, just trying to move in the city. They're definitely taking a couple of shots upon themselves, but Insane, they've always been so clean with the rotations, right?
Yeah.
The four players, of course, a little bit new. I mean, we have seen them in the past perform, nothing taken away from that, but still, being able to handle the intensity of such a big banner is not everyone can do that easily. And right now, LSC up against the likes of 7 Hours. Meanwhile, this fight, it just heavily seems like it's in the favor of 7 Hours, and 7 Hours is still not going for that push. They can if they want, but I guess LOC, they've also got the backup arriving now, so yeah, Fragger's going to be good.
Yeah, his teammates have finally showed up, and 7 Hours, as you mentioned, they should have engaged into that 1v4, but Sketch jumping into that Molotov now. He's going to be out of commission for the next few moments, and this is another opening for the side of 7 Hours. Voldemort finds that first knock. Grind knocked out. 3 players left standing from LOC.
There we go. Time to make that push. 7 Hours slowly and steadily inching in towards the man who's still behind the wall. Fraggers are knocked out, and yes, the confirmation is going to follow up, but Sketch is doing some serious damage. He wanted to go for that flush, but luckily enough, 7 Hours, they saved the day for Aku.
He wanted to secure that one more frag. That was desperation right there. But unfortunately, the moment he took that shot, he was shot out back into the lobby. But look at this, Jux. We were just talking about them and K9 Squad, 2 teams, both of them moving in from the grind. And of course, as you mentioned, the curse that is still alive on these teams. But K9 Squad this time do end up surviving. Inferno Squad show up and wrap things up with Jux. But K9, they have been left bleeding now. Can they recover? The Molotov looks good. Should be able to secure that knock over there.
Yeah, Inferno Squad, they will be telling the tales of going up against a strong force like K9 Squad. And that Util, it's going to find the opener. 2 players instantly knocked out on the fly, and even Believe's going to follow it up. What is exactly going on with K9 Squad? Such an unorthodox approach, and of course it's catching them off guard.
I mean, this is just perfection from Inferno Squad, I have to say over here. Because by the time they showed up, it was perfectly timed. K9 Squad, 2 players were knocked out already. And Inferno, they took full advantage of it. But engaging against Glitch Reborn now, Sekira has been dropped quite low. But he's done his job. He's secured the opening knock against Inferno Squad. Now the question is, does Glitch Reborn make the push?
It's up to them. Glitch X Reborn is one of those teams. Of course, they do pack the punch, but usually they like to focus on the placement points, right? They like to have that balance.
Yeah.
So making that push happen in almost a buggy that's about to blow up doesn't really make a lot of sense. So that's why it's just going for that safer route. Glitch X Reborn going to be focusing on their placement more than this fight itself. For Inferno squad, though, man, it's a moment to feel good.
Oh, it is. Definitely is. 3 points secured, but one man has been lost. I think if they play for survival from here on out and then take the fights late game, the standard game plan, the textbook game plan, they can recover a lot of points from this match as well. Only problem is they are out in the blue, and it is the third stage of the game. So the damage, while not significant, can be a game changer if you run into a fight towards the edge of the circle.
Can.
Is he on a bike? Yes, he's on a scooter.
He's on a scooter. Yeah, it's just vibing.
But he's the last man for his team. Clutch God needs to bring a clutch moment, needs to play for survival. Only option left. And
It's a little bit weird to see him on that vehicle.
he can't do anything right now, being inside the zone as well, right? So
You got a
it's
point.
fair. Look
The
at how far he is.
Circle this time moves out a little bit from Los Leones, but still there's a decent amount of terrains that are quite unstable. At the same time, there's a lot of those compounds available as well up for grabs. So you can't say there's a lot of hard cover available to play around with. Before an individual player like Clutch God is still alive inside of the game, moving in or cracking inside of that safer zone will just be even tougher because the breaching lines are being covered at this point in time by the majority of the teams.
So far, the entity there, breaching point, seems like it can get compromised. They are getting shot in the back from the players of Carnival Gaming. But look at the front lines. That is where X-Pac and 7 Hours are waiting for them. And as you were talking about the concrete cover available inside of the zone right now, it is towards the southern edge, in control of Insane and ESCN. There they are, along with Hyderabad Hydras. Wow.
Trifecta of death. 3 teams, almost on that same position. It seems like chaos is about to erupt soon. And then from the top, it's also going to be another team, which is looking forward for these 2 teams to duke it out amongst each other, and then they're going to be the one to steal those elimination points away. Hyderabad Hydras. I like that 2-2 split, right? 2 players on the left, 2 players on the right hilltop. Unfortunately for them, things were not looking that great.
Yeah, Heroes Gaming did lose, not lose completely, but one of their lads was knocked out by Hyderabad Hydras as they overstepped beyond this ridge. I think they've learned their lesson. They're going to try and slow things down a bit, just stay on this high ground. And as you mentioned, just watch what is happening, watch what is unfolding in front of their eyes. In the meanwhile, I think K9 squad, this might be the end of Dream's dream of securing a lot of points in this game. He's getting pushed upon by the players of Inferno squad. Last nade in the bag.
Oh,
Either he goes for a double or nothing. And well, it's the damage, the ricochet damage that forces him down to 30 HP. Not a lot to do for Dreams over here.
the patchup's going to be there too, but Dreams is not on fire, by the way.
Yeah.
Molotov's being tossed inside of the room. It just seems like he's on fire, but it's not. But talk about this fight. It does seem like it's quite fiery. Inferno squad looking forward to just melt down Dreams. But Dreams this time is also doing quite a fantastic job in repositioning over and over again. Shotgun in the hand this time, finds the opener, and also hands out the blow. Dreams still looking forward to just hold on to that entire compound. He's got no intentions of leaving. All he can see in front of his eyes is that redemption, that vengeance, but eventually he will be put an end.
Well, and it's Owen. The brilliant jump shot coming in. But K9 squad, again, down to your last man. There is not a lot you can do when you are in a 1v4. Dreams did his best. The maneuvers, we witnessed all of that effort for one finish, and every single point matters. So I think it is all okay from his perspective as an individual, but K9 squad, I think the mistakes happened a few moments ago when the third party kicked in. This Carnival Gaming quite close to the players of 7 Hours. Voldemort, he's been knocked out in quite an awkward spot as well. If they go for a revive, then they risk stepping into the line of fire of X-Pac, and if X-Pac over here are able to secure a second knock in this fight, then that is a green signal for Carnival Gaming to make that push.
Voldemort, important player. The table turner in the previous fight. He cannot be taken down just like that. And CG is, of course, looking forward to take the advantage of knowing the fact that Voldemort is being revived for now. Util being tossed up, it definitely softens up the man, but still, the secure is not there. And yeah, the player's easily crossing over as well. It's fine now. CG, they are out in the open. Cover's not that much, but eventually they do find both the players, and they knock him out. I'm not sure what 7 Hours is doing.
I think they did not know that Carnival Gaming was there right next to them. They were just assuming that it is just X-Pac that is going to be the threat upon their heads. But Carnival Gaming, the push is looking extremely well versed from their side. The first knock secured by Omega. Neo follows up for the second. And all of a sudden, 7 hours, they are down to their last 2 players.
A big blunder from 7 hours, not really having that surrounding awareness. They should have checked the back lines. And that's what Carnival Gaming was waiting for. One single misstep from the opponents, and they instantly take the advantage of that. And now you've also got GlitchX taking a fight against Entity. Entity not looking in that good of a spot. The players are trying to rotate out. They're taking a lot of damage upon themselves at the same time. For GlitchX, though, the good news is they've got all the 4 players up and alive. The bad news is they're still not inside of the safe zone.
Yeah, I mean, they won't be worried about it, though. Look at that, the control given away by Entity and Glitch. They have been allowed some safe haven on the slope of the hill. Entity, all of the smokes laid out, but the nades need to convert. No damage dished out. They overshoot.
There has to be
of course,
collision.
the threat from the flank from X-Pac as well is something you have to be worried about.
There we go. Finally, the fight is there now. It's starting to break out. Both these teams now starting to feel the tempo rise up. As GlitchX, they're finally trying to apply some more pressure against the likes of Entity, considering they know Entity right now is really vulnerable. Mullik slowly and steadily pushes up close and personal. As Entity, they're also taking damage from somewhere else on the map. It's also Team X-Pac in the back lines is putting that constant hurt. And for GlitchX, this is exactly what they wanted.
Heroes Gaming have picked off 2 players from the side of Entity right now. And again, tunnel vision focused too much on the side of Glitch Reborn and Entity. They pay a big price for it. Even Somraj gets finished off. 2 games in a row, blunders after blunders. Can this team recover? But as you were talking about the threat in the backlines, Heroes Gaming, we spoke about them. They've been able to hold on to the high ground advantage, and they've secured 3 frags. A few more headed their way. Insane Evil. That was a little bit of an overstep. He still survives, though. Shadow has been punished from the side of Team Insane. And I think Hyderabad Hydras, they might be the next in line.
They might be. Heroes Gaming is one of those teams that we saw for the first time in the round 3. And one thing is for sure, the performance was incredible. All the players, they were able to put up some insane amount of frag numbers on the board. And once again, Heroes Gaming looking forward to repeat the history. All the 4 players up and alive. They've also got the prime positioning in the hand. No one can steal it away from them, at least for now. If anyone tries to do so, it will be an uphill battle for that team. But Inferno Squad as well, slowly and steadily taking a dip in the performance in this game. Even they're losing out on a couple of more players. It's GlitchX Reborn taking a dig against them. And Team X-Pac, even they're starting to move out now. It's a Mayday situation, and X-Pac, they still do a fantastic job. They somehow do kick things off, and Heroes Gaming once again from the back is third-partying all of this. That high ground advantage is something that's incredible.
The only team that has somehow managed to avoid their line of fire is X-Pac, but I think if they swap positions with Glitch Reborn, then even they will be under big threat. And now moving up the hill, they can see if they can challenge the Kings of the Hill, Heroes Gaming, where Kick has already been knocked out. If X-Pac take control of this mountain, then this could be a chicken dinner with their name on it.
Still an uphill battle though, my friend. There's a high chance they can be shot at from the sidelines too, where GlitchX is. And GlitchX, you can see one of the men still all the way out in the blue. There's a high chance he can knock on the doors from the back. And Heroes Gaming, they've got a potential contender arriving.
Oh!
And this challenger might just be way too deadly, but still, Sarang's way too low. The man's been softened up for now. All it takes is one single nade being tossed to perfection, and that's going to find the deal sealer, and it does so. Another nade tossed in. The confirmation is not scooped up just yet. Team X-Pac, they know recovery is still possible.
Overextended without any backup available, and Sarang is going to get punished for that. And Heroes Gaming, what a swift recovery. Look at that, instantly going for those revives while everyone just stays back and covers for that one extra man to be back in action. Robin this time back on his feet. And Heroes Gaming, they've done an incredible job in this game. Patience in the early game displayed. And then now it is their moment to let loose, and they've done so perfectly as well. 8 eliminations secured in this game. Stage 7, we're down to 8 teams, 18 players still alive. And unless the zone forces them down from that hill, I think Heroes Gaming should be quite comfortable in securing this win.
There is going to be a moment inside of the game where they will be forced out of that comfort zone, and that's where everything comes tumbling down. So
Yeah.
Heroes Gaming, you might as well try to take the advantage while it's there. Just try and rack up as many elimination points as possible. Just keep on pressing on the mark. Apply that constant pressure on the teams. Just keep on flushing out those utilities. Just keep on doing damage, burning through the enemy's meds. But look at this fight. It's not looking too good for Hyderabad Hydra's uphill battle for them. And the utilities are doing the constant damage too. Maverick, he does more damage against the foe. He does get the knockout handed out as well. That's a great opener. But instead, even he gets knocked out in return. Hyderabad Hydra's 3 players up and alive, looking forward to take this fight or maybe put an end to it. But still, the opponents, they're not someone that's going to be too easy to be eliminated from this entire game. Gusso Esports, even it's quite an aggressive team known for their firepower, but the constant utilities being tossed in from Hyderabad Hydra's, it's really putting in that pressure point. And Gusso Esports, they've already taken too much damage. It's all down to that last player, but he still somehow clutches it.
Yeah, Ashish was able to handle brilliantly that 1v3 that was forced right on his head. But look at this. While we were so focused on that fight between Hyderabad Hydras and Gusso Esports, Xbox, they have wiped the floor with Heroes Gaming, the kings of the hill, taken out of contention of the win of this game. And now Xbox, they stand up above everyone else. 5 eliminations on the board, but they have the numbers to play with. And Shadow, he's going for the push on towards 2-2 OG, who has a DBS to work with. This is going to be brutal. He needs to connect that first shot right on his head, but Shadow dropped down to a pixel of HP, and he's going to be dropped out of the picture. Ashish and 2-2 working in tandem. Xbox down to their last man. Glitch Reborn still in this game. 1 man surviving in the backlines. And of course, Insane Esports, they are represented in this final top 4 by Evil, who's been lurking in the shadows all this time.
That spark converted into a fire, now once again brought down to a spark. There's only one last glimmer of hope alive for Team X-Spark. And look at GlitchX, what Josh is doing all the way back in the blue, constantly patching himself up, going for a med strat.
Lost first aid.
Yeah, he's trying to scoop inside of that zone. He does not find any meds anymore on the bodies. Still trying to bandage himself up. Nothing's going to work out, my friend. You're done for. But he still managed to get a decent positioning for his team. And look at Evil, too. Even he's being left out. At this point, Evil also is just trying to patch himself up constantly. Team X-Spark. It is pretty much going to be a 1v2 between Gusso Esports and X-Spark. But Ninja Jod, the MVP in 2023, can he repeat that once again?
They're going to run through the fire.
Can he be the most valuable player for Team X-Spark? And so far, he's doing that serious damage, and he wipes out both the remaining players from Gusso Esports. Team X-Spark, it's not a spark anymore. It's already converted into a fire.
Yeah, and it was the Molotov as well that resulted in a bait for the players of Gusso Esports. They ran through that Molotov, or at least one of the players ran through the molly, and that extra bit of damage just helped that last player from the side of Xbox secure that opening knock. And of course, the second one with the shotgun, it was a 50-50 duel that was all about just the individual mechanics.
But Heroes Gaming, what just happened to them? As I mentioned, there's going to be some point in time inside of the game, they will be forced outside of that comfort zone. And as soon as they try to move out from that high ground, they instantly got screwed up. X-Spark was on the left line. There were a couple of more teams on the right. Even from the front, there were a couple of more teams. And I think that's where the real problem lies.
It was just X-Spark that resulted in them getting wiped out. They just ignored that squad. They were like, all right, it's just 2 players. They picked off Shadow a few moments ago, and X-Spark was left with 2 players. And Heroes Gaming, while they stepped out from the top of the hill, they were still able to maintain that high ground advantage. But as I said, ignoring the competition is never a good idea, especially when the competition's name is X-Spark.
Yeah, I mean, I guess X-Spark, they're really quiet for a long time, right, in that same position. So I guess the opponents thought that X-Spark, they have been eliminated completely. Maybe that's what they thought, but no, instead X-Spark was just really quiet, just being the silent assassins. And as soon as they find the right moment to strike, because the opponents are, of course, quite focused on the sidelines and the front lines. They forgot to look on the left lines. That's what you call tunnel visioning, right? Always clear your backs.
And to be fair, we can't even blame them for completely ignoring and forgetting about X-Spark as well, because that fight between the players of Gusso Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, it was very intense. You're constantly seeing nades lobbed back and forth, explosions going off in the distance, and I think all of their attention, all of Heroes Gaming's attention was towards that fight to see who survives, which team, which set of players are going to present themselves. And while they were just waiting, X-Spark just showed up like, all right, you're done, you're done, you're done, you're done.
Well, I mean, you know what? Let's relive that entire moment once again. Gusso Esports, as I mentioned, it is one of those teams that is known for their firepower, but still getting 1v2'd like that by Ninja Jod is something that's going to be quite a moment. That's going to put on a lot of stress upon these players.
So it wasn't, they didn't run to the Molotov, my apologies. They stepped from behind the smoke and it was all on that last play. 1v2 clutch.
Exactly. I mean, S12 kept close and personal, and then Ninja Jaw just proven it's unmatched no matter what you bring against it. All you need to do is just land every single bullet on the foe. But yeah, I mean, moving forward, right, we also saw that fight initially between CG and the players of Alpha 6.
Oh, yeah.
Quite an awkward fight, and that's why CG was not seen in the late game scenario, all thanks to Alpha.
That is correct. It was an awkward fight. It was an extremely, extremely awkward fight. What a waste of time. I think that is what Carnival Gaming are going to be thinking. Like, why would you do this to us? They wasted so much time right in those red buildings when we know for a fact, and this is the discussion we had before we jumped into the game, that Carnival Gaming only does well when they have center of the circle.
Exactly. And Alpha 6 just holding them off from that spot is definitely something that put the players of Carnival Gaming in a big state of discomfort. And now moving in, right, we've still got one more Miramar to go in the future. I'm not sure if the same thing's going to be repeating. If it is, then Carnival Gaming should know exactly how to take the countermeasures.
And of course, one more discussion that needs to happen right now is what is happening to Gujarat Tigers, man?
Yeah.
2 games in a row, they just lose their bodies left, right, and center.
Looking pretty scattered, right? They do not exactly know what the playing structure is going to look like. They do not exactly know what the game plan is.
Yeah.
And I guess they haven't really been doing a lot of research on the lobby.
I think they are taking their sweet time to figure out how to play this particular matchup. They were, I wouldn't say in the previous game, at least they had a fighting chance. You need to expect someone to hold those ridges just northeast towards those, from those Georgia Pole apartments. And me and Fixers were talking about it as well. It's quite common for teams to hold that exact line of ridge that's laid out. Gujarat Tigers, they moved in a little bit late, did not expect Carnival Gaming to be there. They got finished off on a wrangle. In this game of Miramar, I think it was that early drop clash. You lost out on one player, and after that, the team should have just started playing passive, but every one of their players was getting caught off guard in an unfortunate manner. Clutch got tried to play for survival. I think he got 1 frag in this game, but that was it. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward, have a look at the numbers, and I think the first thing that's going to be on our screen, it will be the MVP of the game. Who do you think it's going to be?
Ooh, I think so. It has to be someone from Gusso Esports. Yes, it is going to be Ashish.
You were about to say X-Pac. Don't lie, Necro.
I mean, Gusso Esports' Ashish is over there with only 488 damage and still 7 finishes. Man, what is this? He is a thief, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Man's stolen a lot of these elimination points.
Thief in the daylight, of course, on this map of Miramar. But it works out for the entire team, right? Gusso Esports, they have a lot of finishes to show. And of course, the top 2 finish, so those 6 placement points will benefit them on that overall leaderboard. The recovery that we wanted from this team on the leaderboard is going to be there. But looking at the top 5 players, we have Ashish followed by Kick from Heroes Gaming, Neo from Carnival Gaming on that 3rd position, Ninja, George shows up, the clutch meister of this game of Miramar, and of course Spy from the side of Insane. Spy as well did quite well when it comes to fighting, but I think Evil surviving till the top 3 was a big deal.
Yeah, Evil just securing that constant points flow once again for Team Insane, considering the first game kicked off in a really great fashion. Then you've also got Ninja Jot over there with 3 points accumulated. You've also got Neo from CG with 3. And you've also got Kick once again over there from the side of HE. Now, HE is an interesting prospect, right? We saw this team for the first time in the round 3 itself. And as soon as we saw this team team was like a wrecking ball. And they were just straight up wrecking anyone who stood in their pathway. Positioning gameplay was really good. And based off of that positioning, this team was able to rack up some more points.
Even right now, I mean, the positional aspect of their match and how the game turned out for them was quite brilliant. They took control of that hill. They didn't run into any unnecessary fight, because there were moments presented to them where they could have gotten a little greedy, overexposed themselves and gotten taken out when they were looking towards the city of Los Leones, but they backed off from that. We'll continue this discussion, but let's have a look at the point standings right now. X-Pac, of course, the chicken dinner, 7 finishes in hand, 17 points secured. Gusso Esports with 14 being their total tally. And Glitch Reborn, when did they find 7 finishes in this game? Wow.
Glitch X Reborn, once again, the burning torch of consistency. This is what the team's known for, right? Finding that balance between positioning points and the elimination points. And that's what Glitch X Reborn is doing once again. 11 points in total. They've also got Team Insane right underneath them with double digits on the board. It's going to be 10 points. You've also got Heroes Gaming right there with 9 points. In general, you can't say the top 8's looking pretty comfy. It's not that bad of a day for them. But the latter half of the board, things are just going to be even more worse.
But I think important things on this leaderboard is Hyderabad Hydros with those 6 points. That is a decent enough recovery for game number 2, considering they did not get anything from the first game of the day. But let's move forward to the second page of the rankings. And this is where things get a little heartbreaking, because you see LOC, K9, not really the position you would want them to be in. Gujarat Tigers as well, still with those 0 points on the board. Well, at least they had something from that previous game. This one, ouch.
latter half of the board has all the teams that are there moved in from the grind itself, right? You've also got K9 Squad, Jux, Esports, ESCN. Hyderabad Hydras is the only team that's there in the front page, but still they're not doing too hot anyway. So, yeah, once again, the same storyline repeating itself. Qualified teams from the grind not doing too good. And I'm pretty sure Fixes in the back lines is sitting down and crunching some numbers. I do see him doing so.
Yeah, I hope his maths is better than us. Do you think
He
so?
is. I mean, he's a lawyer, right? I've heard lawyers are pretty clever. They're pretty sharp.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with maths.
Oh, it doesn't? I thought you need to be good at maths as well if you want to be a lawyer.
I don't know, man. We'll talk about it with Fixes.
It's about calculating the distance in the crime scene, no?
That is different, Necro, but let's look at different set of numbers. We are talking about the overall rankings right now, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, this is what gives us the complete picture of how the story is unfolding. And so far, it is X-Pac and Insane, the winners of game number 1 and game number 2, who are just standing above everyone else. And look at what an interesting manner to have the tie on the first position, right? 29 points for both the teams, but X-Pac having that one extra placement points to their name. Glitch Reborn, again, a surprising entry into the top 4, and I would love to see Glitch Reborn stay in the top 4 throughout the day. This team, this banner, this org has been very impressive. We remember the previous run they had in BGIS 2023. Those players have left the team since then. They are playing under a different banner right now. So Glitch Reborn showed up to this tournament with a new set of players. And these lads are delivering wonderfully now.
I mean, as I mentioned, right, not everyone's going to be able to handle that intensity of the banner that it possesses. And still, these new players are doing a great job in doing so, right? At this point in time, nothing can be said. Anyone can instantly get back in the swing of things, though.
Exactly.
The top 4 is easily achievable. All it takes is one solid game, and all the way you're going to be at the top. But the only reason why we're saying so is because everyone has made it in the top 3.
Exactly. They have showed those performances. They have showed what they are capable of in the previous round, ladies and gentlemen. And again, even today, they have 4 more matches left. So there's a lot of number crunching. There's a lot running through everyone's head, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to head to a very short promo. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Of course, now we are about to head into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of our journey. It will be the map of Sanhok. And of course, Necro, we have seen a lot of aggression from this team, and Sanhok is the map that allows you to be as aggressive as you want to be. But first things first, we want to talk about the conflict of Camp Alpha that is about to happen now because X-Pac is here.
I mean, Team X-Pac, once again, they're probably going to shred through the competition. Nothing taken away from that. They've already got that pressure subsider. They're at the top spot in the overall standings, too. So there's no pressure on X-Pac. One single game leeway you ask for, they've already gotten it. It's fine. Even if X-Pac does lose out in this game, it's okay. But that's something that's going to give them mental edge over the opponents.
That is true. And we have seen this, that whenever teams like X-Pac, and Insane, we can't ignore them as well, whenever these teams are let loose, they go ahead and annihilate the lobby. And that is going to result in the vacuum of points that we always discuss. But this is speculation as of now. Is that going to happen? We're going to find out. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the schedule.
Exactly. The schedule is going to be revealing what's there in the front. And as we know, it is going to be the map of Sanhok, where things, we expect them to start off in a fiery note, but we never know how things are going to be. In general, we expect things sometimes as well to start off slow, and usually boot camp is going to be that hot spot. So you never know how teams are going to be adapting. At this point in time, we do not even know what their drop locations are going to be. So there's a high chance we'll see a lot of those drop collisions come through. But now I've got Fixes joining alongside with me. Have you crunched some numbers? What's going on?
Why do I need to crunch numbers when they're already in front of you?
Some like internal numbers that you were doing. I mean, I saw you counting on your fingers, so.
You know, I was just counting on my fingers of the number of times you got eliminated yesterday while we were playing BGMI Necro.
Okay.
But, you know, again, coming back, huge props to the production to give us those overall standings. We do have that slight idea of where we're really heading out at. And especially when you've got the little bit of those vacuum like Johnny was discussing created, right? X-Pac and Team Insane a little bit of a cut ahead of the others and heading on into Sanhok. Now, this is X-Pac's playing ground. We've seen them. They've kind of been in bounds, right? This is one of those maps where they get unleashed.
That is true. I mean, in general, for Team X-Pac, Of course, they're doing really good. They've
Yeah,
got the leeway. Right underneath them, there's another team who's completely on that trail. They're sort of just instantly in a big tie. Moving underneath that, things are way too sensitive in the overall standings.
Exactly.
One single good game to any of these teams, and instantly they propel themselves in the top 4, and one team from that top 4 gets instantly moved out. So for Gusso Esports right now, they're on the edge of the things.
They certainly are. Now we need to draw parallels, right?
Yeah.
X-Park and Insane remind us of maybe I think Kemin and how the other teams have been playing, right? Yesterday we even saw the likes of FSE Sports just go all out. We loved what they put on the board, but right now it is all about having a good start, at least for the other teams that have not really been able to perform. For K9, for Entity, and in Sanhok, things might really go downhill if they don't perform.
That is true. Things will definitely go downhill. But talk about things that haven't been able to be that great for a lot of these teams, right? You also talk about Hyderabad Hydras. It is one of those banners that you expect to excel in these type of moments. They haven't really been able to do so. They're just getting some single digits on the board all the time. You've also got ESN Esports, where we expected moving inside of today's day. They're going to be able to put up some impeccable numbers, but so far it's not been the case. But hey, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plane's going to be hitting the skies once again as the plane flat path starts all the way from Cow towards, of course, which is going to be Sami down south. Now, we do see a couple of teams taking an exit quite early inside of the game. We've also got the side of K9. We've also got Gusso Esports dropping in quite close towards K9.
Indeed. And taking a look at this flight path trajectory, right? We have been discussing about ESCN, another team returning from the grind necro. The first game was pretty nice. The second game, can't really say the same for them. But for Team Insane, man, they have been putting up those numbers every single time. And then along with Gusso Esports, one of those teams, I think, kind of resembles how good the players of PL Dominators were yesterday, or even for Inspiration, right? They were amazing as well. And this is what we were talking about, a drop clash at Bootcamp, and Gujarat Tigers again being shredded apart. Wixky down and dusted, Shadow already falling on his knees, Apollo also down. Leaves the last player, Clutch got to be alive, and he has to tuck his tails and run.
Clutch caught in the outskirts, in that trench. For how long can he try and hide? Once again, Gujarat Tiger off to a bad start. What can you even say? HG Heroes Gaming just pushing him close and personal. You cannot even try and avoid the inevitable at this point in time. And yeah, HG, all the 4 players, they just collapse on top of that one last man. And just like that, GT eliminated off the rip. What is going on with GT?
How many points do they have? I think around 3 or 4, right? And that too, considering Wixky's heroics in the previous game. And really, I have to go and say that they've come in unprepared today's games. But for Team Entity, they've got some flying ducks they've got to deal with. It is going to be the team of 7 hours. Now, 7 hours, they've been pretty impressive so far. Been around the mid-order as Voldemort. Abracadabra does not really make the distance from that far. Does not even have his wands. And Team Entity, this also has to be their game where they redeem themselves.
Gamla Boy is burning through a lot of those bullets. He needs to start taking things a little bit slow now. Is overcommitting to this fight. The man's out in the open. There's a high chance he can be shot at. Spots out the man move out in the open. Shots are taken. A great knock. This is what you need to find the opener in a fight. And he's already found so. Entity doing decent so far. 7 edge for them, off to a bad start, that's for sure. I'm not sure what they were doing, gliding that far away. And yeah, almost on the verge of being eliminated off the rip. It's not that good of a feeling to have, right? One player already taken down. Voldemort as well is completely isolated. An Entity, yeah, of course, they're going to try to latch on to this opportunity.
They need those finishes. And I think they know that they can gather it for themselves. Voldemort really does not have a lot to work around with, does not have that armor to play. And there you have it. Pokar just turns around. It's a 180 and instantly just flicks over. Shotgun connects, and Team Entity, they have been blessed. 2 early, easy finishes, and they are hunting for more Necro.
They indeed are. Entity Gaming, they've already have tasted the enemy team, and they're just getting even more hungry. Entity Gaming having a clear-cut man advantage too in that fight, so you might as well just try to go for that chase, right? Just 2 players remaining on the likes of 7 hours, and 7 hours at this point in time. You can see that threat possessing, and that's why 7 hours, both the players are not even leaving each other's trail. They're just right behind each other.
For 7 hours, I think a little bit of a recovery over here. This is what we were talking about. Another drop clash around the village of Painan. It is going to be Alpha 6 and GlitchX Reborn. The beacon of consistency is what we've called for this team. Even in the previous game of Miramar, you could see Joyesh carrying the torch for his team, trying to stay alive for as much as possible, still keeping them in the race. And you never know, one good game in Sanhok, and they might also enter inside the top 2. But given the circumstance, it's not going to be easy because Alpha 6, they've been ruining lives.
They have been. Alpha 6, they're supposed to be the alphas inside of the matchup, but usually they're the one to stay hidden in a fight. Even in the previous fight, they were just running away from CG for a while, from building to building. And now in this fight too, Alpha 6 is not really going for those unnecessary peaks. It is a disciplined approach, nothing taken away from that, but at the same time, they're wasting their own time and the opponent's valuable time.
Oh yeah, no second thoughts about that. I think kind of throwing the span into the works of the bigger names there. We don't know if we're going to qualify. Kind of reminding me of PL Dominators. Always itching for those fights, but a little bit of those glimpses are visible where they kind of try to ring around the roses. And for Team Insane, Necro, bringing the conversation back. What an incredible start to the day has it been for this team. Afu, however, this time, he's been dealt with. The hero of the first game, now not alive anymore.
Afu, a potent player for that entire lineup, not in the game anymore, as you mentioned. But I mean, it's fine now, right? Team Insane, they can afford these little type of dips. They're already doing decent in the overall standings. One single game, not double digits on the board, maybe consistent 7 or 8 points. It's still going to do the deal. GlitchX, even they're starting things off now. Alpha 6 in a big world of trouble. GlitchX, the opener's being found. Now it's all time to utilities. And here we go, Carrillo. A couple of utilities are being tossed upon himself. GlitchX, I'm not sure what the man tried to do. Sekiro gets knocked out in the open while he tried to vault on over. And now the push is being made as well. Carrillo knocked out in return. Zato P gets the confirmation on both the fallen players. And just like that, GlitchX, they swing back into things. And Zato P single-handedly is just delivering some heavy blows against Alpha 6. And this time, the Alpha is looking like the Betas.
They managed to spot their enemies out and now on the hunt. And for Alpha 6, yes, Horrid in a really horrible situation over here. And for GlitchX Reborn, starting to feel themselves, they smell blood. And from here onwards, they want to capitalize, bank upon and clobber the players of Alpha 6 down. One player against the world, Joyesh, he's got an entire idea of what's really happening around him. It's all about him taking that peek and a slap on Horrid's face. And Alpha 6 go home packing.
What a slap that was. One single shot to the dome and the man's not inside the game anymore. It just poofs into thin air. Omega was knocked out. It's fine though. The man's going to be back up on his feet. The revive will be there. A complete squad comes into play as well. ESN now just want to press upon the charges. They do know the opponents are quite hurt. And it's the right time to press up as well. Utilities being tossed to perfection, at least that's what it seems like. The run over comes in, and ESN, yeah, they are back in the fight, baby. CG in a big wall of trouble, and they don't stand their ground.
In the blink of an eye, evaporated. Team Carnival Gaming cannot believe their eyes. What just happened? They've been run over, and seems like the same is happening to their dreams, their endeavors of making it into the semis. Huge, huge setback, Necro. But for ESN, a nice recovery. After that little bit of a fall in Miramar, look at them starting things off in fashion. But for Heroes Gaming also have all of their players intact. 6 finishes secured already.
Nice way to start off. And as you mentioned for AG2, 6 elimination points already acquired. Looking comfy. Kick's got his eyes locked on that same hilltop. Is not doing anything just yet, though. Just waiting for the flow of things to take over. While K9 Squad, even this is one of those teams that has been struggling from the start. And K9 Squad for them to recover from this big dip of performance they have showcased off the bat, it will be a little bit dicey, but it's not impossible. One solid game, they're back in the race, and we know K9 Squad is capable of doing so. They've got the experience. They've got Pro and Zap in their lineup, which are going to be the heavy blow deliverers, and then you've also got Believe, the masterminds, and Dreams as well there. So in general, K9, they do pack a punch. They also have got the experience, but so far, the channel of the powers hasn't been there.
Yeah, have been looking quite distraught. Coming into today's matches, the first game really not going their way. The second game was a fall and a half. Barely struggling for points. Not even latching on to anything at all for K9. Feels like they've been gassed out, or maybe it's about the lobbies. They're not really understanding the gravity of the situation. And for K9, they were supposed to have a good game in Miramar. And having messed that up, I think you could see the panic really settle in. But for now, we've been talking also about Team Insane, right? They did have one of their losses in the form of Afu. But a quick recap in front of us. ESC, and they just charged in out of nowhere. And Carnival Gaming had no idea what was coming their way.
True that. I mean, for CG, it was a matter of seconds before they were wiped out. Did not even have enough time to react properly, honestly. Seemed super unsettled. But yeah, now CG being showcased the gates of the lobby. Some of the bigger names not in the game anymore. You've got the Alpha 6 eliminated. You've also got CG taken out of the game. Even GT followed up the same fray. You've still got X-Spark in, though, and even Insane is in. So these two teams can definitely be quite a big threat.
For Team X-Spark, I think something uncanny that we're noticing today, Necro, I think you would also agree. They kind of are a little bit silent from the start. It's not about putting the pedal to the metal, just going gear 5. It's all about trying to get a good position inside the lobby and then get those finishes. And the idea is to kind of cross over that 40 points threshold by this particular game. And then maybe in the latter half, we could see them breaking their shackles and just going after everybody. I think that's the idea for Insane. Pretty much playing by the book, but we're waiting for the next circle shift. And once that happens, we have a slight idea of where we're really headed at. Again, a central shift, nothing really hurting, but for now, Team X-Spark, they have to get inside the zone with Goso, keeping a keen eye on them.
Circle centers on up. ESCN in the advantages side of things, and for Heroes Gaming, still inside of boot camp. They haven't moved out. I mean, they haven't really found a valid reason to do so as well, so you can't really blame them for that. Entity Gaming, all the 4 players trying to move in like a pack. Troy's the man who's sort of backing away, and for Entity Gaming, they just haven't really been getting that limelight. Once again, they slip out. I'm not sure when they're going to stop making these type of mistakes. Entity Gaming instantly getting capitalized, and now with Sombraj backing away from this entire side. They need to realize they're playing on the map of Sanhok.
This could have been a disaster. But still, just losing out on one of those players, Team Entity, they're going to take that with open arms. Hyderabad Hydras just tuning off the gears a little bit, staying hidden, staying put. And Entity losing out on Puka. That's definitely not a good news for them. It's something that they have to live with. For now, Team Entity, they have to change their course of entry inside the circle, right? They have to figure out another path. But this circle, we know where it's headed at. And Hyderabad Hydras really need to get to those adjacent compounds.
They do. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, this game is going to be really crucial for them, considering it is the 3rd game of the day. Missing out on this game of Sanhok means missing out on the lifeline of making it to the semifinals week 1. Will be a big deal. Team X-Spark. All the players, once again, as you mentioned, this time we're seeing something quite of a weird approach from the side of X-Spark. They're not really being aggressive in the lobby. Pretty uncharacteristics of them.
I mean, for Team X-Spark, we just had this chat, right? Discussed about how they want to make sure that they get those enough points where they kind of feel a little bit more settled, and that is where they might decide to just go all out. Because for this particular team, everything has been working out for them. The bigger problems were always about trying to get those position points, and they fixed that. We already know those previous problems of having that synergy in those fights. That has been fixed way before. So Team X-Park, they've had a run and a half, and I'm pretty sure even in this game, they're going to ball.
Even Jux, a complete new team, right? We saw this team inside of the grind, and Jux amazed all of us. And of course, the performance that we saw from Amazing was also quite amazing. So we just want to see that same type of a performance once again from Jux itself. The first game was decent, but just decent is not enough to crack when you need to be the best. And right now, Jux, they're definitely facing some problems themselves, and I feel like they're biggest enemies themselves.
With Jux Esports, I think this has been one of the biggest problems with all these teams returning from grind, right? Not enough playtime in such serious lobbies.
Yeah.
We've seen them partaking in those third-party tournaments, but there again, one thing really lacks is the pressure. And Jux had a good time in the first week of grind, but
Insane.
look at this shift. Insane. Really, really happy about their position.
Of course, in the smack center, but there's a high chance they can also be the center of attraction. It is the map of Sanhok. You cannot ignore that. And look at Glitch X2. One single man spotted out in the open is not going to be spared. Instant confirmation follows up, and it is Jux. So unaware of the fact that there can be foes around in Jux, they should have been a little bit more wary.
And there you go. TX opening things up once again against Kuso Esports. Ninja, he's found that first pick, and they want to follow after. But GlitchX Reborn, man, they've been really amazing. Starting off Sanhok with a bang, already a lot of finishes accumulated, and they're eyeing out for more. But now the bigger task ahead is kind of waiting for them ahead of them, is that they have to enter inside the circle. And now you've got Team Entity. Gambler Boy is taking quite some hefty blows.
He is veteran now, trying to close on up that distance just to make sure that the players are going to be in that nade range. Tossing another util. It's going to find its mark. And both the players knocked out. Entity Gaming, the woes just keep on continuing. And it keeps on getting worse. 7H, exactly what they needed. The pressure subsider has been found.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen for Team Entity. Such an amazing start to this year. And seems like they've got no answers. But GlitchX Reborn coming out of nowhere. But Phoenix is prepared for it. Rising from the ashes, keeping a close eye on his prey. Does not want to get this stolen. And GlitchX Reborn still triggering the revives there. Still stage 4.
Veteran.
They need to get out of that ASAP.
Veteran is bleeding to his death. Can Phoenix get the revival? Answer's going to be no. GlitchX Reborn, they've pushed on up, and just like that, the last man too hits the floor. GlitchX Reborn to come out on top from that fight, without a doubt, but then even there's another third party in the name of Hyderabad Hydras now.
Yeah, for GlitchX Reborn, now they're aware of what's waiting for them. It's the Hyderabadi boys, and now they also have to make it inside the circle. Given the fact that you already have Inferno Squad waiting for you, look at Team X-Park. They might just take a lot on their plates. Could be stuck between a rock and a hard place. You've got ESCN on their left and Edgy on their right. They have to piece every single move properly. One small mistake and everything could just blow up.
It could. Inferno Squad. Oh, this nade can be perfect! And it is! Crypto knocked out. Inferno Squad already slowly and steadily starting to piece that puzzle as they dismantle the opponents. And Hyderabad Hydras, yeah, they're not able to stand their ground against this squad, Inferno. This team has been melting down on the other teams, left, right, and center. Even in the previous one, this team eliminated K9.
Out of the 6, 2 heads already cut off for Hyderabad Hydras. And now, Madrick and Insidious, they will have to make a death push. Insidious being battered down. There you have it, Zin getting that knock, but surely no difficulties in getting that revive. But Inferno Squad, they've got a really good position to play with. Jatin has given them that opener. And now for Omega, from the backlines, GlitchX Reborn, no ID, no entry for them. Zord all to his own sim. What does he do? How does he get away from here?
Omega, confirmation on the board. GlitchX Reborn. Last man's pinned down behind that rock. He can't move out. Heads on the swivel. This nade might as well just cut it off now. A little bit of an undershoot on the other side of that rock. But yeah, I mean, for Zod OP to get out of this position, it's next to impossible. Let's be honest. That's pretty much going to be the realistic expectation. If he still manages to get out, though, it will be quite good. The nade's going to be dishing out a lot of damage, and I think so it's done for Zod. He's not going to be able to patch himself up, and the Wall of Death will get the confirmation.
Yeah, but Glitchix Reborn, they've got enough finishes to work around with. But Team X-Pac, they decide to ram in on the doors of the players of ESCN. There you have it, Sarang trying to push through, but he's taking some hefty amount of damage. Still needs to keep things afloat. Shadow already having been dealt with. Spray God has to lead the march, and there you have it. Team X-Pac, a successful squad wipe, and 6 finishes already on the board.
That is true. Team X-Pac. Nicely done. 6 elimination points on the board. Looking pretty good and comfy. Ninja John getting taken out himself. He managed to secure 3 points, so I'm sure that's good enough. Looking at LOC. K9 Squad slowly and steadily inching on up towards them. And K9 Squad, they're taking damage themselves. Zap's knocked out for now. Even Dreams follows up. Believe is there to get the revival, but can it really come through? That's the question. Even LOC is taking damage. So K9 Squad, that intentional help is sort of saving the day for them.
And they somehow survive by the skin of their teeth. But they're still not out of woods yet. A lot of commotion already being made, and Inferno Squad, they want to capitalize on this. K9, they need to get the numbers back afloat for them. As Team Entities, Troy finally dealt with Insane. Now finally stepping out of their slumber. Now they want to rumble. As now they will be heading inside the zone. Just 4 teams remaining, Necro. 11 players alive. Who is going to have the last laugh?
Never know. Anyone can. Inferno Squad can definitely try to put the spanner in the works. They can be the spoiler inside of the entire game. While K9 Squad, they've got the 3 players up and alive. Their Dreams is knocked out, trying to crawl in towards that safety cushion, which is going to be Believe. And Believe is waiting for Dreams to close on up so you can get the revival. K9 Squad, if they're back up with all the 4 players up and alive, it's going to be so good for Team Insane. I mean, it's all good in the hood for them as well.
Oh.
But I'm pretty sure Team Insane does not really have a lot of those elimination points for K9 Squad. Unfortunately, a nade sails in towards them, and it's going to be Inferno Squad to kick things off. The nade's going to be placed to perfection. It does find the confirmation as well. Believe is taking that constant damage as well. So yeah, not a lot can be said. Another nade tossed in, and it's going to find him that confirmation that's needed. That's it. Zin's going to be the one to collect that elimination point. And K9 Squad down to a 2-man. This will be a tough one to pull off.
Completely pins it down, Zap and Pro. I do not see a world where they come out of this alive. Only a miracle could save them because Insane is also aware of their position. Thanks to those smokes as Jatin, he's going to do some damage on the players of Insane. Spy having been taken down, 1 good grenade. But the sad news is he does not have anything to really work with there.
He does not. Team Insane out in the open in not that good of a position. Utilities being tossed in even from the side of Inferno Squad. And Zin backs away this time. For K9, the back's against the wall, and soon enough, the Wall of Death is going to start to close in. So K9 would need to leave that comfort zone and at least try and close on up once again. But Zin, there we go. Zap knocked out finally. K9 Squad in a big wall of discomfort. As Zen slowly and steadily trying to create that off angle, tosses another util, and it's going to get the confirmation on both the players. Zen, some precise utility management, and also good utilization.
He's on fire, and look at the players of Inferno Squad just spreading their wings. And now Insane might be in a whole world of trouble. Evil being walked down. Omega also down on his knees. Spy just pushing into the players of Jatin. And now, how is he going to fight? There you have it. Spy being dealt with, but Zayn from the sidelines, he's doing the cleanup. And this could be a 1v1 situation, Necro.
It could be. Spy the front, there we go, spotted. That glimmer's more than enough to get the deal sealer. And also the chicken dinner in the hands. What a way to close things off. Of course it is going to be the likes of Inferno Squad. Even Insane was not that far behind. Even for them, it's quite a solid game.
Just propelling themselves up into the top 3. Pretty much sure in this one. 15 finishes for Inferno Squad. They've been lying in wait. They were waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and every single time they had it, they went after it, hunting for blood, hunting for players. And that is the reason why we say that Sanhok is always the table turners, and even this time around, that was the case.
Inferno Squad, consistency is something they're delivering on, and once again they do so. A lot of elimination points packed as well from that game. And my question is, who is this team? It's the first time we're seeing this team. right, on the board and still been able to make waves in this way, it's definitely something that might just cause a tsunami in the future.
Could certainly. I mean, reminds you of the likes of Magnet and even Inspiration yesterday, right? One of those underdog teams, a lesser-known team coming out of nowhere and swinging out like this, even against the bigger foes, right? They were unfazed. I loved how they took that control towards the end. K9, they kind of were really tucked into that one corner and those few grenades just doing their job. But for Insane, again, those consistency numbers are there. Even for Team X-Park, I believe they made it to the top 4. And considering they had a lot of finishes also, I think they might have made it to 37 or 38 points.
Team X-Park, I mean, in general, this previous game was quite weird from them, right? Considering they were not really taking a lot of those fights off the rip. They started things off in quite a slow note. They were holding a compound on the high ground. The circle sort of shifted away from them, and that's when the real problems started to happen for X-Park. And sometimes you cannot really expect every single game to be a win, right? Or every single game to be super good. So it's fine. One single game being left out. But looking at the winning moment itself, Inferno Squad, I mean, we thought this team might just not be able to get back in the swing of things. But being able to get this chicken dinner was definitely super impressive.
Indeed, right? When you look at Inferno Squad, it was all about them just breaking through. And they did not have the circle, Necro. They had nothing really working out for them. But still, they made everything work. They were kind of capitalizing on those third parties. They were trying to beat everybody down. Hyderabad Hydras, right? Two of those players kind of trying to enter inside the circle. Zin gets a knock on one. Then they eventually get the finish on the other also. They have thrown in so much of those rocks at the other team. Now, at this point, having come across the 3 games of the evening with just 3 more left, and the bigger teams, they're starting to crumble.
What is going on with CG, man? They're supposed to be the most defensive team in the lobby, but so far their defense isn't working out. It's easily penetrable. Now, we saw a team just pushing up close and personal, eliminating the entirety of CG. Then we also saw K9 Squad struggling way too much in the games. These known names are not able to do a lot, while you speak of some of the other teams that are able to do quite decent.
Yeah, I think GlitchX Reborn, right?
Yeah.
One of those teams early on had a drop clash along with Alpha 6 and did not even break a sweat in that one. They were so confident and they kept on racking a lot of eliminations for themselves. But I'm pretty sure who the MVP shall be, I think has to be Zin from Inferno Squad. 7 finishes. I don't think anybody has done it better.
Yeah, Zin should be unmatched when it comes to that MVP. And yes, he will be unmatched. 1,052 damage dished out and the finishes are going to be 7. Pretty nice conversion rate from this man. Also, 1 headshot being handed out to the foe. Survival time of 21:42. Moving it towards the top 5 performers. There's going to be another man from the side of IS. And then you've also got Spy from the side of Team Insane. You've also got Joyous from GlitchX Reborn. Yeah, in general, for Team X-Park, at least Ninja is there once again, right? Getting some sort of points.
I think he was the one who opened it up against Kuso Esports. Got the first player down and out, and we could see it was a mad scramble, and still X-Park managed to swing through. But Sarang, he's been the man who's been kind of been the backbone for this team, always trying to get the survival numbers up. Yes, Ninja was phenomenal in that map of Miramar, but when you look at the point standings, 25 points for Inferno Squad, and they had a couple more in the previous 2 games. I think definitely breaking into the top 3, but Insane and X-Park, they've always been there, man. They've been trying to build that vacuum you've been talking about, and now I think they're way ahead of the pack.
Inferno Squad should be on the 2nd spot if I'm not wrong. They should be there. 25 points in this game, and considering in the previous game as well, they had a decent performance. I think so Inferno Squad should be in the top 2 without a doubt. For Team Insane, ending things off on a consistent note, that's quite a great news. Team X-Park as well, 10 points secured. K9 Squad slowly and steadily waking up, but at this point in time, moving in with that snail pace approach is not going to work out. You need that big leap.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look at the other teams, even for Entity, they had a decent start, but could not really make this into a big game. Same goes with Hyderabad Hydras. They were out there on the hunt, taking a few of the players down for Team Entity. But as we move on ahead into the 2nd page, ESCN, they mopped the floor with Carnival Gaming, but could not be alive for long. Even for Guso Esports, having a good game in the previous map of Miramar, this time they also fell off hard. But Gujarat Tigers, Necro, what has gone wrong for them?
Everything. I feel like what's not gone wrong for them, that should be the question. Gujarat Tigers just not able to perform, and it's not the same thing that we have been witnessing from the past. Keep this thing in mind. Gujarat Tigers did end things in the top 3 in the round 3 itself, but the transition towards the round 4, man, it's a big dip.
Oh, it certainly is, and that's going to be quite hurting isn't it? Even for Jux Esports, finally you could see those cracks in the armor, but there you have it, right? Inferno Squad jumping up a lot of places up into the top 3, but still Insane and X-Park. This is what we were talking about, right? By the end of the third game, you need to cross that 40 points barrier, and Insane has done it. And same goes for X-Park, just 1 point shy. It does not matter. With 3 more games to go, I'm pretty sure they will have no trouble collecting that 10 to 12 points. And after that, in those final 2 games, that is where they unleash.
Insane at the top, as you mentioned. Team X-Spark on the second, Inferno Squad on the third. I thought they should be on the second spot, but no, instead X-Spark, yeah, the consistent finish is sort of helping them out for now. Glitch X Reborn not that far behind too. I mean, 24 points secured. But you move on forward towards the 8th spot. I mean, in general, as I mentioned, all it takes is one decent game to get back in the swing of things and instantly put yourself on that 4th spot. So right now, Glitch X Reborn, their heads are going to be on the swivel.
Oh, they certainly are. And for Glitch X Reborn, I mean, this game of Weekendy has to be that make or break thingy, right? This is where they need to decide if they want to continue on, and this is where they would want to enter inside the top 3. For that to happen, I think Inferno Squad teams have to start taking them seriously. But again, coming back to the bigger names, I mean, Entity, they've been on a collapse. Gujarat Tigers basically having a heart attack over there. What's happening? We don't know. But for K9, a little bit of a recovery, but still much needed to be done.
That is true. I mean, for K9, as I mentioned, this snail pace approach is not going to work out. All it takes is a big catapult now. One solid game, maybe one chicken dinner, that's going to get you back in that top 4. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to move on and look at this nice little promo that Craft in India has got lined up.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
In-game cosmetics. It's an interesting thing that boosts your skills inside the game. That's what I meant to say. And where's my roll pass, my friend? You still haven't gifted me that.
I mean, I do not know what have you done with the UC that I did upload into your account. I'm pretty sure you've gifted it away to some lucky muse of yours.
No, I haven't gifted it away because I just haven't received it, my friend. I still haven't gotten the royal pass.
We gotta check the logs on that one. I don't trust you.
You're keeping me on a cliffhanger, my friend.
Of course I will. Because we're all on a cliffhanger. We do not know what's awaiting us. Because in the next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the schedule, as things start to feel a lot more chilly, because we are going to be going into the map of Weekendy. It is going to be the 4th match of the evening. 3 of the matches already done with half of the day. And Weekendy, I will be joined along with Johnny, and he's even kind of running circles around what is happening. Because we came into the day thinking that the bigger teams are supposed to be performing. Few of them are, but none of them from Grind have really showed up.
There's a curse apparently upon them.
Yes.
Yeah, we've just been informed about the curse by Necro. But anyways, I mean, it's good for the teams that have been on this grueling journey from round 1, from round 2, from round 3, right, all this way, because they have, I mean, we are seeing clear improvements within a lot of them. Of course, X-Park and Insane built different. 3 games and they have not finished outside of the top 3 in either of them. So that is an incredible performance. Inferno Squad, that bounce back in the game of Sanhok was quite nice to witness. Of course, the numbers advantage in the end helping them in securing that win. But as we were talking about the teams from the grind, I think it is a little bit of complacency combined with the fact that they know that they have the option of qualifying again from wildcard.
To be honest, I really feel about the issues going on with all these teams is that just not warmed up. And I think a couple of games more, maybe a few scrims here and there with their lobbies could have really done the work, but they look quite unsettled. Some look quite unprepared. But like you said, right, for the teams that have been grinding it through the in-game qualifiers, even the bigger names that have been coming through, they're showing results. We're looking at Team Insane, we're looking at Team X-Park also, and we've been following X-Park's journey, and feels like they've suddenly become the hero in this storyline.
Yeah, they've turned out to be the heroes in this storyline, and of course, Insane, we are not going to title them as villains. I mean, they are heroes in their own story, and they have their own arc unfolding in front of our eyes. But both these teams, absolutely incredible, very clean performance. Even when you see them lose out on players, they still somehow do manage to recover something from the worst possible situation, and that is how you need to approach the game. Map by map, every single fight, you prioritize things differently in certain situations, and both these teams, they adapt on the fly. I think that is the strongest bit of their strategy that has made sure that they are in the top 3, even in the overall ranking as of now. But again, 3 more matches left. Anything can happen. And of course, as we go about the teams from the grind, I think K9 Squad and Jux are, in fact, doing quite well for themselves, man.
They certainly are, but Jux a little bit of a fall-off in Sanhok. That's still A-okay because we know those are those uncharted lands. Anything can really happen because when you talk about the next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to start feeling a lot more cooler over here as we charter into Vikendi. Another one of those maps newly introduced into round number 4, and a lot of these teams are not really aware with the terrains, but who are we to judge them? Right now, we're going to be taking it up to the skies, and we're being heading all the way from Peshkova towards Movatra. A decent flight path trajectory, but Johnny, oh Johnny, any predictions before we get in?
I think my prediction for this game, or not prediction actually, I hope and pray that Gujarat Tigers make a bounce back on this map. This is a big name that has taken a bigger tumble in the first 3 games of the day, and you do not really expect Gujarat Tigers, and in fact Entity as well for that matter, to see them tumble or in fact fumble the ball this way inside of their matches. And this game, this off map of Vikendi can be the thing that opens the door for them going into the last 2 games of the day.
Cross your fingers and put it on your heart and tell me, do you really feel like Entity or maybe even K9 can make the cut?
Yes.
What a believer, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Because right now, at this given moment...
I mean, you can call me a believer or delusional, I guess.
Delulu. Those Gen Z terms, man.
No,
Gotta tell you.
I clearly said delusional.
I've got to bring it in because, hey, a lot of these new kids in the block are watching us. They want to try and learn about the game. I think this is the perfect time where we do have the podcast hours. But again, looking at the circle, nothing really out of the box, right? We have seen this even happen yesterday. And for now, we've got another drop collision. And it is Alpha 6. Who else?
Yeah, this is the only drop clash that has happened in this map of Vikendi as of now, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the one early fight we get to witness before we get to witness the eerie silence that will take place or take over, in fact, the entirety of Vikendi. Easy finish for Veteran waiting on the other side. Oh, he misses it. Oh, no, now he's... Wait, what?
Oh, nice.
He gets baited, just a few seconds wasted, and he's been baited into the line of fire of Cracks, but Cracks, he falls back, Cario's finish secured, and Alpha 7, they're going for a reset on this entire fight.
Oh, yeah, they certainly have no other options either ways. Cario done for even in the previous game of Sanhok. Alpha 6, one of the fastest teams to get eliminated. And look at Phoenix, is trying to form an angle, but 7 hours. They might land themselves in a really bad position.
That nade could have actually been a lot worse than what we saw. But extremely early fight in the game, so you are going to be lacking on a lot of important things. Utility, throwables in terms of nades and Molotov, even smokes. Barely any on both the squads. No time to loot as of now. Instantly jumping into action. And Phoenix, I really like this play from the side of 7 hours. They have gone for a 3-1 split, while Phoenix tries to make sure that Horrid is never a part of the fight.
Oh,
and he has been knocked out as well, so that just makes things even worse for Alpha 6 now.
And for Alpha 6, what do they do to kind of free themselves out of the situation? I think the best way is to maybe get out of here. The exit path slowly but surely getting blocked off. Because look at Phoenix, he's already gone on a flank. And with just 2 players surviving, I do not see a way where they come out of this. Unless and until 7 hours, they just throw it off.
Yeah. I mean, that can happen. 7 hours, I mean, they have 3 players hiding in the same building. And if all of them get regrouped, then they can be picked off by just a couple of nades being lobbed towards them. But as we saw the flank get compromised by Phoenix, I think in a few moments we are going to see Alpha 6 turn into Ash as well. Oh, close, but no knock.
Yeah. Not done enough.
Oh, there's one more squad in the distance, by the way. It's Gujarat Tigers who have showed up.
Yeah, they need to start going big, right? They need those finishes because it's been quite abysmal what they have really put up today. Must be really disappointed even with themselves. But for Alpha 6, they're trying to set up a little bit of a crossfire. Kind of trying to hold on to those off angles, but Cracks making so much of that noise doesn't really make things easier for Alpha 6. They really need to get the hell out of there, but still finding some sort of a room, maybe a little bit of that window, and escape and scurry away.
Oh, at least they find one. Voldemort out of the picture, but Big Fish, well, not left with a big HP bar. He's down to around 30%. Cracks still looking for more frags. On the other side, though, we're talking about Gujarat Tigers stepping into the party. Well, they are stepping out of the match. In fact, a little bit of a recovery. Clutch God finding a few extra frags from the side of X-Pac. Easy revives now for Gujarat Tigers. They bring their numbers back. So, what could have been a massive, massive fiasco, they have saved themselves from it. And while we switched towards this fight, Alpha 6, they've lost Cracks in the other one. And Big Fish goes out as well, so Alpha 6 eliminated from the game. The first team to take an exit. And X-Pac might be the second. They're down to their last man.
Yeah, and clearly what started off in X-Pac's favor, Clutch God turned the tides.
Yeah.
Instant trade-offs and maybe, like you said, right, little overconfidence there, little signs of being cocky, and they've been hit back. But for Gujarat Tigers, I've got to say this to you, Johnny, it was a really narrow escape. And now they've got their numbers intact once again. And for Team X-Pac, they've really built up a cushion. I think one bad game is something they can really afford. But let's not really rule Sarang out, because we've seen this player. He's got some really nice survival skills. But look at this. Hold on. We've got the players of Heroes Gaming passing right beside Team Gujarat Tigers. And Apollo, he wants to dish out some massive damage eventually. Just blowing the vehicle up. 7 finishes already for this team.
I was just about to say, it's a Zima. Why are you shooting at the players? Shoot the car. 4 players, focus fire on a Zima. I think the vehicle blows up in less than 15 seconds.
Oh, 15 is too high.
It's too much. Yeah, if you
5
miss your
seconds.
shots, then it takes 15 seconds. But easy frags, I mean. It's a delivery package that was there. And Gujarat Tigers have claimed it as their own. Xbox last player, Sarang, he's sitting up at the top of the hill. And I think meditation is the only thing that he can do right now.
Yeah, get into Zen mode.
Yeah.
And do not show your faces.
I think that was Necro's vacation plan. Going on top of Mount Kresnik and going just relaxing.
Do you really know how short his attention span is?
Yeah.
The only reason just scrolling across the reels every single day. And can't really meditate. I'm pretty sure he might just eventually end up grabbing a bite or two. But eventually, you know, moving ahead, right? You talk about Team K9. Now, in the previous game of Sanhok, we did see them recover. Some 8 to 9 points collected. But we did discuss about it. It's not going to be enough. They really need to start swinging and do something like Gujarat Tigers are finally starting to do, because push has come to shove. And this is where you need to convert those games if you want to make a comeback.
I have just one concern for Gujarat Tigers, right? We have seen 2 big moments from them. 2 real fights they were a part of. Game number 1 against Carnival Gaming. They lost 3 players. And it was individual brilliance from the side of Whiskey that helped them secure those 4 points. Right now, this fight against X-Pac, this was almost turned into their graves over there, that house. Clutch God, individual brilliance again being brought into play, because of which Gujarat Tigers secure those 4 finishes, 3 finishes first. And then that Zima action, that Zima moment, I mean, it was bad on the part of Heroes Gaming. I mean, you can't really do anything. 4 players in Azima. That is just a bad joke. Start to a bad joke.
Yeah, I think we've seen those debacles happen even in the past, right?
Yeah, it happens a lot on Weekend.
And that sort of continues from Sanhok, the transition into Weekendy also. What on earth were you even thinking? 4 players in one vehicle and trying to take control over the center, but for K9, they're finding some recovery, and GlitchX Reborn in the previous game, they went all guns blazing, but suddenly the numbers are starting to dwindle.
Yeah. And again, things are much worse for Glitch than we realize, because it is not just K9. Even in the backlines, Carnival Gaming have their address as well. I think one of the players was in fact picked by the side of Carnival Gaming, but some pressure relieved. As K9 we saw on the finish feed, they are being put under pressure by Gujarat Tigers, who have the high ground. So that is when K9 will need to take a step back, reset, and realize how they want to approach this fight. But look at Sarang. He's hiding in the shadow, but Shadow over there in the distance is just walking away from this compound. His spidey senses started to tingle, right? He realized, like, all right, this is too good to be true. It feels way too safe for some reason. There has to be someone hiding here.
You know what? I kind of feel like for Sarang, it's all about getting those 4 to 5 points. If he can somehow manage to accomplish that, I think the deed has been done, right?
True.
Because Team X-Pac, let's be honest, they've done majority of their heavy lifting. Already sitting at 39 points. And when we talk about the cutoff, it has been around that 47 to 48.
Yes.
So if you can get around 4 to 5, even 3 to 4 is kind of decent, considering it was a fallout. So 43 points, and in the next 2 games, all they have to muster is just 6 to 7 points, which by X-Pac's standard should not be a big difficulty.
I think in a very competitive group, the cutoff can be between 40 to 45 as well. And I think with a group like this, especially with how the previous game has turned out, with Inferno Squad out of nowhere walking away with the chicken, and a big one as well, that reset is not enough to take anything away from Insane or X-Pac. I mean, Insane, of course, will take the first position. X-Pac will be on that second. But I do agree with you. I think 4 to 5 points every single game, X-Pac will definitely qualify. Let's see. Yeah. It's always like this on Weekendy.
Oh my god. But, you know, you made a really
It's
nice
like you
point.
wait for the shift and the zone is like, aha, gotcha.
Gotcha. And nobody really moves. Just barring the players of 7 hours. Still have a little bit of that Gurukha territory to work around with though. But now you can see Shadow, him being dealt with. And this is where Sarang needs to be sneaky, right? Needs to get those finishes, maybe steal one away. But for Hyderabad Hydras, again, this is one of those teams returning from grind. We expected a lot of them. And entering into the Sanhok map, even the start was decent, but towards the end, so much trouble there, man.
Yeah, also fixes you're ignoring an important question. Why is Gujarat Tigers all of a sudden out in the open? They were close to the center of the zone already. And I think could have just stayed on top of Mount Kresnik over there. I think the confidence from those first 7 frags, looking for a few more. Clutch God. Oh, this is about to get extremely awkward. He hears them. He hears them up top. The players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, but they will need to move further towards that bridge in order to gain a line of fire.
This is quite uncharacteristic from Gujarat Tigers, to be honest, because even if you take a look into the past, right, they've always had good games in Weekendy.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, it's still a really nice game going in for them. 7 finishes secured. But Shadow, he should have been a little bit more watchful. Because right now, things are not looking good for them. They need that one big game, something that Inferno Squad got for themselves. But for CG, can't really say that they're also playing quite decent.
Look at this, the early fight between X-Pac and Gujarat Tigers. Just a brawl indoors between the two squads, and the big clutch coming in play from Clutch God himself. And then the fiasco, the disaster for Heroes Gaming. Another one for Glitch Reborn this time, and it's going to be Pro from the side of K9 who finds the frag. Oh, they lost both of them to K9. Wow, I thought it was Carnival Gaming who... I mean, they did take a few shots on Malik, to be fair. I think they just prepped him for Pro.
Yeah, for GlitchX Reborn, I think starting to lose a little bit of that control, right?
Yeah.
in the previous game of Sanhok, yeah, wiped out Alpha 6. They have always been itching for those fights, but after that, whilst they were trying to get inside the circle, that is where things went really wrong for them. But for Carnival Gaming, they know that GT loves to hold those high grounds. And few of the other players are kind of spread out. But for Team Insane, they have nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
You know, always serious. They know all they need to do is have a really good zone read, hold on to the center, and when the time is right, just get out of their hiding and get those finishes and get everything done.
And their positional play has already been quite brilliant throughout the day. Even in the first 3 matches, consistently placing themselves towards the end game, making sure at least 1 or 2 players make it through. In the first game, well, they secured the chicken dinner in the very first game of the day. So, Insane, again, just like X-Pac, nothing to worry about. They're already doing quite well for themselves in the past. In the previous round, they have proven that they have the firepower to back it up as well. 57 finish points secured in the previous round. So, Insane, I think, is definitely one of the top contenders from this group. But let's see how this game does turn out for them. Just a few more seconds before... Well, the zone, again, a central shift towards Podvosto and Mount Kresnik, so not a lot changing. 7 hours, they were outside of the previous zone as well. This time, again, just moving in. I think a late rotation coming in handy. But ESCN, now they might have walked into trouble. This is what I wanted to talk about, right? We are at the 3rd stage. We still have 14 teams, 50 players alive. But everyone is eyeing for the center. So there's a lot of tension between these teams right now. And one fight can result into this pile of dominoes just collapsing upon itself. Because all of them will try to go for the third party. Look at the radar. You see 2 teams fighting, but in the distance there are 2 more present, waiting.
Lying in wait, like you just said, right? So many of those teams slowly but surely starting to clump up. And I think Weekend is all about that one hard shift.
Yeah.
And like you said, right, the entire stack of dominoes just falls apart. It's all about that initial push, right? Somebody needs to push that red button and suddenly everything just goes kaboom. And that is something we love about Weekendy as a map, in fact. But when you talk about the story that all these teams bring along with them, very important game also for K9. They have that one finish into their names, but I think one is just not going to make the cut, right?
Yeah.
They need at least that top 3 position along with at least 8-9 finish to kind of bring them back into the mix, because the cutoff hasn't really gone high. It's still 2 of those teams, right? X-Pac and Insane doing amazingly well. Yes, Inferno Squad did bounce in, but one more good game from somebody else, and Insane Squad, in fact, Inferno Squad really not stepping up, still quite silent. You never know. I think 2 positions might be contested.
I mean, they can be. ESN on our screens, a little paranoid about Hyderabad Hydras behind them, who have the high ground advantage if a fight breaks out. And rightfully so as well, this fear of theirs. But the main concern or the main game-changing factor for them can be Sarang, who's just hiding in the compounds right in front. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we see Entity Gaming rotating on the eastern half of the circle. They're moving down south towards Podvosto, stopping in the smaller compounds here and there. Love this McLaren.
Especially in the gleaming snow, right?
Oh yeah.
Kind of feels camouflaged. Nobody can see this one coming through. A little bit of that, you know, a little bit of that engine being polished, and you never know. Could remind you of those Bond movies, but that's a different vehicle altogether. So for LOC, now this is one of those teams we barely got to talk about. But Johnny, am I to blame because they have not really given us the reasons?
Yeah, I mean, that is true. LOC quite absent in the first few matches. That game of Miramar, I think there was one moment where we felt, all right, maybe LOC, they're going to be incredible when they took a fight against the players of 7 hours, but wiped out in a matter of seconds. Just one mistake. One player ran into a molly. The other ran back to provide cover fire while he put on a first aid. And 7 hours, they just needed those few seconds to just commit the push on the flank and go for the entire squad wipe. But look at this, the shift of the zone. It takes us towards, well, it is between Cosmodrome and Podvosto. Mount Kresnik, an important position. And on that finish feed, we did see a few moments ago ESCN and Hyderabad Hydras. There was a bit of an interaction where ESCN secured a knock against Hyderabad Hydras, but I think the finish was not converted. Hyderabad Hydras are back to a 4-man roster, and on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, we did see Glitch Reborn. They are starting to make a move towards the circle. Carnival Gaming as well, and they have a long way to go, but luckily for them, or well, it is not luck. Omega himself has cleared the front line, so they know exactly which is the right position they need to move towards.
Yeah, I think for Carnival Gaming, like you said, right, they have to take that climb. Because the path they're heading towards, I see them entering into their own graves. Because you've got Hyderabad Hydras, you've got ESCN, and this is not how Carnival Gaming is really used to playing. Because Edge's style of play, when was the last time you did see them pull that one off? And really not going their way. But for Team Insane, man, credit where credit is due. They feel like they've cracked the code every single time you see a circle, and they're at the very smack center.
Yeah, Insane have been just brilliant with the way they have been moving around these maps, in fact, all throughout the day, not just one game. It's not just this map of Vacandy that we're talking about. Every single one of them. Erangel, their rotation was perfect. On Miramar, it was better. On Sanhok as well, they found a way. Have you heard of running on the spot? Have you not tried it?
I mean,
it's a good workout. Fixes.
I do that at the gym every day.
It's vacant. He's getting cold. He's just warming his legs up so that he doesn't cramp while he runs out.
I think that could be the measure, surely. But Zain, another amazing prospect. Previous game of Sanhok.
Yeah.
Got to be the MVP. Had 7 finishes to his name. But this time, Inferno squad, what can they pull off? There's a little bit of that more consistency needed, and really that third position could be theirs. And you know, the entire idea of the BGIS 2024 is to find these new gems, to kind of polish these new talents, give them that platform. And for Inferno squad, coming out of nowhere, swinging heavy in Sanhok, who knows? They might have another big game in this one, but this time it's going to be a little bit more tough because they've got a lot of teams to deal with whilst they enter inside the circle.
Yeah, and I think one concern is that valley that separates the eastern side of Vacandy from the west. That crossing that valley can be a big challenge. Sometimes you have people lurking on the high ground, exactly where the players of Guso Esports are, but Guso Esports not really a team that proactively engages into these awkward fights. Although, look towards the eastern side, we see Glitch Reborn, K9 and LOC. 3 teams rotating all together, and there is definitely bound to be a mid-rotation collision between all of them. But we saw this a few moments ago. Carnival Gaming, they pushed into the compounds that were formerly in the control of Hyderabad Hydras. They're right on the edge of the circle, and the next move towards the eastern side, it's not going to be easy. ESCN blocking their way, and Sarang, he has still gone unchecked in this match. He's hiding in the same house all this time, and luckily for him, that house is on the edge of the zone. So even though it is stage 5, he does not have to move, but Glitch Reborn, as they look to find a way inside the zone, they run into a sandwich. One way it is Gujarat Tigers dishing out the damage. From the other, it is Entity. 3 players knocked out, down to the last man. This is not looking good.
And look at K9. They also come marching in, and Zod, he is up against the world. Dreams, he's getting taken down, but still somehow Believe gets the trade. And there you have it. K9 suddenly find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle there. Believe has to be really quick with the revives there. As K9, they also have those numbers falling down. For Carnival Gaming, this has to be a revenge arc against ESCN.
Finish him! Sarang, he's trying his level best, but can't succeed. HP not really there. But Carnival Gaming, they're getting shot at from the flank as well. They're still losing HP. So that is a big concern. Finally, X-Pac is put out of the picture, ladies and gentlemen. Sarang has been finished off. We're down to 12 teams, 43 players alive. And as you were talking about that whole fiasco, K9, Gujarat Tigers, Entity, Glitch Reborn all colliding. LOC did manage to catch 2 of the players from the side of K9 squad right outside the circle, but they made the mistake of pushing a little too early. And Believe and Dreams, well, they believed in their dreams, and they've made sure that LOC's dreams are going to be shattered, at least in this game. But Gujarat Tigers now, look at them. 9 eliminations secured already. They're looking for a few more, and they know exactly where the players of K9 squad are, and they have a line of fire available in that direction as well.
Look at the circle shift. Only one team, Johnny, is inside the circle.
Oh, wow.
And it's just Guso Esports. Gujarat Tigers, they've got to inject themselves inside. And this is where Inferno Squad could also make a move. But for Carnival Gaming, I think their wounds haven't really healed yet for what ESCN did to them in the previous game. Omega trying to create another angle. And now Neo, he has to find that opener. Needs to lob that grenade into perfection. And once that happens, the entirety of Carnival Gaming might go in pushing.
Well, they're still waiting for that opportunity. Neo, he's the one who needs to lead the charge. Without settling their differences in that fight, neither one of them makes it to the next zone. Just 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen, before the blue zone starts to move in. Carnival Gaming, attention now shifting towards the players of Gusso Esports, and that is a big deterrent of how the fight progresses, because now Omega, he's been picked apart by Gusso Esports. While they're trying to gatekeep the players of Jux, they have ESCN on top of their heads. This is too stressful if you are looking at CG right now.
But look at Inferno Squad. They've been hitting over. And now 7 hours. They've also come in close. Look at the floor. It's almost lava. Voldemort did try to step in, but even the Dark Lord burns down to crisp.
Wonderful.
But one grenade coming in there from Omega and the entire squad. Did he just...
Yeah, he did.
Oh my god.
He just eliminated his entire team himself. Well, that is a moment. Something you rarely get to witness, but I guess again it is vacant fixes, so I mean, we are open up to everything. ESN, in the meanwhile, they try to make the push uphill, and they are going to get stabbed in the back by the players of Insane. But Afu now put under pressure from Jux. And, of course, the flanks are quite exposed as well, and that is where the opposing team takes an advantage from. Look at the radar. There's one more team, Hyderabad Hydras, holding the slope of the hill. Shadow, smokes need to be laid out right now, a second longer, and this is going to be such a worse position for Insane. Look at that. Another nade from Shayan. Shadow goes down. I don't think Insane is going to survive in this game any longer.
Yeah, for Insane, I think finally they start looking a little bit unsettled over here. The way they were trying to inject themselves inside the circle from the southern side, and now seems like the teams at the top are so well prepared. Look at
no
Vardhan.
cover.
He's trying to bob and weave, but not enough. Shayan is still going to rattle him down with bullets, but it is going to be Honey who finds that opener. But Hyderabad Hydras, they're also alive from up top. They also could wreak havoc inside the lobby.
Man, but what has happened to ESCN? They have been taking so many fights, and yet they have one finish to show for all of it as of now inside of this game. So someone has definitely been on a heist, and I believe it is the lads from Hyderabad Hydras and Gujarat Tigers combined. But look at this, distance closed in. Insidious, this is too risky, and he falls back, runs inside the smoke, needs to find some cover to go for that first aid. Absolutely not giving an inch to each other, ESN and Hyderabad Hydras right now.
Hyderabad Hydras straight out of the movies this time around, as the utility get exchanged between these two teams. But don't forget 7H, they're right on the horizon. One small butt move and everything could go astray.
But look at the radar. We thought Jux, they were put in a ditch and they would be, well, absolutely nowhere close to winning this game. They are the only team right now who are closest to the circle, and everyone else, they will fight, and in fact, they might just die fighting while they try to come down the slope of the hill. This is such an awkward position for all of these teams, so they need to pick up as many finishes right now, because as soon as you try and head towards Jux, the game is in their control.
And now ESCN again back into their fighting ways, but Hyderabad Hydras have them tucked to that one corner. One low toss grenade, Johnny, and the entire team could just get out in a poof. But Madrek getting those knocks, but in fact, he's been knocked as well. Insidious, he needs to just lob a low toss grenade, but kind of overshoots it. As now, Hyderabad Hydras getting their HPs back up. Crypto needs to patch himself up as Insidious. Does he take that swan dive over there and a leap of faith? No, he's going to be careful, but Shayan responds in kind.
Again, that was a risky move, and risk does not always reap benefit. And this time, I think Hyderabad Hydras, they are about to get annihilated. Crypto falls, and his teammate right next to him goes down as well. Gusso Esports, last man still surviving. Ush, oh my god, that is so lucky. Voldemort just caught his feet. I think just one shot connecting on his ankle, and that was it. So he's managed to stay alive, but 7 hours, I think they are running out of time. They try to make a run for the zone, but one man was knocked out. Guso Esports, Ashish turning out to be a game changer, actually picks off Nico from the side of Jux, and this is what 7 hours were hoping for. Now they have some breathing room available to them, but I don't think fixes there is going to be anything that changes the result of this game. We are down to the final 2 teams, and it might all be over already. Last man, Whiskey remaining, going for a heal battle over there. There he is, but the chicken dinner has already been decided, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we were hoping for this. Jux, they make a comeback. They have a big game for themselves, and I believe fixes today, the curse will be broken. One of the teams, at least one of the teams from the grind that have qualified directly to round 4 will push through to the semifinals.
Could be the case, for sure. Gujarat Tigers still trying their luck. Amazing. He's been brought down to low HP, but it is all about Wixky finally giving his life to the blue, and does not require that grenade as well. As like you said, Jocks, they pull through once more. Not a high finish chicken dinner though, but something to hold on to, something that keeps their dreams afloat.
Yeah.
But for Gujarat Tigers, it is a game and a half, man. 12 finishes and a second position. This really gets them back into the game.
Yeah, and they take the first position overall for this match because they will have 18 points, and for the side of Jux, it's just 16. But overall, a wonderful game for both these teams. And Jux, I think it was their destiny to win this chicken, because there was a 1 point in the game where they were on the other side of the road, the very road where the game ended. They were on the other side of that road, and their position was compromised. You had Hyderabad Hydras that had a line of fire in their direction. ESCN was taking pot shots upon them, and there were 2 other teams from the flank. I think at one point even Carnival Gaming turned their attention towards them. So that was such a difficult spot to survive in, and yet not a single player from the side of Jux went down until Ashish from Guso Esports got involved, which was extremely late in the game. I think by that time you had like 5 teams remaining.
And again, we're seeing so much of those circles kind of shifting down, right? Down the hills. Yeah. Nothing is going above. Everybody is anticipating, yeah, we have to fight for the hills. But Jux were like, you know what? We're going to stay a little low this time. And that worked out for them. But it was another one of those games where I think it would be a game changer, considering the fact that X-Park barely could get any points. Even for Team Insane was not really a great game, considering, they had such a tough time getting inside the circle. That means now the teams are slowly but surely starting to catch up. In fact, even the players of Inferno Squad, they decided to become the Suicide Squad. It was Omega. He blew his entire team up.
I'm pretty sure there would have been an exchange of words after that nade, because I think they had like 3 players left standing. Just one man was knocked out, and then I don't know how this man did it. Just one nade pops in, bounces back off the wall, and all of them just go poof. I think even the opposing team was a little confused about what just happened. That wasn't us, man. We didn't. I think they lost on 2 points because of that nade.
Perfectly said. Because for 7 hours, I think this was a really good game.
Yeah.
If you consider looking at the overall picture, they were engaging in all those fights. But yeah, they might be feeling gutted. I mean, we should have been the ones, and
they feel robbed of 2 points.
Yeah, absolute robbery. And for the players of for the players of Inferno Squad, that had to be a huge setback. But now again, when you look at the ending moment, right?
Oh,
for
that is
7 hours, that had to hurt, right? But still a really good game for them.
Yeah, that is an actual 3-pointer that would have made Kobe proud now. Kobe, Steph Curry, whoever you are a fan of, every single 3-point shooter is proud of that one, because he did get 3-point off of that one nade. And 7 hours, I think their fate was decided the moment. This was the best case scenario for them. This was the best result they could have hoped for, because their game was also decided as soon as the zone shifted for Jux, and Jux instantly moved in from that right flank, took control of it, and blocked the way for 7 hours. And that was it. That was when it was decided, like, all right, you are going to be second and we are going to be first.
Now the gears are starting to change, right? Now we're not just seeing those teams that did dominate in the first half of today's evening get away with everything. Right now we're seeing a few teams fight back, wrestle their way through. We just saw Gujarat Tigers. That was a good 18-pointer game. And considering how much of a terrible start to the day it was, it's a recovery. We still have 2 more games to go, and who knows, Gujarat Tigers might just break in through. But then again, 7 hours had a really nice time. Chuck's even having a really nice time. But who could the MVP have been? Somebody from GT?
I mean, it can be someone from GT. It can be someone from ESCN as well. No, ESCN were getting robbed as well. I think it can be someone from Gujarat Tigers or maybe 7 hours. But let's see. I mean, why don't we have to count? We have the graphic in front of our screen. It is Apollo from the side of Gujarat Tigers fixtures. We have 6 finishes secured by the man, 1210 damage dished out, and 26 minute and 2 second of survival time. So overall, I mean, Gujarat Tigers did absolutely incredible. Their backup option of keeping Whiskey in the backlines and giving him all the first aid also worked out. And Clutch God was responsible for this second place finish, I have to say, because had he gone down in that first fight, it would have all been over.
Yes, and I think this is what I wanted to talk about because, yeah, stats and figures, Apollo, he was gifted with that one Zima running at his direction, that final bullet connecting entire vehicle going kaboom. But Clutch got that fight against X-Pac. I think when we had a replay over there, you could see, right, every other player with GT was knocked down. He somehow saved the day over there. Sarang did try to survive for a little while, but that was not enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. But one thing is also not going to be enough, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the points now. Because now the number crunching begins. This was game number 4. We have 2 more matches left in the day. So let's move forward and have a look at the standings of this match. And of course, I think Gujarat Tigers sitting at the top, the first position. There it is, 18 points secured, 2295 damage dished out. This was a game and a half, as you said, fixtures. Jux Esports on that second, settling for 16 points. We have 7 Rs with 14, Guso Esports with 9, Hyderabad Hydras with 9. So overall, not a bad game for both these teams, but both Guso Esports and Hyderabad Hydras did drop the ball in game number 1 and game number 2. So this was kind of a recovery that we are witnessing in the overall ranking. K9 squad, I think they are still maintaining themselves in the fight for the top 4, but they need one more big game.
For Insane, I think still everything good under the hood for K9 squad. Yeah, these 5-6 points aren't really going to make the cut, right? They need that one big chicken dinner, and they need it now. Even for Hyderabad Hydras, they were looking quite solid. 9 points out of this game. But Team Entity seems like we'll have to put down the curtains on them because throughout the entire day, they haven't really shown up, man. Same goes for Carnival Gaming. For X-Pac, Glitch X Reborn, a little bit of that breather. But for Heroes Gaming, the way they just gifted themselves away to Apollo, I think they might feel quite gutted.
Yeah, I mean, Heroes Gaming, there was nothing you could have done about it. What are you going to do? Install like a cannon on that Zima? That is not how the game works. So I think, again, one more problem. So you know how there's this iconic line that says it's not the driver, it's not the vehicle, it's the driver. This time they actually can blame that vehicle. It does not have a lot of HP. So let's move forward to the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, and see what the storyboard right now looks like. We have Insane, of course, ruling from up top, 45 points secured. X-Pac with 39, Inferno Squad 36, and then you have 7Rs with 31 points. And the competition is still quite close because all the way on that 9th position, you have Hyderabad Hydras with 20 points, ESCN with 17, and it goes all the way down to Entity sitting with 15 points on the 14th position. So fixes, here is what I'm thinking, right? We saw this happen yesterday, right in the second last game itself. Big Brothers, they were in the exact same spot. They were sitting on the 14th position with less points than it. They had 12 points.
Yeah.
And then they made a leap to the 5th.
I think for Team Entity, they need to pull out a rabbit out of their magic.
They need to do the same thing.
Yeah, they need to do the same thing. But let's not forget, Big Brothers could not really make the cut. But yeah, they were into fighting contention, right?
Yeah.
But then again, 36, 31 for Inferno Squad and 7Rs respectively. I think 7Rs, they've been constantly putting up those numbers. You could see those position points not really there, but the finish numbers definitely on the board. So that has really been keeping them up. But one bad slip and everything could vanish. It's just like that sand passing through your fingers. And Miramar game, this has to be very crucial.
Exactly, a crucial game, map of Miramar, and of course 2 matches left. Even if you are sitting on that 12th position, you secure 30 points in both the games combined. You can push through, and for a team like Entity, it's not that difficult. Even Carnival Gaming, by the way, is on that second page of the leaderboard. So the opportunity is there for every single team right now. I think the only teams that are out are basically LOC and the team sitting on the last position, but there's a lot more that we have to discuss before we jump into Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And what we'll do right now is we're going to take a look at this promo, and after that we can continue our discussion. And of course, the new companion out now in BGMI, ladies and gentlemen. First spin of the day just at 10 UC. But we are heading down to the 5th game of today. It is going to be the map of Miramar. And of course, we have spoken a lot about a lot of these big names. But then again, Carnival Gaming entity, big points of discussion still sitting on that second page of the leaderboard. We were talking about, is a comeback possible? I believe yes. Do you think? Because again, I'm thinking from a mathematical perspective, but you're one of the former pros. What do you think?
At this point, I'm starting to write them off. But I still want to bring, I think, the players of Gujarat Tigers and Chucks into the pictures.
Yeah.
Because these are the two teams. They still have hills to climb, and they really cannot mess up, especially Gujarat Tigers, considering the debacle in the previous Miramar.
So here's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a look at the schedule. And as we do that, one more important thing is going to happen when we are looking at the schedule. Of course, the next map is going to be Miramar, but I did not like Fixes' answer. He's being a realist. I want dreamers with me as we head into the second last game of the day. And there's one other dreamer that's going to join me on the panel, ladies and gentlemen. You all know who it is. It is none other than a boy, Necro, who's back again for this Miramar action. And of course, Necro, the storyline right now has gotten extremely intense. We have Insane, of course, in a comfortable position sitting up top. X-Park, I think they need like 6 more points to guarantee a qualification, and they have 2 games to make it happen. So 3 points per match is what we are asking from them. But you were there to witness the amazing comeback story that we witnessed yesterday, both from inspiration, be it from the side of Big Brothers as well, who brought themselves back into a fighting position at least before heading to that last game. Do you think, because this group has gotten a little too competitive all of a sudden, do you think, are we going to see a similar story unfold, or is this going to turn out differently?
I think so. We might see a close call between the top 8. I don't think so we're going to see that magic leap that we saw in the past 2 days, right? I mean, still, we did see a big leap from the side of GT. Nothing taken away from that. The first 2 games were absolutely bad. Even the 3rd game, GT was not able to do a lot. And now, finally, in the 4th game, they've picked up the pace. It's still a snail pace, though. GT, they need another solid game to be back in the swing of things, to be in that top 4. But it's not that far away, at least.
Exactly. It's not that far away. When they started off before the match of Weekend, they were in a much worse position. Now, at least, it is that top 4 is within their grasp, and it's not too far away, as you mentioned. Not even like they have just 1 more match remaining. They have a Miramar game remaining. They have that Erangel map left as well at the end of the day. But the problem is, we remember the previous Miramar, what happened to Gujarat Tigers. And
that is true.
One thing that needs to happen, and that is an adaptation in their game plan, is they need to drop together and they need to figure out where they want to go.
No doubt about it. I mean, specifically looking at GT's performance on the map of Miramar, yes, it has been lacking, and we also saw that drop collision coming through, right? LOC was the one to kick things off, and then later on, GT got eliminated by some other team. And that's something GT should try and avoid, or at least put yourself in the advantageous spot in that fight. Now, considering the fact that you know what exactly is going to be happening with you, put up some countermeasures. It's not impossible. GT, they pack a lot of punch.
And there is one more thing that you pointed out. It wasn't just one team that had them surrounded. It was 2 or 3 different squads that had their position all completely compromised, and because of which there was too much pressure in the early game for them to deal with. They didn't even have weapons to fight back in that previous game of Miramar. But considering the top 2 finish from the previous game gives them a momentum, they had a lot of finishes as well, and I think that does give them a little bit more confidence heading into this game 5.
GT is fine, but what about CG? I mean, even they've been having the rivalry inside of Picado, right?
Yeah.
And the Alpha 6, they're once again going to be trying to be the Alpha in that entire Picado area. I'm not sure how CG is going to be capitalizing on that entire fight.
I think just don't waste time running behind them. If you find those weapons, if you find those 2 frags, just
dip.
Cut your losses and dip out, yes. But let's see how this game is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 5 of the day, map of Miramar. It's about to begin soon.
Exactly, as the big green bird is going to be in the skies once again, and as the plane flat path is going to be revealed in front of us, starting all the way from truck stop towards Minas del Sur, this plane flat path is tilted towards the southern side. If the teams do want to move in towards the extreme northern side, towards La Cobreria, El Pozo, and Monte Nuevo, it's going to be outside of the reach.
Yeah, and one more thing, you just always get lucky with this big green bird, because luckily it is green right now. Sometimes it's purple.
I mean, I've been witnessing this big green bird for a long time now, so I'm just going to be saying that same thing, right?
All of us have, buddy, but we've been witnessing southern flight paths on Miramar like this as well in the past. And of course, one thing that is different about this particular lobby was no one decided to go towards that prison island earlier. This time, maybe we're going to see one of these teams out of desperation take that southern drop.
I mean, Insane as well, dropping in towards that own drop location. I'm still looking out for GT, though. Last time they faced a lot of the problems considering the plane fly path was a little bit away from their drop location. This time things are looking a little bit more comfortable for them. And GT, they've already taken an exit. You do see Clutch God. LOC as well moving in towards that same area.
Yeah, but I think this time again, GT, if they see those parachutes, the intention will be clear. It's better to drop out in the open, look for the smaller compounds, get that loot in, and avoid getting taken out early one way or the other.
There we go. CG and A6. Once again, a drop collision towards Picado. This is now going to be fun because CG, they've realized the playing pattern and the play style of A6, so they're definitely going to try to bring in some countermeasures.
Yeah, and they can get the revenge as well. They can try at least to get the revenge for the previous wipeout in Picado. To be fair, I mean, there was a little bit of a third party that happened because the first finish from the side of, not the first, the second finish from the side of Alpha 6 was picked off by X-Park, who showed up right behind the hills of Picado. But look at this, Alpha 6 kicking things off. Goblin already knocked out and finished off. Wow.
How did that just happen? Goblin being the first pick once again, and last time as well, it was Goblin who got knocked out.
Yeah, and they've swapped positions this time. It is Alpha 6 inside of that arena. And Carnival Gaming thinking that, all right, we lost control of the red building before, and that was how they wasted so much of our time. They have dropped into those red buildings. It gives them early loot. It gives them the opportunity to charge towards the players of Alpha 6. But if Alpha 6 have this setup on the inside of the arena properly done, then Carnival Gaming could be running into a trap, especially with the player down.
Could be. Three-man squad now, CG taken down to an A6. They do spot out the players move out in the open. At least the callouts are not going to be conveyed. A6 know exactly what CG is trying to bring on the board. It's not like an anonymous card CG's playing. So at least for A6, they're well aware of what exactly is going on in the surroundings. Now A6, they can try and get their hands on the basic loot and just dip. They've already gotten the advantage. They've already did the damage. And for CG to get the recovery back, it's just going to be even tough because they're not doing too good in the overall standings too. So it's a big mental setback.
But I think A6, they're trying to set up to take on the players of Carnival Gaming because we saw, you look at the radar, right? In the back lines across the road, that is Big Fish right there. And he's trying to cut away any escape routes for the side of Carnival Gaming. So they can't exit towards the western side of the city now.
They can't. CG especially. You talk about Goblin being eliminated once again today. Goblin's been having a rough day, my friend.
Yeah, not a good day for him.
Yeah, especially in Miramar. I mean, he's getting taken down off the rip. That's what happened last time, too. Looking at the zone itself, quite a centralized zone. Pretty standard.
And look at that. We were talking about anyone using that Prison Island Partona and bringing into the mix for this game. Jux, they've gone there towards the extreme southwestern edge of Miramar.
Yep.
And there's no one blocking their way as well. So it should be quite a decent start for them into this match.
Yeah, I mean, Jugs dropping in towards that isolated island, right? And I love the fact that we're seeing that being utilized now, finally.
No.
Weekle flipped. And Team X-Park, I mean, at least the man tried his best to flip it over, but...
That's just true friendship, man. You flip your car and your friend shows up in a Bentley to pick you up.
Failed attempt, but it's fine. You get a better skin.
Yes.
And as I...
Alrighty, I mean...
Yeah, some incredible stuff.
He's taken a page out of your book.
Yeah, he has. He's a magician. That's what he is.
Oh, what color is your Bugatti, Necro?
Transparent.
Why?
All you see is me driving, that's it.
Why do we only see a skill issue?
Yeah, it's a skill issue. That's what exactly happened. It's a skill issue. We can't see that vehicle.
Because the players are better than us.
Pretty much.
I mean, that is true. That part of the story is true.
Hey, but at least I'm getting closer, though.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, I've been grinding a lot these days.
Oh, alright. I mean, we still have to test you out, just like the teams are putting themselves to the test, right?
Yeah, true that. Maybe in the next BGIS,
Yeah.
you'll see my team.
Alright. What's the name going to be?
I don't know.
That
Still
should be the
need to
name.
decide. But you know what? Focus on the game for now because enough of the banter. And we've got Entity. Another one of those teams that is supposed to be the experience packer, but so far that experience isn't really giving them anything inside of the game. The points are missing. The overall play style, the overall entity that we know is missing.
Yeah, that is true. And again, I think, so my take on all of this, why the big names are fumbling, is because of that wildcard safety cushion. That's the only way you make sense of this. Because this is a team that was, well, they had a very good start to their overall journey of 2024, right? A big trophy lifted, and from there on out, the start to the officials, it wasn't as bad as anyone would. Well, no one wants a bad start. I mean, they had a very good start to their journey in the grind as well, and of course, foot slipping here and there, mistakes were made, still fighting their way back into round 4. But now in round 4 is where the real trouble has been, or the real concern has started to reveal itself. And if they don't recover by the time they reach that wildcard stage, wildcard matches begin, then that is going to be a big question of, all right, what is happening with these players? What is happening with the team?
True that. I mean, in wildcard, it's going to be wild. Let's be honest, right?
Oh, for sure.
It's going to be way too wild because every single team is going to be sweating. That's for sure. Right now, as I mentioned, at least there's some sort of cushion, so teams can't afford to go for that risk that they're taking. Oh, interesting way to park your vehicle. The man, there's a high chance it could have been squeezed between the vehicle and the wall, but
yeah. Just did not want to risk anyone spotting out that bus.
Maximum security. But
yeah.
Inferno Squad, interesting prospect in front of us right now. And
True.
Inferno Squad, they have trying to be at least as consistent as possible, right? And for Inferno Squad, the previous game, fine. A little bit of a mishap. It's completely okay. Being left out on that one. But this team is trying their best to be consistent.
Oh, yeah. And I think they're trying their level best, as you mentioned, and that win on the map of Sanhok as well did put them in a position from where they could, well, at least hope to qualify to the next stage directly, semifinals, and not go through wildcard. But let's see, still a standstill between Alpha 6 and Carnival Gaming. Neither one of them wants to move out of the city.
Awkward.
To be fair, I mean, no incentive to move out as well. The city is quite close to the center of the circle, so that is good for Carnival Gaming. And Alpha 6, as long as they stay safe in this cover and they know that they have a team like Carnival Gaming around them, no one's going to challenge pushing in towards the corner of this of Picado.
What I'm saying is it does not make a lot of sense for A6 to force this fight.
Oh, of course.
Because if I'm A6, I would just try to move out, get that high ground in my hands. It's all about the better positioning, and being inside of Picado, being inside one of those cities is definitely going to be limiting the intel that you can have around you.
Yeah, the problem with running into cities in Miramar and, of course, running into buildings in any other map is when you have to move out, the opposing player knows exactly where you're coming from. So they start marking those windows. They don't try to take you down while you are inside the building. They will try to force a fight once you step out from that cover.
Pretty much.
Meanwhile, oh, that's very concerning.
K9 doing the same thing once again, right?
Yeah.
Same play pattern. That's what they did last time, too, where we saw one of the men instantly just getting eliminated while he exposed himself. That overstep that we saw. And now K9 pushing him close and personal against the likes of GT. They've already found that blood. They want to get the confirmation, though. Vehicle's now trying to move in towards that spot. GT, they're being shot at from a lot of those different angles. And GT, somewhere down line, Clutch God gets knocked out. Rough luck for him.
Yeah, they were running towards him from literally every single direction. His backline was compromised. The vehicle towards the right-hand side of the building. The back side of the building was also there. And then Pro running indoors. The distraction of the buggy towards his front. I think he also knew. He also realized that there was no way out of it. Gujarat Tigers, again, an awkward start to Miramar Necro.
It is. Before CG and A6, it's time to move out now. They're on the edge of the zone.
We'll give them a few moments. We'll give them 2 moments.
No, we can't.
Next
that power
zone, maybe?
grid, that power grid high ground right there, it's something that you cannot miss out on.
Yeah, you can't, but the problem is X-Park is already there, almost already there. They have that nice little split going for them. And this is, again, a play that we saw from X-Park before as well. They have taken control of the hills just north of Picado, but Alpha 6 now, they are making that push. Akshat, though, finds the opening knock, and it's going to be horrid. It's going to be knocked and finished. Cario goes down as well, and all of a sudden, Carnival Gaming, they have the upper hand in this fight.
Yeah, instantly just flipping the tables, flipping the odds against A6. And now being in the advantages side of things as another man drops down. A6, almost on the verge of being completely eliminated from the game, as Crux is not going to be that last glimmer of hope. Waiting to be cracked open. But Cracks, he instantly just backs away. As I mentioned, for A6, it just does not make any sense to go for this fight. But they were still constantly forcing it, and now it's almost costing them the elimination in the game.
And again, the same thing might happen as this last survivor from the side of Alpha 6. Oh, he tried his level best to make it to the other side of that arena. And it was, I mean, there was nothing. It was death waiting for him on the other side as well. Either he went down to Carnival or he gave his finish to Xbox. There was no way Alpha 6 would have been able to survive. Neo, in fact, is the man who wrapped things up. 4 eliminations secured by Carnival Gaming at the loss of 1.
CG, off to a good start, though, you can't say.
Yeah.
4 points already accumulated, and CG at this point in time, they just need anything they can latch upon. And CG's definitely grabbing those points slowly and steadily, but the momentum is still missing, though. And CG, the only way they can get the momentum, they can get the win in the sales, is by at least getting one decent game with double digits on the board. If that's not going to be the case, well, then CG will be missing out on that qualification mark. At this point, CG, they need a 30-pointer.
Yeah,
that's
they
for
do.
sure.
I mean, they need the 30 points one way or the other. The 2 matches that they have left remaining. Xbox, though, we see them in some action at least. They're not too far away from where the players of Insane are.
Insane. One of those teams, right, just came in with a complete new lineup. Somehow the scouting program for this team has always been impeccable, right? They always come up with some of the best players possible, and now this new team Insane as well is just a wrecking ball. They're doing fantastic. Team X Spark, they spot out 2 teams colliding against each other. It's the GT side this time, colliding against the opponents, which is going to be Gusso Esports, and even Gusso Esports, known for their firepower, even they do tend to pack a lot of punch.
Oh, no!
The man exposes himself by opening the door, and Ashish, he wasn't even moving a single muscle. He fights that striking advantage, and he strikes down the player. Gusso Esports back in the advantage, back in the swing of things, and now they spring back to life as Gusso Esports, the second man, is quite softened up, but it's fine. The players of GT, they've taken a lot of blows upon themselves. Shadow tried his best to do something, but he gets denied in return.
And what an awkward moment for Gujarat Tigers. A team with a lot of experience making rookie mistakes. Necro just opens the door and stands there like there's no one there, even though they knew that Gusso Esports had control of these compounds. A big blunder for Gujarat Tigers. They only get 1 frag off of that. But Ashish and TapGod, well, let's see what they can do. Because now all of this information, the commotion has been heard by the teams around them. And of course, one of the big threats that lurking right on top of their head is the side of Xpark.
Xpark. There we go. Believe knocked out. Even for K9 squad, it just feels like K9 and GT, they've been on the same boat.
Yeah.
And even though both these teams, they're trying each other out through and through. K9, they've always been at the top of that entire drop location where GT likes to go, towards Minas Generalis. And now K9 squad, when they try to move out from that entire spot, they're taking a lot of damage upon themselves. And moving inside of today's day, K9 squad was definitely one of the favorite teams, right? Hands down. When we saw this team for the first time inside of the grind, K9 squad, man, they came up with some nice numbers. But then later on, the transition towards the round 4, I guess it's all about the gap these teams have had, right? It's
that is
some weeks. So I guess they've sort of got that rusty hands. Maybe they just need to shake it off, and maybe inside of the wild card, things can be a little bit better.
I mean, if that is the case, they should have been practicing.
I don't know what to say, man.
I don't think it's it's them being out of practice, to be honest. I think it is just complacency, man. Just underestimating the competition, thinking that the teams that did not qualify directly from the grinds weren't going to improve as much as they have. And that's one of the reasons why all of the big names are getting punished right now. But look at one punish that is about to happen. Insane. They're going to empty clip after clip upon that car. And K9, they're trying their level best to drive away without losing a single player. But I believe it is Dreams who's down to just a pixel of HP. All right, it was Zap. Dreams was the man driving the vehicle, but he does manage to escape. Barely, though.
It's all good in the hood, though, still. K9 squad, Zap almost got knocked out, but it's all good, considering he found his hands on the cover. But yeah, going back towards that conversation, right? Compare this competition to 2023. One thing is for sure, the competition in 2024, hands down, has been really fierce.
Yeah.
We do have the map feed in front of us right now. As usual, teams just trying to get their hands on the better compounds. But yeah, I mean, it's nothing really much. And Jux Esports, too, slowly and steadily moving in all the way from that southern side. It's quite a late rotation.
Yeah, this shift of the zone towards the southwestern quadrant just changed the game for Jux now. They can take control of the hill of Laudriela, move down the slope, and along the roadside there are a few compounds that will be accessible to Jux if no one else moves in for them, because majority of the cluster was already there towards the northern and the eastern side of the circle. But we'll come back to that. X-Park right now have gotten all the information about the players of Insane, and Ninja Jod, he's going to need a lot more utility, but if he gets those nades and Molotov, I think he can single-handedly destroy the entirety of Insane.
X-Park
Needs
hands
more mollies,
down.
man.
They've got the advantage. And Ninja Jod, at this point in time, he knows the opponents, they've got the cover to play with. He can definitely try and force a fight, but while doing so, it's just going to be exposing himself too much, right? And there's going to be a lot of risk coming in from all the different angles, considering he's at the top. He will be easily accessible to all the eyes. For Team Insane, all the 4 players in that one single compound, not looking too confident inside of this game. Entity as well from the top, just raining down Hellfire, not able to find anything so far.
I think they're going to give it another go. Or at least Gamla Boy will. He's moving towards the players of ESTN who have been made aware of the presence of these harbingers of death just on top of that hill. But then again, ESTN, they found a safe haven inside the circle, so no incentive to force a fight right now in this game. Apart from the mid-rotation clashes that have happened, I think majority of the teams have found a lot of safe options to
Easy point.
hide behind, but now by the time they pull the trigger, I think Goku would have run behind cover. Need the opposing player to be a little bit more exposed than that.
Oh my god. Oh no, he parks it. Okay, well, the mat's going to be safe for now. Entity, though, still should have went for the shots. I think so the opponents are always going to be expecting someone to be on that high ground, so I'm pretty sure ESCN, they will try to be as safe. Okay, maybe not.
This is what they were waiting for. This is what they want to happen. You want the opposing player to just have this false sense of safety, and as soon as ESCN have that, one player has been knocked out, but Gamla Boy, he needs to reposition. So he has one more teammate right next to him, but the other 2 players are on a different hill. So Entity, with this high ground advantage, they are going to have to fight it a 2v4.
ESCN should have known the fact that there's someone at the top, and he's still unaware of that fact.
He has 5 nades, just needs to lob 1.
I guess Gamla Boy knows the fact that it's going to be outside of the reach as well, or it's going to be really tough to toss in towards that same accuracy, so that's why Gamla Boy isn't really going for any of the toss. He's probably saving those utilities for the late game. And ESCN right now, yeah, at the top, finally realizing the fact that the opponents, they have been raining down bullets. And yeah, the Noctaman once again back up on his feet, no issues. The cover was way too close.
Well, ESCN, they've been allowed to live over there. Can't really miss out on this opportunity moving forward. K9 squad on our screens, though. Having lost belief early, they did manage to survive and manage to avoid getting taken out by the players of X-Park. But now on their flanks have the players of 7Rs quite close to them, and 7Rs can turn into a big threat at any time. So that is one more name that you have to avoid.
7 hours. The players now finally having that sigh of relief as they move in towards that southern side of the circle as well. And look at the shift that we're seeing. On top of the players of Insane, and Ninja Jod is right there at the top. So you can't say Team X-Park, they're in the most advantage so far. And look at the split that Team X-Park has. They've got so much playing space.
Yeah, but they need to move in and cover for Ninja Jod. He's all alone, quite close to the players of Insane. In the meanwhile, K9, he has spotted out the players of 7Rs in the distance. Shots were fired from Dreams, and he did dish out quite a lot of damage on one of the individuals, but unable to find that knock. And of course, taking damage from the blue as well. Just trying to gatekeep the players of 7Rs, but it is not going to be enough. They have moved in inside the zone. And now Dreams needs to move in as well.
K9. Considering Believe was knocked out a while ago, and the confirmation was there too. Hold on to my words. GlitchX Reborn. Yeah, they try to slip through, but unfortunately this time they get caught. It's not too slippery. And then even ESCN, yeah, they are even taking a piece of that pie. GlitchX Reborn. Big wall to trouble. Zod OP. Last man surviving towards that area. GlitchX Reborn, one of the man is still in the front lines, looking safe though. Before Zod OP, if he's taken down right here, GlitchX Reborn's journey in this game, there's a high chance it can be over in the upcoming seconds.
And again, one more man knocked out. Luckily for them, though, Malak has already made it inside the circle. So if he does manage to survive, maybe they can secure a few extra placement points from this match. But if you're thinking about qualification, then after this game, a big win will be required from Glitch Reborn in the last match. And Gabla Boy finally might get punished, but no. The jump puts him out of vision of Goku, and he can't really dish out or continue to dish out any more damage. So they will just have to settle for the points that they got from the frags of Glitch Reborn. An entity, they have repositioned themselves to take the fight now inside the circle and not on the outer side.
Entity, 3 players in the front, 1 man in the back lines, which is Pakar. And I think Pakar as well is going to try to close on up and provide that fire. K9 Zap knocked out. Once again, K9 just so scattered. It's always that one individual player who's separated from the pack who gets knocked out. For AG, even Kick is separated, so you can't say getting the conversion is going to be even rough for both the sides. But K9 at least is trying their best to get the fallen player back up. For AG to do so, they will need to cross on over out in the open, and I'm not sure if they would want to go for this risk.
Oh man, just a 4x on Ninja Jod. These are the moments when I think even he would be hoping. Had he found a 6x scope, would have been much better, but still looking to see if he can just tap away at the opposing players, just dish out some damage, or maybe just steal one finish from this fiasco. But as we were talking about K9, I think things are about to get even more awkward because the zone moves away from them, and they have their way being blocked by Heroes Gaming, Carnival, Jux, Xbox, and Insane until you reach the circle. A northwestern shift, just a complete curveball for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, this curveball also brings a lot of life in the hands of Hyderabad Hydras, because they now have got a lot of that playing space. Even Jux towards that spot. For Jux, I mean, they were the late breachers, but considering the fact that they've gotten decent position, moving inside of the zone can be pretty tough. But if they do manage to eliminate the competition around them, play with much more discipline, things can be better.
Well, things can definitely swing, but again, the next 30 seconds, very important for them inside of this match. ESCN, in the meanwhile, still taking care, or in fact, trying to deal with the players of 7 hours in the back lines, but fight breaks out. It is Heroes Gaming against the players of K9. Dreams already knocked out. Man advantage in the hands of Heroes Gaming. And of course, the pressure from the back lines as Carnival Gaming are looking down below upon these 2 squads going at it. Master, he extends, or in fact, overextends a few shots on his body, and he runs back indoors.
Yeah, Master. I mean, he was the one to get the opener in that fight. So K9 squad now taken down with 2-man squad, and this is where AG, they get the advantage. Zap is there inside of that building. He's got his hands on the shotgun as well. It's all about that first shot, and Zap misses everything. And he will be brought down as well on his knees. As Pro is now going to be the last glimmer of hope, and he's trying his best to fight back, but not a lot can be done by that one single man.
Yeah, whiffs quite a lot of shots from that UMP, and then again, the switch of the weapon was a little too late by that time. Heroes Gaming, they had the clear man advantage, and of course, 2 players running towards you with the DBS. You can't do a lot over there, but look at this. Hyderabad Hydras against Entity Gaming, and this is what I wanted to say. Entity over there have a nice little high ground advantage to work with, and Hyderabad Hydras could have been put under pressure. They got all the information about the opposing players from the hill up top, and now with this push, Gamla Boy and Pukar leading the charge. Insidious knocked out, but before they found this trade, one of their own was picked off. Troy was put out of his misery by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and one more knock secured by Hyderabad Hydras now as Pukar hits the floor.
Entity Gaming still fighting tooth and nail for that spot in the top 4.
Oh, nice.
Another hit sells in, and just like that, within a blink of an eye, the entirety of Entity, they just come crashing down. With that, the hopes and dreams of making it in the top 4, even they have been shattered. Hyderabad Hydras, solid stuff from this team. As I mentioned, when we saw the circle shift, it definitely did bring in a lot of that lifeline on the likes of Hyderabad Hydras. And now, considering they've also got the best spot they can play for him, still outside of the zone though, barely, but it's okay.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting to see how they make it better from just okay, but Inferno squad, I think a nice line of smokes laid out. Owen, it's going to be very difficult to bring Owen back into the game, so I think he is done and dusted.
Yeah.
They will have to take the fight 3v4. He looks quite close. And it does secure the knock, equalizes the numbers. The follow-up is going to be instantaneous. And Necro, look at this. The barrage of utility right on the heads of LOC. And the artillery strike, it's finding a lot of casualty. Down to 2 players they go. But in an instant, the floor wiped with Inferno Squad as the third party comes in from Hyderabad Hydras. They turn into the Guardian Angels for LOC.
Inferno Squad beamed down to death. Eliminated on that 7th spot. While LOC, they did take a little bit of scratch here and there, but it's complete fine. Jux! Oh, the man tried to overextend, but instead gets knocked out himself. ESCN, 3 players. It's like a wall that's slowly and steadily moving in. But ESCN, even they're catching a lot of hurt upon themselves in return. They need to be a little bit more wary of the competition that's around them. And even Team Insane from the top can definitely do some serious damage. And considering there's another man in the back lines, which is Mullik, I don't think so. The players of ESCN, they've got any clue that Mullik is there.
Oh, yeah. I don't think so. He's been sitting in that car for a long time. And when I say a long time, I mean Glitz Reborn was one of the first teams to get wiped inside of this game. But Jux, Vardhan, he's going for a push. And Sham in the front lines can actually find the frag. He, in fact, goes for Nico first. Both players in that car. That is a big blunder. They still find the trades, though. Jux looking to turn things around. They have the high ground advantage to work with. But now Rubu goes down. And Honey in the back lines can, in fact, cause a lot more damage to the players of Jux. In fact, they just get wiped out completely. A third party from Insane. A lot of third parties happening from Hyderabad Hydras and Insane.
I mean, Crypto gets knocked out for Hyderabad Hydras now. This might just give that sigh of relief in the lobby that's needed, because Hyderabad Hydras, they have been doing some serious damage up till now. And Mullik is still inside of that vehicle. Someone spot him. It's been a while. The man's been in that same spot, and no one's able to take countermeasures against him because they just have got no clue Mullik is right there. ESCN right now, they've got a bigger foe to worry about in the name of Team Insane. And ESCN, I see that wrap-up they're trying to make. They do realize the fact that there's definitely going to be a little bit of that rich to play around with. And yes, the man has completely passed him away. Mullik, he's still unknown. And the opponents, they're right around him. And look at Mullik. His vehicle's also flipped over. Oh my God, this is incredible. That's why they've got no clue.
Exactly.
And he's still not taking any shots.
He's sitting in a flipped-up car, for crying out loud. And Mullik is definitely, he has a lot of sinister plans in his head, but look at this chaos breaking out. LOC making the push towards Hyderabad Hydras. They're looking for the first frag, and there it is. Moke's knocked out, but instantaneous third party without delay. Insane now looking for the bodies of LOC. They found one, a brilliant run over from Afu. He's looking for one more, misses Fuzzy as he's been juking that buggy left, right, and center, but finally he's going to fall. Afu knocked out, back and forth trades, and LOC in a split second just come out on top. They were down to their last man, but they still survived. But the table has completely been flipped now because LOC and Hyderabad Hydras are at an even footing, and Mullik from Glitz, he's still surviving. ESCN is down to their last 2 players. This could be a 1 versus 1 versus 1 ending, Necro.
It could be. LOC still at man is all the way back in the blue, going for that patch-up constantly as Grind. He has taken too much damage at this point in time. He's only got 3 first days to back him up, and as you mentioned, it's going to be 2 players alive from ESCN.
It's down to Mullik.
It is. And Mullik's position is still uncompromised. Mullik is all the way in the back lines. And even he's going to be taking some damage soon enough.
I think he's finally gotten out.
He has. He's trying to creep and crawl his way inside of that safe zone, tossing out a couple of more smokes. That means it's just going to give his position away. But Mullik right now has got a buggy to play with. And there we go. ESN aware of the fact that this smoke grenade came in from this entire spot. And that's why Mullik's position now has been compromised.
Waiting, just lurking in the shadows behind that buggy, and ESCN, they have no clue where this man is. They themselves pushed up from this exact slope of the hill, and all of a sudden they realize there's one more player remaining. If these 2 lads, Honey and Kakarot, get too far away from each other and Mullik is able to isolate these fights, he can clutch out this chicken dinner. And imagine what an amazing moment that will be for him and for the entirety of Glitz Reborn. Honey overexposes himself, and Mullik, he's going for a spray, but he whiffs, and this is a big mistake. I think this might be it. ESCN, they're looking for the win, and they might have secured the win already. Kakarot, he has the flank.
A desperately needed one, too, and Mullik, gets sandwiched between both the players, and he can't really do a lot. Just like that, it's going to be ESCN to close things off finally. And even they're now going to be back in the race.
Yeah, I mean, kind of in the race because ESCN, they have a lot of finishes. They have the chicken dinner and the bounce back is going to be there, but they will need to be consistent in the next game as well. That's the only way they survive. As of now, they have brought themselves in a fighting position, but what an awkward game and what a chaotic ending as well. Especially Malik, man, just went invisible.
That is true. I mean, that's for the late game, right? But once again, we started off with a drop collision, right?
Oh, yeah.
GT, even they lost out on one of the players. Even for CG, they lost out on Goblin off the rip. So in general, these two drop collisions, there have been some serious problems for both these teams. They need to do something, either change it or bring in some better countermeasures.
But I think the problems in Picardo are a little bit worse for Alpha 6 because they lost that fight twice. Even in the previous game, they were the ones that got wiped out. So Carnival Gaming, at least even if they lose out on one player, they come out with a positive trade, right? The one thing that they did not account for in the previous Miramar was Xbox taking control of that hill. And in this game, they completely avoided the northern side of Picardo. So they learned their lesson, like, all right, this is a team that we need to fight against. We can win against them easily, but it's the third party that we need to avoid. But then again, even Carnival Gaming were picked off mid-rotation when the circle just completely abandoned them.
Exactly my point, right? When you're just going to be inside of that city for the entire game, your information is going to be limited too much.
Yes.
You do not know what exactly is going out outside of that bubble, and that's something that CG needs to wrap up on, needs to work up on. Luckily enough for the upcoming game of Wrangle, things are going to be much more fluid, but still the usual suspects, right, struggling once again. For ESCN, as I mentioned, even they're back in the race. That's good news. But Hyderabad Hydras having the advantage, still missing out.
That was very awkward to what happened to Hyderabad Hydras. Just caught off guard, can't even react to it. And not the first time that this is a position where they've gone down and where they weren't really aware about where the opposition was coming from. And of course, I mean, we talk about Hyderabad Hydras. We've been talking about the tumbles taken by the big names. Have to give props to Insane. Very consistent. Even in this match, they make it to the top 4, and they had a lot of frags in the bag as well.
As I mentioned, this banner just always comes in with those Dark Horse players, right? And they're always able to perform super well inside of this entire lineup. And once again, this new team Insane is putting up some miraculous numbers on the board, being super consistent in every single game. I think so. There was just one single game that was being missed out by these players. After that, they have been really consistent on the board. You cannot also vary out the fact that even Team X Spark was doing quite decent. Later on, of course, things went a little bit south, but it's fine. Even Team X Spark, they're still going to be in that top 4.
Yeah, Xbox I think will be in the top 4 as well, or just barely outside of it. They need that. They need, I think, at least like 5 to 10 points in the next or the last game of the day as well. If they secure those 10 points, they will qualify. Because Xbox, as Fixers also pointed out, we saw this the first 2 games that they played out. They were very consistent. In fact, the first 3 games, because the Sanhok as well was a decent finish from their side. So that consistency in the early start has kept them in the fight. But you know what? Even in the previous round, we saw them play like this. Round number 2, when we saw them for the first time, they had an amazing start. First 3 games, just annihilating the lobby. But then game number 4, 5, and 6 were not going well. And that is exactly what is happening. Although qualification right now is a little bit tougher. Back then it was top 7 moving through. Now it's just top 4. So Xbox, things need to be taken under control in the last map.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, right, no one gets eliminated. So I guess even X-Spark can afford to take those risks if they do want.
True, very true.
Yeah, I mean, focusing on some other teams too, right? Now, ESCN finally back in the race. GlitchX Reborn, they're of course being consistent, but you can still say they're going to be on that pressure point.
Yeah.
Considering GlitchX Reborn, they were barely hanging on that cliff, right, in the overall standings. And now that even ESCN is closer, man, the overall standings, the top 8 is going to be so close.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be close. I think it is going to be divided into 2 brackets. There's going to be Team Insane and then everyone else. So it will be between the 2nd and the, I think, up until the 9th or the 10th position, anyone can qualify as of now as well. We had the same scenario develop yesterday, all thanks to Big Brothers bouncing back. Today we have it thanks to ESCN bouncing back.
Yeah, ESCN as well in the final few moments, just making that chicken dinner. But even Inferno Squad was in contention. I'm not sure what's going on with them, because after those 2 crucial games that were there from their side, it's been a complete mishap from them. Inferno Squad, they tried their best to move out in the open. Unfortunately, there was a complete team in the front, and Inferno Squad just got beamed down to death. So these type of mistakes Inferno Squad really need to stop having.
And again, I mean, in Miramar, while you are focused in on the fights in front, you have to keep looking up constantly, because it was the death from above scenario for them as well. High ground advantage to the opposing team, and you really do not see them coming. And a lot of teams did go down that way. You see that early fight that Entity Gaming were involved in, Gamla Boy putting so much pressure. He was alone on that cliffside, but it was enough pressure to hold an entire team inside of that broken building. And you never want to be pinned out by just one man. Entity was having a lot of free reign from the top of that hill. until the circle sort of forced them out into the open. They ran towards Hyderabad Hydras and they got sandwiched and picked off.
That is true. I mean, Entity Gaming is one of those teams that you expect to be on the dominating spots, right? And I love the fact that they were super proactive, getting that high ground instantly off the bat. But still, it's not really giving them what they need, and that is the big game. Entity Gaming still missing out on that big opportunity. While you try to focus on Glitch X Reborn, you really got to give props to them, man. Still, they took some heavy blows early inside of the game. You saw Malik in the final few moments, being there in the late game and just securing the constant points.
And he ran there quite early, in fact. I mean, it was a little bit of luck involved in that play as well, because Malik was one of the first few people to move close to the center, and as soon as the circle kept shifting on top of him, I think he just realized, because in a position where you're the last surviving player for your team, you will try to move as little as possible, because movement is when you're moving is when you get spotted, right? Even if you're running in the distance, until you start moving, that is what the eyes are attracted towards, the movement. So Malik, his intention was clear: just stay hidden in one place, just become a chameleon. And lucky for him, he found a car flipped on his head. That is the last place anyone will check, because you see a vehicle lying on its top and you just assume, like, all right, it's abandoned, there's no one going to be sitting in it. But Malik did exactly that. And of course, ESCN, with that climb, they protected him.
That is true.
They were kind of his guardian angels the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel bad for ESCN not knowing the fact that there was a man in that vehicle the whole time, and Malik was just probably having those evil smirks on his face.
See, I would feel bad for them had they not won the chicken.
That is true.
They won the chicken, so it's all good.
I mean, it's all good, right? ESCN, that's all that was needed, right? That big single game. But moving on towards Heroes Gaming, right? Another one of those teams moving inside of today's day, considering we saw Heroes Gaming in the round 3 for the first time. And when we saw them for the first time, we had so many expectations. Heroes Gaming were being really consistent. They were also having some of those big games on their name. But now moving inside towards round 4, Heroes Gaming, there's a big question mark on their performance too. The previous Miramar was really good, but this Miramar completely left out.
Yeah, I think they tried to bring their confidence back with a lot of aggression into the game, and all of a sudden I think the self-doubt has started to settle in, because we see them constantly looking for options to back away from the fights that are laid out in front of them. And I think because of that, that second guessing, the self-doubt inflicted, is resulting in them not really being able to perform in those 4v4s. But Heroes Gaming, again, this is a new team, new set of players, young lads, so maybe hopefully after this journey is over in round 4 and they head towards that wildcard stage, maybe they can figure out, all right, we just need to stay focused on our game plan. As long as we stick to our game plan, we will be successful.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, you can clearly tell this team is overthinking a lot of those scenarios, right? And all thanks to the known names that have moved in directly from the ground, because these known names definitely do pack that aura where all the other new teams are definitely going to be having those jitters around them. And I guess Heroes Gaming is also one of those
victims.
But
Necro, 16 teams in the lobby, which is your favorite till now?
I think so. It's definitely going to be X-Spark.
That's a common one.
Yeah, okay, then maybe Team Insane.
All right, yeah. I mean, Insane and X-Spark are built different. That is the top 2 teams. Again, going for the easy plays. Ladies and gentlemen, Necro.
I mean, you know it's unreliable, man. The top 10, you just never know it's going to be kicked out from that top 4. But let's move on and look at the individual player now. Who's been your favorite player?
In this game, Malik.
Okay, well, I mean, definitely in our eyes, Malik is supposed to be the MVP, but it's actually not going to be the MVP. Instead, it's going to be Maverick from Hyderabad Hydras. I guess some decent numbers were put up on the board from Hyderabad Hydras. 6 elimination points, 1,059 damage dished out with 1 headshot only, and the survival time of 27-25.
Oh, it was impressive. And Maverick, let's not forget, he was the man responsible for putting Entity out of their miseries. I think 3 or 4 nades lobbed. He got 2 finishes off of that play, and it was incredible, because that fight resulted in Hyderabad Hydras getting a few more later down the line. But let's have a look at the top performers of this match. And of course, Maverick sitting atop everyone else. We have Kakarot on the 2nd position with 4 eliminations secured. Afu from the side of Insane with 3 finishes. Honey is going to be there with 3 finishes to his name as well. And Goku with 3 eliminations secured in this match as well from the side of ESCN.
Overall, a really good game from ESCN. Nothing taken away from that. And Afu from Insane, he has been really impressive. I would say, you talk about my favorite player throughout today's day, it definitely has to be Afu, because with the way he clutched that first game for Team Insane, he was the only one who found those 2 major knock against X-Bard in that angle. And now, once again, Afu is always there consistently on the board. He has definitely been my favorite player so far.
I mean, he has been quite consistent for the side of Insane today. So, I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, he is one of the key pillars for the team. But then again, Insane, they have this amazing synergy within themselves that makes them special. But let's have a look at the point standings now. Let's move forward. And it will be ESCN, ladies and gentlemen, sitting at top, 22 points secure, 12 finishes in this matchup. Hyderabad Hydras on the second with 15. You have LOC on the third with 13 points secured. Insane on the fourth with 8 points. But this is why Malik was so impressive. It could have been 0 points on the board for Glitch Reborn, but they still end up with 6.
But you can still say top 4, they're doing okay. Under that, 6 points, I would say it's too much of a low of a cutoff right there. You've also got Heroes Gaming with only 5 points, Carnival Gaming with only 5 points accumulated, and all thanks to those finish points they accumulated. Jux Esports 2 with only 4. Let's move on and look at the latter half of the board. We're going to be finding a lot of these upsets. Now, one of the teams that's being missing throughout the entire day is definitely going to be K9 Squad, and once again, they're on the latter half of the board. 7 Edge this time, a big mishap from them, 0 points accumulated. You've got Alpha 6 as well, considering they only managed to get Goblin in the early fray.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that, nothing else was accomplished. But let's see. I mean, the impact is going to be quite massive of this this point standings right now on the overall leaderboard as well, because a lot of turnarounds. You see Gujarat Tigers, their momentum shut down. X-Spark, I think, are going to be just on the third or the fourth in the overall leaderboard. But yeah, again, our maths isn't that great. So let's just move forward and have a look at the overall rankings instead. Let's see how things are turning out on our storyboard.
Yeah, we've got the entire production crew just trying to crack down the numbers, and here we go.
They're
Numbers
still second.
finally in front of us. And as I mentioned, yeah, Team X-Spark still on the second spot, ESCN Esports. Oh, look at that leap. On the third, Inferno Squad not that far behind, 38 points, just 1 point separating that third and the fourth, and then Hyderabad Hydras underneath them. Even that's not big of a separation. Even Jux Esports still in the race, even 7 Edges there, Glitch X Reborn. You can't say the top 11, they've got a chance.
I think the top 13 have a chance, because even Hero Gaming Carnival with 21, LOC on 21 points as well, all tied up. One big game, one last triangle, and you can conquer all of it. But again, we keep saying mathematically it is possible, but you also have to account for the fact that in order for these teams to qualify, Inferno, Hyderabad Hydras, ESCN, not ESCN, but Inferno, Hyderabad Hydras, Jux, 7, and Glitch Reborn need to just bomb this last game.
That is true.
And there's a very small chance of 4 teams just dropping the ball.
You got a point. I mean, if you do want to make that big leap, you also got to pray the fact that these teams on the first half of the board, they do mess up in a big margin. Because even if they do manage to get even 10 points or 9 points, things will still keep them in the top 4. If that's not going to be the case, well then, as I mentioned, the other teams will definitely have a chance to bounce back.
I would say they get 5 points and they already are. They basically kick out the teams on the second page of the leaderboard outside of contention.
Exactly. So a big mishap needs to be there. And of course, all the fans that are there still on the latter half of the board, you just got to keep on praying for your favorite teams. There's definitely going to be a lot of those fans rooting in for GT, a lot of those fans rooting in for K9 Squad. And these two teams so far, they have been super unreliable. But you know what, Johnny? What's not unreliable?
What?
It's the Royal Pass that you get inside of the game. Because you always get guaranteed skins. And the best part is, you get your UC back too. So let's move on and look at this promo, my friends.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
And Necro, as you said, I mean, the Royal Pass is reliable in giving you skins, but turns out the man you were asking for a Royal Pass is not reliable at all.
That is true. I mean, I just got to ask someone else. Maybe can you give me? I guess you said yesterday no, right?
No, yeah, I've clearly told you I'm not giving you anything, man.
Man, I got to ask someone else from the Hindi desk. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, the upcoming map is something that might just shatter a lot of those hopes and dreams.
Oh, yeah, for the teams, not for him. I'm pretty sure he'll find a way to get that Royal Pass. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and have a look at the schedule one last time. One map of Wrangle to go. And the question still remains the same. Who's going to qualify?
That is a big question, and I guess after this last game, the curtains are going to be opened up, and the top 4 will be revealed in front of us. There's so many teams in that race, maybe even the top 13 still there, having a chance to move into the top 4. But you know what? I alone myself cannot really try and crack the numbers, so I've now got Fixes alongside with me on the panel. Fixes, what do you think?
I'm starting to ponder if I should really be helpful or kind anymore. Because I have been benevolent, but you've been one ungrateful person. And we've been talking over the Royal Pass, and I think you've got enough money in the bank to already buy it for yourself. So do that for now. But, again, getting back to business, Necro, we've got that one last game on our hands. And I'm going to tell you this. From the second position to the 9th, I think we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, we've definitely got a game on our hands. And as you mentioned, from the 2nd to the 9th, or maybe even the top 13, man.
No, man.
Imagine 25-pointer on the board that can't propel them in the top. Hey, listen, man, what Limra pulled off, you cannot rule that out.
I mean, again, Limra was quite consistent towards the end. You're not seeing that consistency being out there for the others, right? Hyderabad Hydras, yes, they bounced back. ESN, yes, they did. But when you're looking at the teams from 10 to 13, I really haven't seen them perform.
That is true. I mean, even GT, they have been super unreliable, right? GT, they have been struggling through and through. The same thing can be said for a couple of more of their teams. K9 Squad, they've just not been there in the fray. And I'm not even sure what exactly is going on, because when we saw K9 Squad for the first time in the grind, it was not the same team. It just feels like the playing four is not the same anymore.
Feels like they overthought into this lobby because you could see, right, such massive spreads going out and nothing has been really working out for them. In those fights, you could see those discords happening between those players, not really synergized, the trades really not coming in. I think we can really pull the curtains over, maybe even for K9, same goes for Entity, for Carnival Gaming, really haven't been in the groove today as well.
Carnival Gaming, interesting prospect right here, right? Those two Miramars have been completely shattered just because of that one single team, Alpha 6. And now for Carnival Gaming, somewhere down the line, we all know, moving in towards that top 4 just gets even tougher.
It certainly does, but can you really blame it on Alpha 6, right? Alpha 6, they are being the notorious squad. They realize they've made peace with their fate. But for Carnival Gaming, I think Picado has been a home for, I think, quite some years. I think for the last 2 or 3 years, they've been dropping down over there, and you have to be adept in defending it. And for Carnival Gaming, spending so much of those times, but everything gets pushed away. One last game, 9 teams in contention for those 3 spots, Necro. I think I'm starting to get those goosebumps already.
Anything can happen, man. At this point in time, anything can happen. I mean, it's been a while since I've been casting the second last game, but now I'm finally over here for the last game as well. So I'm going to be experiencing that shocker in front of the camera while all the audience is watching me. But yeah, still, I mean, as you mentioned, the top 9, they can easily still crack in. The first 2 spots, maybe you can't say it's solidified. Those teams have been really consistent.
I think only the first spot has been solidified.
Okay, even X-Spark, you think is still in the danger zone?
You never know, because so many teams around the 38 to 35 points. Now imagine X-Spark being taken down early on and the others kind of step it up. You don't know, have no idea about that.
Yeah, but 3 teams stepping up at the same time, that might just be too much to ask for. But you know what? There's a lot of question marks, and let the question marks be there. They will be answered after this game. As once again, the plane's going to be in the skies, and the plane flat path starting from Yasna Poliana towards Gatka. Now, this plane flat path is there a little bit to the northern side. You can't still say it's quite good.
Listen, man, you've been a believer. Whilst I was talking about the top 9 teams in contention, you have been going as deep as 13, right? So who knows? Somebody dropping down on X-Spark and taking them out, or maybe somebody else picking up a really good game. But for Hyderabad Hydras, the previous game, definitely bringing them back into the picture, even for ESN. Now, let's not also forget the fact that finally we can also conclude that there might be teams coming in from grind in round number 4 that qualify into the semis.
That is true. I mean, for grind teams, there's been an active curse going on. We had a conversation about this, right? They're just not able to crack into that top 4. And ESN, the fact that they finally bounced back on the board, it definitely brings in that glimmer of hope so that the curse can be broken. But you still never know. It is still a big question mark. Considering ESN, they have been inconsistent throughout the entire day. They have been on and off, over and over again. And these question marks, they keep on lingering around. Now, we did see the plant flat pad, Team X-Spark moving in towards their individual drop location, which is going to be Yasna Poliana. 7 hours right underneath them towards that individual compound. We've also got AG towards Shelter. Even Team Insane is moving down south. So in general, I think so. A lot of these teams are looking pretty good.
A lot of them. At least it's been a slow start. That's what I really feel. Maybe might get to see some action brewing up down south when the likes of K9 might get into contention against Alpha 6. We've seen Alpha 6 trying to go down, but for K9, it's going to be such an important game. At least they know that they have to face the wildcards. Better be prepared for that. A very stark reality check for all these bigger names. Team Entity really expected a lot out of them, but a very good circle, in fact. for K9 if they want to win this. But even more than that, Kuso Esports, they might be in contention. But for Team Insane, already they're on the chase.
HG. Oh my god, switching over towards the weapons, and the player is almost about to escape. Team Insane, things could have been way worse.
Ouch.
You talk about this team being super consistent. This time, things were way too shaky. And Spy's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And he's also got those players chasing him down, but eventually they do turn back. So right now for Team Insane, they're going to be in that comfort zone. It's all good. Team Insane taken down with a 3-man squad this early inside of the game. It's really not going to be that death blow.
They've done the heavy lifting, don't you agree, Necro?
Yep.
They've done enough. And for Hero Gaming, I think, yeah, again, one of those final dances in round number 4. Because next time we're going to meet them in the wildcard. Now, this sort of sets the tone, right? Imagine so many of those bigger teams, they have to face wildcard and only the top 16 qualify of the 64. A lot of those teams are still having that semblance of surety that, yeah, it's going to be an easy task. I'm pretty sure that won't be the case. But for Alpha 6, I think throughout the entire day, all they've been trying to accomplish is kind of get their hands heated up. They've been going, itching for fights, always being a nuisance inside the lobby. They've been the notorious squad.
Alpha 6 is an interesting subject to talk about because it's the first time we're seeing this team on the screen, right? We do not even have a lot of that info on us. And look at what's going on. Carnival Gaming getting chased down, and Neo's Buggy's tire is already blown up. I don't think so he can do anything. Ouch. There we go, Neo. A harsh reality being showcased to CG as they almost meet an end to this game as well. As Neo's knocked out, CG, the rest of the players as well, they're going to be snuffed out soon.
Again in a disarray. And this time Team Entity, they go out on the hunt. When was the last time you've seen them doing that? Kind of understanding the gravity of situation, right? Nothing short of a big chicken dinner could open the doors of qualification for them. And now they're going hunting and trying to catch the others off guard. But when you look at the circle, I think the idea is quite set, right? For Team Entity, a quick rotation from Pachinki, get the vehicles, and go on and hold the center.
Pretty much. I mean, for Entity Gaming, it is one of those teams as well that likes to play defensive. There's CG and Entity Gaming almost with the similar playstyle. But you can't still say Entity Gaming, they're a little bit more proactive. But yeah, now for CG, losing out on that one single player once again. I'm not even sure what exactly is going on with CG. They're always losing that one player early off in the game.
Yeah, that so far has been their curse, right? And they've been unable to uplift it or get past that. I think that's a terror that will still haunt them even while they sleep tonight. Carnival Gaming really did not have a good day in the office. But a few of the other teams really had 7 hours. Now, this is one of those teams we really need to talk about. Because, yes, did not get much talk about them, but these kids have always been on the block. If you remember, even in the first game of Wrangle, they came out swinging, got a lot of finishes to their names. They did annihilate the likes of even K9. Yeah, the position points is something that they could still have worked upon. But they still are in the race, Necro.
7H, they're in the top 8, so they're in the race, without a doubt. And for 7H, with how things might just be inside of this game, it's still a big question mark. They're another one of those unreliable teams that is super inconsistent, and you just do not really know what to expect. There's Entity Gaming lingering around them, considering they know that there's a team inside of those apartments, and Entity Gaming with the high ground definitely can't try and pin down the entirety of 7H. And for 7H to move out, they need their hands on the vehicles, and I don't think so they've got any sort of vehicles available for themselves right now.
I really abhor this decision from Team Entity.
Oh, I don't think so they even care at this point, man.
I mean, they have to go all out, but a fight, when you want to push on the apartments, you need a lot of information. And even if you have that information, if your opposition has a DBS on them, or maybe has a crossfire set, things can really go sour for you. I think Voldemort, he's been spotted. The bigger question is, are 7H aware? With all these bullets being laid out, I think Troy has taken some damage there. I think 7H now know what Team Entity are up to. Now this is a point where Entity really need to get the hell out of here. But for Heroes Gaming, they're on the hunt. and they want to go after the elephants in the room.
Heroes Gaming. I mean, this team inside of Milta looking okay. And as you mentioned, they want to go up against Team Insane. I mean, considering they already tasted Team Insane a while ago, they just want to devour them completely, which is understandable. And Team Insane just backing away from this fight, knowing the fact that they are in the man disadvantage and they can be instantly showcased the gates to the lobby. And that's what Team Insane does not really want, playing it on the defensive note.
Team Insane, like I said, right? They've done their deeds. They pretty much are going into the semis. Nothing and nobody, I feel, can stop them from achieving that feat. I don't see a world where they do not qualify. But for Heroes Gaming, yeah, like discussed, right? They did not really perform today the way they did in the previous round. We could not see those hero plays happening. But same goes for Alpha 6. I think always in the midst of the battle. I think every single game, this team did take a drop fight. Barring a wrangle, though.
A6, I think so. It is also one of those teams that just knows that they're not going to make it. So, I mean, at this point in time, they just don't really care. And they're also taking drop collisions against some of the node teams in the entire lobby, right? Now up against K9 Squad. In the previous game, CG. And you know what? That's what makes a team favorite, though. If they do come out on top in this entire game, then things can be better.
You know, for Alpha 6, ideally they tend to drop down around the military base. We're going to talk a little bit more about them, but look at this. Team Entity might just be in a pickle. Somraj, he's all by his lonesome. And 7H, they're on the hunt.
Entity Gaming. 4 players on the screen as smoke's being tossed out. And for 7H, 3 players in the city, 1 man in the back lines towards the watchtower. And Entity Gaming, you can still say they've got the advantage, considering they're going to be the one to play that defense. 7H breaching inside. Entity Gaming's position is not completely compromised. Maybe now it is, considering they're tossing in the utilities. Bakar inside of that house. There's another util on the way. This util does not do any sort of damage. And for Entity Gaming, they have been taking fights after fights. Once again, back to their home turf. That's 7H. And both these teams now, this fight has came down to a stalemate. I'm not a big fan of this.
Not really a stalemate here. Now, the bigger question is who disengages first, because looking at the mini-map, the circle has shifted away from Pochinki. And Gamla Boy, he has to open it up against Shadow. This is the opening that they were looking out for, just barely manages to thread the needle. But from here onwards, Team Entity, they need to follow suit.
Gamla Boy, a crucial opener right there. And now Entity Gaming, they've got the advantage inside of the fight too. After getting that first elimination point, Entity Gaming, they have been put to a lot of that silence. And Entity Gaming, they lose out on 2 players instantly in return. What a big blunder this is for 7H. This is exactly what they need. But Gamla Boy as well is doing some serious damage. And now considering it's all down to Somraj, the IGL himself, can he pull things back? That's the question. Shotgun in the hand, he just finds that first knockout. He wants to also get the confirmation rolled up, but 7H, another man, is sort of breaching in towards his own personal space. Somraj pulls out the utility, tosses into that perfection, but it's not going to do any sort of damage to the opponent player just yet, considering it was not cooked to perfection. Somraj is now getting pushed up on from the top, and he's trying his best to fight back, but the DBS this time prevails.
That's all she wrote for Team Entity Gaming, as they came in with their heads high. But seems like 7H is still not out of woods yet. You have got the boys of GlitchX Reborn. They know they also need a biggie. They also need to hit the ball out of the park. And now for 7H, they've got those finishes to their names, but they now really need to run out of here.
7H, they're quite vulnerable. They're quite sensitive for now, but still they reply back to GlitchX Reborn. This time, they want to be on the aggressive footing as well. And GlitchX Reborn, they're way too close to qualifying as well. They cannot afford to miss out on this fight. Utilities being tossed in from Zato P2, but it's completely off the mark. He's got no clue exactly where the enemies are. And GlitchX Reborn, Sekiro is there on the back lines to try and get that revive on the fallen player as a confirmation follows up. And once again, it's 7H in the advantage. GlitchX Reborn is just not able to do anything as another team rams into that same compound. This time it's going to be 8G.
Heroes Gaming out of nowhere. They also want to gate crash this party, and seems like they've done that. Veteran so far, he's been keeping the hopes alive for 7H, has got a lot of limbs to his name, and next on his hit list could be somebody from GlitchX Reborn, or maybe even Edgy. They could go in for a spin as those grenades being flung over, slowly but surely losing out on all those utility. Sekiro, he needs to patch himself up, but with Edgy and 7H, everybody trying to squeeze them in. How long can they survive, Necro?
What is even going on at this point? That's my question. It's so confusing as AG, they did make that push happen, but within a blink they get eliminated from the game. AG, they came in with the advantage, and they leave with a complete disadvantage. And a lot of those surprising looks on the faces. That's GlitchX. They've only got Sekiro alive in that moment. And Sekiro is shrouded inside of the smoke for now, so it's going to be safe. But as soon as that smoke fades away, his lifeline too will fade away. And that's what happens. Sekiro gets spotted through the smoke. That was a good find from the players. And now the last man from GlitchX trying to make a move. And with that, they lose out on the opportunity to be in the top 4.
They certainly do. Again, the lights turning off for the players of GlitchX Reborn. They came in with some hopes and aspirations that maybe in this third party they could swing through, but look at the last man standing. Had to be the team of Team 7H. 8 finishes secured already. This team is still in the race. They still have their hopes high of making it into the next round. But when you look at the circle, Gujarat Tigers, it was just that one good game of Weekendy, but they need another one, and that has to be a biggie. But for Team Insane, yeah, they cut on their losses, but look at K9, still alive, and so much of those teams kind of somewhere around the center of the circle. But if you have to talk about this particular fight, man, Veteran, look at him. Just came out swinging, 5 finishes.
I mean, 7Edge, the fact that they're still alive, I'm surprised. This should not have been the case. 7Edge, they got rammed up by 2 teams. And still, they sort of came out swinging. And that is just surprising to me. 7H is one of those teams that has been inconsistent too themselves, and now that they get 8 elimination points to kick things off with, this is a date with destiny.
Nothing short of a date with destiny, for sure. Their trial by fire. This is what we described today's day. One of the groups of death, and look who's prevailing supreme. 7H. This is a Cinderella story that's written for them. All they need to do is ensure they've got their heels tight. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras, another team in contention. But in front of them, they've got the Bears of the lobby. They've got the likes of Team Insane. And they have to somehow stay alive, because still, you've got so many teams surrounding them. One misstep, and this could be a debacle.
Could be, though. Not confirmed yet. At the end of the day, that team is tested through a lot of these war zones, and they know exactly how to take their decisions. And look at this shift. GT this time, they find themselves in the advantage. As Shadow OG's got the prime spot. He's also got the high ground to play with. So Shadow, for him, it's a great position. The team now needs to start reuniting towards Shadow, and that's what they're doing.
Certainly, huh? But look at Team X-Park. They also want to inject themselves through inside the zone. Maybe take that western highway, get some hilly compounds to themselves, and even for X-Parks, things are going to be really difficult. But look at that migration coming in from that southeastern side. A lot of teams trying to enter in, port themselves inside the zone. Even Jocks, this is one of those teams still in contention. One good game, and they also might qualify. But Carnival Gaming, real up close and personal to Shadow. Shadow opens things up, tries to soften Goblin up, but is he aware that he's got one of the other foes right around him? And GT, they want to rain hellfire, but nothing really connecting.
Yeah, CG, you're trying to pull out some gutsy moves. And the players, yeah, somehow they do get away harms free, so it's okay for now. But yeah, focusing on what exactly we saw on the map, it was LOC all the way in the blue, moving in from that other side. I'm not sure how well that rotation's going to be panning out, but it's way too late, that's for sure. All the good spots are already going to be booked inside of the zone, so LOC, they need to be good at asserting dominance, and so far they haven't been.
The idea is just try and play from the edges. Just hope all the teams in contention get down early, and maybe looking towards getting the chicken dinner. But a quick replay at the heroics of Veteran as he single-handedly held the hands, carried the torch for his team, and surely living up to his name, showing that experience there. Even Somraj deciding to fight back when everything was against him. But I loved how they kind of coordinated amongst themselves. The synergy pretty much visible, just surrounding him, engulfing him, and then devouring him. But like you said, Gujarat Tigers have a really good position for themselves at the smack center, but Hyderabad Hydras starting to feel the heat. This is not what we have expected out of them. This is one of those teams that goes out swinging every single time, itching for a fight. But now they're kind of hiding.
I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, they're forced to hide. They've got no in their sails, right?
Uh-huh.
And this game is pretty crucial. Hyderabad Hydras knows it has to be winning blow. If it's not, well then, move into the wild card. Luckily enough, not eliminated just yet. Team X Park, for them, they are in that comfort zone, beating the overall standings even right now inside of the zone, moving in from edge to edge. And X Park is known to assert their dominance. So once again, edge-to-edge gameplay is something that suits this team.
It certainly does. But today we did see a different style of play. And fortunately, X Park managed to make it happen. But still, losing out on those couple of earlier games, really having a good time in the previous game in Miramar. But once the zone shifted away from them, that really threw a curveball, and everything just went awry for them. But for 7H, this is their dream run, and seems like Voldemort having been picked off, again trouble knocking on their doors.
7H Shadow is there to save the day, though. He's going to get the revival back up on the fallen players. No issues on the board so far. 7H for them, even this game matters a lot, considering they were there in the top 8. And for them to qualify, it is quite easy. They've already got half the work done. All they need to do is just be in a good placement. Even the second spot or the third spot in this game can definitely propel them into heights. Not exactly sure where in the top 4. If they do want to be there in the top 4 with a safety cushion, then they just got to make sure the other teams at least closer to that top 4, or at least in the top 4, mess up. But the next circle shift is going to be on the board as it shifts down south this time towards that Primork City. And GT, once again, they find themselves in the advantage. So now GT, either they can be the center of attraction or they can play the tower defense right.
I'm telling you, K9 has the best position inside of the circle. They've control over the pre-mosque area, the outskirts of it, and even that hilly terrain that Believe is holding on to. They have to stick by it. But for Team X Park, now they've figured out what LOC are really up to. And now they might want to hold the door. For Ninja Jord, aloof from his pack, taking some damage from the blue. Still the 4th stage though, relaying all that vital information towards his teammates. As now look at Team Insane, breaking the silence, taking one from Carnival Gaming down.
Team X Park. I mean, look at that spread they've got, right? Looking pretty good. One of the men still out in the blue, though, so that's a little bit of a sign of concern. But Team X Park, soon enough, they're going to start to make that rotate. LOC that finally finds that breaching point, but it's a little bit too late to breach inside of the zone. But still, they're doing damage. That's Team X Park. Spray God's being missed out right now. He gets knocked out, but not confirmed just yet. X Park, they're trying their best to do the damage against the players of LOC too, but LOC, they find that clear rotate inside of the zone. That one single knock they found on the X Park, it sort of opened up things for them.
Definitely did open the floodgates. At least for LOC, they need to march inside the circle, and Spray God cannot afford to be erratic at this point. Because when you look at Team X Park, they also have some job to do over here. That little feeling of complacency might really push them over, as they still stand at the precipice of qualifying at the 2nd position, but still so many teams in contention that really cannot give them that sense of assurity that they've made it through. With the circle getting far from them, they need to somehow inject themselves inside the zone.
Kuso Esports, 3 players in that compound, quite close to breaching inside of the safer lines, and now Team X Park as well is going to start to breach in from the back lines. K9 squad as well starting to dish out some damage towards the city area. As you've got Zapro, Believe, and even Dreams in there. All the 4 players from K9 squad towards the city. Even CG, they found themselves that piece. But for how long it can stay that way, that's the real question. CG, they will need to try and move this compound. And looking at Team X Park, they have finally breached in towards Kuso Esports as anticipated.
Yeah, this is nice stuff. Now keep on getting those points and keep increasing the tally up. I think now sitting at 46. I think a couple more, but look at Ninja George just driving through, needs to get inside, and I think they want to isolate the players of Guso Esports. Tap God in a whole world of trouble, as Ashish, he also has to run for his life, but Team X-Pac, they just don't care. They want to blow his vehicles up, and Ashish, he needs to take that nap.
Oh my god, he barely steps out from that vehicle. Knows if he would have kept on driving that vehicle for even a couple of more seconds, that lifeline would have been faded away. But yeah, no matter how much you try to do, you will still be knocked out. As Hyderabad Hydras too, they've got their eyes on this fight. And even Team X-Park is now facing the brunt. Constant shots taken on them through the smoke as well as Team X-Park. They're taking too much damage.
Well, they certainly are. And this time again, losing out on Spray God. Not really the news that X-Pac would be wanting. But at the same time, if they could secure a couple more eliminations, but Hyderabad Hydras finally starting to spit fire as Insane decide to ram in. And Crypto has got to say something about that. Evil also out in the open as he gets shredded apart. Insidious trying to bring him down as Hyderabad Hydras 4 finishes already. Again, this team in the previous game of Miramar was stellar, but they need to keep the ball rolling.
Hyderabad Hydras, they've got this Wizard Tower to play with and also a 2-2 split. It's working out well, as you mentioned. All the other teams inside of the city just seem like they're in a big world of trouble as Team X-Park, they're finally moving in from the outskirts. K9 Squad, they've got a big foe approaching them. And looking at this fight, meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras look at Moksh. Oh, it's not exactly there, but yeah, for the team that is sort of pushing in closer to that spot, there's a lot of threat on the hilltop. It will be an uphill battle, considering GT is the one holding the hilltop.
Oh, look at this. Inferno Squad finally deciding to open things up. They also have been a sleeper squad, right? They've also delivered when it mattered the most. But for Gujarat Tigers, the gigantous task is to try and get inside the circle. And with keeping their numbers afloat, Shadow already put down and out. But look at this, Carnival Gaming pushing against the world. Instant knockout on Afu. Had to be Madrick from the backlines. Kind of gives Carnival Gaming that little bit of that edge as they decide to push in through just one blast player to deal with. It is Evil right in front of Omega. He needs to bob and weave. He does take those sprays, but still nothing seems to connect.
Insane is one of those teams that has been consistent throughout the entire day. Even if they do get eliminated from this game, it's not going to matter at all. Insane, it's all down to Evil once again. It's usually the last man survivor. And Evil, he hears the players approaching from the steps. But oh my god, CG, they do blow Evil up, but at the same time, Omega blew himself up in return.
It's fine. It's fine, all good in the hood. They need to get those revivals back, but look at Team X-Pac. They've got ESCN. Now this is what we've been talking about, one of the very pivotal fights. They really need to come out swinging. They had spotted them out and Sarang out in the open and will be punished by Believe. And I believe he has that higher ground to work with. And for Shadow, it is going to be a huge ask for him to really commit all those smokes and try to trigger that revive on Sarang. But Ninja, he has to play a key role in that one.
How is ESCN even alive? That's my question. It's a vital game for them. And ESCN, being the sharks in the water, somehow surviving up till now, not even taking a single of damage. This is kind of weird. Team X-Pac from the top, it's the side of K9 Squad. Inside of the water lines, it's ESCN, keeping that constant eye upon them. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras on the landline. So yeah, it's really tough. For Team X-Pac, they're just being completely pinned in that spot. And they're also quad exposed from the front lines and the back lines at the same time. As Ninja Johnny's been pushed up on by the foes. He does find the first opener, but that's all he's going to get. That's the second one. Instantly just blasts on his face.
And indeed, K9 still keeping their dreams alive. Still getting inside the zone. 7 finishes already. And have all their players intact. As from the backlines, Pro dishing out some massive damage to try and keep Hyderabad Hydras at bay. As HH also 5 finishes strong. They also have their numbers intact. Team X-Pac literally on the lifeline. And now Shadow, he has to be that hero. Needs to wear that cape. But K9 have still not snuffed him out.
K9 Squad. 4 players towards the edge. And those players looking pretty healthy too. That transition from the hilltop towards the downhill was pretty smooth from them, and that's what's keeping them in the race so far. ESCN, survival for them also matters a lot. Meanwhile, you've also got Hyderabad Hydras chiming inside of a fight as Inferno Squad, they duke it out against him. out in the open towards the road lines. One man gets knocked out, but once again, the revival is going to be possible easily. Inferno squad in the race, looking healthy as the fallen man's going to be back up.
Made it to the top 6 already, have a couple of finishes to their name. Inferno squad, this could be a comeback which begun from Sanhok. But hold on, Akshat getting a knock onto its Madrick. That's not good news for HH. They also had their numbers intact, but now they are kind of claustrophobic over there inside that wizard tower. How long can they survive as the nades keep sailing through? But look at Pro inching in closer towards Akshat. One good grenade and he also might have to bite the dust.
CG2 players still backs against the wall, though. They're not in that much of a comfort zone. Hyderabad Hydras to the left, K9 squad on the right. CG, they're in a big wall of trouble right now. But still, the players of Hyderabad, the Hydras are taking too much damage, so you can't say. CG, they can work upon it, but then from the back, it's K9 squad eliminating and showcasing them the gates of hell. Hyderabad Hydras still barely surviving, barely kicking in that game, as the next circle shift is going to be right on top of the players of Inferno squad.
In the midst of it all, Shadow, he's still alive, still keeping the dreams ahead and alive for his team. Team X-Park have made it to the top 4, and I think the heavy lifting has been done. But Inferno squad, they're also opening their gates to qualification, rather breaking through for Hyderabad Hydras. Insidious, he has to keep the torch alive. But for K9, if this is a biggie, who knows, they could prove a massive upset to the rest.
It's time to move inside of the zone, and Hyderabad Hydras, they've already taken too much damage. Crypto knocked out and confirmed, as Insidious is now going to be the last glimmer of hope. But Inferno squad, they need to focus on the bigger foe here in the name of K9 squad. But what a nade that was! Opener found, Believe knocked out. K9 squad, they've only got one last man alive in the name of Dreams, as Dreams is trying his best to keep his team's hopes and dreams alive. But I'm not sure if he can make it happen. He's getting pushed up on Zin, the best player Inferno squad has to offer. And Zin, he has been taking care of business for a while. Zin does spot out the player, make it inside of the shack. A really good molly to flush out the player from his comfort zone, so the revival is not going to come through. But for Inferno squad, even they're taking some blows upon themselves. Zin knocked out.
That's self-sabotage, Zin. Just burning himself down to the ground. It's a 1v2 situation, and K9, they want to recover. They want to recuperate in this given moment. As now, there you have it, K9. They've got the numbers back up. Dream so far has been a hero. One good grenade maybe could have tossed Owen out of his hiding. But now, even IS, they've also gone in for a recovery. K9, they've all been pincered down to that one little shack. As now Dreams blows open Owen, and this game could be anybody's.
This game can be anybody's, but still the playing field is favoring Inferno squad. Owen should not have been down right there. It just opens the floodgate for the likes of K9 squad, and a good Molotov to flush out the players from that comfort zone. They move out from that cover, and one single nade will get a 2-piece. And Inferno squad to get that chicken dinner. What a game that was.
Certainly, they started off slow, but eventually ended up with a bang. 10 finished chicken dinner. And let me tell you, Necro, I feel like they might have done it. But for K9 squad, now this is where it really starts hurting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the last game was impeccable, stellar by all its means. But where were they sleeping throughout the entire day? Had they got a couple of more points to their names, maybe they could have also broken the curse.
This sort of performance should have been there from the start of the day from K9 squad, but now a little bit too late to wake up right side of the fight. So we know K9 squad's not going to be qualifying through, but Hyderabad Hydra's there in the late game. Team X-Park was there too inside of the late game. I think so. Team X-Park, they've done the heavy lifting, but who's going to be taking an exit if this team moves in?
Oh my god. So many of the teams in contention actually really played well. I think for Gujarat Tigers, I think things are done and dusted. Even for Carnival Gaming. For 7H, yes, they started off, but the Tinder kind of doused off pretty soon, right? They could not get enough position points, but we really thought that they might have made the cut, right? It was IS out of nowhere. They had no monkey business. They were completely silent. And then they started their entry inside the circle, dealt with the players of GT. They were kind of not really being messed with. But like you said, right, for Team X-Park, couple of finishes here and there in a really sketchy position. ESCN, what about them? They also were in the top 5.
Yeah, they were in the water lines. They did not really have a lot of those elimination points, so I don't think so they have made it in the top 4. But what exactly is going to happen to Glitch X Reborn? Are they going to be kicked out? That's my real question. They were barely on the cutoff, right? And this game was a big mishap, so that means if Glitch X Reborn is being cut out, this team moves in.
They certainly do. Maybe there is a slight chance that they might, because right now let's not leave Hyderabad Hydras out also, because towards the end also they did some smacking. Back-to-back 2 consistent games. We saw them really have a good time in Miramar. Erangel also making it inside the top 3. I think that is also quite a commendable feat. And I'm pretty sure heading in on towards Primos pretty early on, they also had a lot of finishes to work around with. So many numbers to rack up. It's stress.
Inferno squad, I mean, them being able to get that chicken dinner was something that I did not really see coming. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Let's eye it out once again, right? How did Inferno squad exactly secure this chicken dinner? For K9 squad, they just did not really have a lot of that breathing space, a lot of that breathing room, just one single shack to work with. And as I mentioned, even the playing field was favoring the likes of Inferno squad. So Inferno squad in general, they had a lot of that breathing space in the final few moments, and this nade was being tossed to perfection. The Molotov as well, man, it's just chef's kiss.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, for Inferno Squad, this is one of those teams that had been avoiding all those fights early on. They had a lot of utils to work around with towards the end, right? Had the players of K9 pinned down. Whilst on the other side, I think K9 was always in the thick and thin of battle, because very early on, they kind of captured that Primorsk hill, and they were holding on to it with their dear life. Even Ninja for a moment tried to get a knock or two, but was traded right after. And this is exactly the K9 squad we wanted to see throughout the day, and they woke up pretty late.
Inconsistency hit them, that's for sure, and that's why K9 squad sort of missed out on the entire day. And you'd really expect a team like K9 squad to be inconsistent, or sort of be consistent, but the fact that they were inconsistent is definitely a big surprise for me. But you know what? Who's going to be the MVP of that previous game? Maybe someone from 7H, considering they were the heavy-hitting team as well? Yeah, definitely can.
I mean, could be Veteran, had 5 or 6 to his name, but there were a couple of players who had 7 to their names. Or maybe I might be wrong. Let's check out the stats and figures, because so much calculations to be done, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, Omega, this is one of those players I was talking about. Initially, when kind of Zip flustered up, he rose up to the occasion. 7 finishes for this lad. And boy, oh boy, would be lovely to see them qualify.
686 damage dished out, 1 headshot, survival time as well, quite decent, considering it is the team that won the chicken dinner. But yeah, Inferno squad in a good spot, K9 squad as well, getting decent amount of elimination points on their name, as Dreams did get 6. You've also got Veteran from 7H, as I mentioned, 5 points. Madrek 2 from Hyderabad Hydras getting 3. K9 Squad's Pro getting 3 himself.
Indeed. And when you look at the point standings, this is where I'm starting to get really excited. And for now, you know, this is where, as the dust settles, let's take a quick look at what's about to happen, right? All right, 20 points for Inferno Squad. I feel like they've made the cut. Even for Hyderabad Hydras, 12 points should be enough. X-Park 8, I think they've done it. But have they crossed over Insane?
No, I don't think so. X-Park, I don't think so. They have crossed over Insane. 8 points accumulated, fine. 7 hours to 8 points. Man, this is just way too close to speculate. Gujarat Tigers with 7 points. I mean, they're out. ESCN, they're out too. Carnival Gaming, even they're not going to be there in the race. The real question is between Hyderabad Hydras, Team X-Park, 7 hours, and Inferno Squad. These 4 teams, anyone can breach in. Now, let's look at the latter half of the board, where we're probably going to be seeing a lot of those upsets. The teams that should have been able to perform, not been able to perform. One of those teams was still in the race too, but even they missed out, considering they got eliminated way too early. For some reason, they wanted to go for those firefights.
Yeah, that has to be Glitch X Reborn, undoubtedly. I think such an incredible start to the day, and they kind of bottled it up. Even for the likes of Team Entity, we could see the finesse. They wanted to go aggressive. They wanted to get those early eliminations. They went in for a hunt, took down Neo right from the very start. Even Jux Esports, Necro, this was also one of those teams that we were really talking about, really had a bounce back in the latter half of the phases. But Insane, this 1 point, I think should not be a big concern.
Now fixes. We have seen the point standings, and usually after this, it's the overall standings. I guess it's time for the icebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out who's going to be the top 4. And Hyderabad Hydras, they barely crack in, but look at Inferno Squad. They've taken that first place. Who would have expected this?
Out of nowhere, they get those 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, and that is enough. 58 points. They qualify into semi-final with style. They break open the doors of qualification, and there you have it. X-Park 51 points, enough. Hyderabad Hydras need to really talk about this comeback, and guess what, Necro? The curse has finally been broken. And Hyderabad Hydras, they've done the deed.
First team to qualify in from the grind, who qualifies towards the semifinals week 1 from the round 4. So yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, a big round of applause for them. But ESCN, even they were way too close. Just 2 points separating them from towards that 4th spot. Even 7 hours, they could have stood a chance. K9 squad, they still did close on up decently. I'm not going to lie, with that last game. It just propelled them in the top 7.
Yeah, I mean, few good games.
Yeah.
I think even one more extra good game where they had around 10 to 12 points maybe could have given them that momentum, man. But when you talk about big upsets, big setbacks, Carnival Gaming, Gujarat Tigers, Team Entity, I think they really need to figure out what went wrong today.
LOC Esports too, it is a banner that is quite known, but I guess this new lineup is not able to keep up with the intensity, right? Heroes Gaming too, we saw this team in the round 3, and Heroes Gaming was able to put up some impeccable numbers. Guso Esports, another one of those teams that impressed all of us with the aggression and the firepower that they showcased in the early stages, but now even that team is left out. One thing is for sure, man, wildcard's gonna be way too sweaty. Just trust me, it's gonna be way too intense. It's gonna be more intense than this.
You know, today was an absolute nail-biter. We have to say this. And for all the new viewers that do tune in, yeah, nobody's going out of the competition, right? There's still another way you can crack into the semi-finals. That is through the wildcards. So all of those teams that haven't made it to the top 4, they get another date with Destiny. They play those wildcards. But even now, look at the kind of teams that are heading over there. We've got so many of those big names.
Yes.
And only the top 16 of the 64 make it to the semis.
Now, that's another big cutoff right there, but that's what makes things even interesting, right? And as I mentioned, wildcard is going to be way too sweaty, man. Trust me, it's going to be way too sweaty. More intense than this, because after that, you will be disqualified or pretty much be eliminated from the entire tournament, right? Imagine you have spent in months after months grinding for this tournament, and just to end your hopes and dreams in wildcard while you're so close to that grand final stage, while you're so close to being that top 16, it's definitely going to be a big mental setback.
It certainly will be, and that's going to be gutting, hurting for sure. But who knows, tomorrow could be a new day in the office. Maybe they need to really sleep this through, and when they come in to play next week, maybe we hope we get to see some nice competition from all these teams.
That is true. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, today's day comes to an end. Tomorrow's going to be even more intense, or at least that's what we can hope. But for now, it's time for us to take a leave. It's going to be me, Necro, and Fixus. See you tomorrow.
sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skills. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।